time. 1, 2, 3. Okay, perhaps one more time. Okay, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, I see that some people are doing candid poses, but okay, thank you very much for the committee. Now, everyone, we would also like to inform you that aside from the main winner team, we also have another special team who will take the winner crown. Are you curious? What category is that? So aside for the winner category team, we also come up with a favorite team. Now this team is going to be chosen by all of you through the vote that each participant will give to a maximum 3 teams. The team with the highest number of votes will be crowned as the favorite team. Now, here we have the gallery of the poster that are already created by all of the teams. So, as we can see, well now of course it's still blank, but later on in the day it will be full by all of the posters that you guys have been created. And on the displayed poster, later you can vote by putting stickers on the white borders. Now, the team with the highest amount of the stickers that will crown as the favorite team. Now, you have 3 votes. You don't have to vote for 3 teams, but you can also vote for 1 team, but using all of the 3 stickers. So if you have like only 1 favorite team, you can put all of the 3 stickers in that team only. Okay, so I hope that is clear enough for the instruction. Now, don't forget to vote later on in the day and choose your best team wisely. Now let us move into our first activity, which is a message from Mohammed Jalid, the director of UNESCO Jakarta office. But before that, please give a round of applause.
Professor Purwanto, Chair of Indonesian MAB National Committee. Professor Haon Tri, Chair of Vietnam MAB National Committee. Biosphere Reserve Management Board, judges, mentors, and youth participants. On behalf of UNESCO Regional Science Bureau for Asia and the Pacific in Jakarta, it's my pleasure to welcome all of you to this UNESCO Water Resilience Challenge 2022 Groundwater. Biosphere Reserve is a special place to seek the harmonious interaction between people and nature for sustainable development, a living laboratory to pursue and practice new and innovative solutions to address development challenges in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Today, you, the 50 selected youth, will present your solution for groundwater challenges within the Merapi Merbabu Minoran Biosphere Reserve in Indonesia and Dong Nai Biosphere Reserve in Vietnam. So, to all of you that have been selected to take part in today's event, let me begin my remarks with a special message for you. As you have learned during the previous sessions, Biosphere Reserve are not conventional protected areas. Biosphere Reserve are places in which young people have the opportunity to be heard about by a global community, sharing similar ambitions and hopes for their dream sustainable environment. It's a place that is recognized around the world for its outstanding biodiversity, its education and research, and its commitment to strengthening the bond between people and nature for a sustainable future. Without the engagement and the leadership of young people, Biosphere Reserve will not be possible. The full and active engagement of youth in leading role is required if Biosphere Reserves are to fulfill their goals to serve as places for sustainability in action in the long term. I strongly advise all youth here to participate and engage fully, make new connections, and learn from other participants while sharing your valuable ideas. Ensure that your voice is heard. Give us the opportunity to learn from you. I'm confident that all the ideas that you will be presented can be explored further and bring to wider forum for considerations to take on one of the region's most challenging issues, groundwater. Before closing my remarks, I would like to express my thanks to the Water Agency for its leadership in organizing this challenge and my appreciation to the judges and maintainers. I would like also to thank the Biosphere Reserve Management Board, the Indonesian and Vietnam MAB National Committees, and UNESCO Groundwater Youth Network for their contributions. Finally, to our young participants, I trust you have had an inspiring and productive event through your active engagement. I wish you a successful and enjoyable presentation today.
Okay, that was quite a remarkable message from Mr. Muhammad Jelly. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that the warm welcome from Mr. Muhammad Jelly can inspire and encourage all of the participants as the next young water leaders. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we might have heard so many times about this well-known proverb from Indonesia called "Tak kenal maka tak sayang," or in English we could translate it into "If we do not know, then we do not love." So, the next agenda is for us to get to know our judges better. I know that you guys are already familiar with the judges, so when we having the slide about the introduction for the judges, try to guess the hint of who the judges is. Alright, we all know that our jurors from both Indonesia and Vietnam are all experts in their water-related and community-based work. Now, since all of you are already familiar with some of them, can you guess who is this judge? Can you guess? Okay, this is Mrs. Ade Wulandari, Project Assistant for Environmental Science, UNESCO, Jakarta. All right, next up, can you guess who is this? Anyone have any ideas? Okay, maybe. Oh, all right. So this is Mrs. Tan Lan Huang as the National Professional Officer for Natural Sciences, UNESCO, Vietnam. Next up, okay, we have a forehead. Can you identify this judge? Okay, forehead, eyebrows, and hairline. Do you know who this might be? Okay, this is Mrs. Sabina Katri as the committee members of UNESCO Groundwater Youth Network. Next up, okay, we got eyes and then eyebrows. Certainly this is a man or Mr. So there's not a lot of judges, right? Like there's only like 11 or 12. So yeah, perhaps some of you have got the ideas in mind and can identify this man or this Mr. Okay, perhaps we can show. Okay, this is Professor Dr. Engineer Y. Purwanto as the chair of Man and the Biosphere MAB Indonesia, who is also here with us now. Okay, next up, well, this is kind of like common. This is too common. This is like only watch and wrist, and then we guess it's a neck or a chin, so this could be anyone. Okay, this is Mrs. Phu Tak Hin as the Secretary of Man and the Biosphere from Vietnam. Okay, next up, can you guess who is this? Okay, I heard some of you there already given the name of the Gregor. Okay, we guessed that. Well, maybe this judge is quite famous because some of you already got the hint, you know. So this is Mr. Gregor van Essen as the co-founder and managing director of the Water Agency. Next up, okay, we got glasses. This is a she, right? I bet this is a she or a Mrs. Can you guess it? Oh, apparently this is a Mr. I bet it's not only me that got the hint wrong. I bet like some of you must also think like, okay, perhaps this is a Mrs. Okay, apparently. Oh, okay, can you get back to the previous slide? Okay, apparently this is Dr. Hari Nugroho as the man and the Biosphere MAB Indonesia. Okay, next up. Oh, okay, so we don't have the hint, but we like already directly know. Okay, so this is Nguyen Daktu as the Deputy Head of Nature Conservation and Cooperation Department, Dong Nai Culture and Nature Reserve. Okay, we got another hint here. So another glasses, another eyes, another forehead. Okay, so this is Mr. Pham Quang Khai as the lecturer faculty of Environment and Natural Resource, Ho Chi Minh City University of Technology. Next up, okay, so we got ears this time, and then eyes, and then a little bit part of the cheek. Okay, so this is Mr. Arif Rudianto as the director of Yayasan Canopy Indonesia. Next up, we got another forehead and hair and hairline, and then another eyebrow. Perhaps some of you can identify from the eyebrow. You know, eyebrow can be very distinctive from a person. So can you guess it? Okay, this is Mr. Hyun Chong Tang as the founder of InnoLab Entrepreneur. Oh, okay, so that is all of our judges today. Okay, everyone, I won't let your heart beating any faster than that because here comes the time that we've all been waiting for. All teams from Indonesia and Vietnam have discussed a lot about the issue that we face at the Biosphere Reserve, and it is now the time for the presentation of each team. Before we start the presentation, we would like to ask all of you to come forward and join me on the stage because we were about to have another photo session. Okay, so everyone, please stand up and join me on the stage. Okay, everyone, all of the participants, all of the judges, and all of the mentors, please join us to come forward on the stage. And from the participants and the guests, the mentors, and honorable guests in Vietnam, you guys can also take the picture at your venue in Vietnam. Okay, perhaps the judges and the mentor can be on the front. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, all of the participants, mentor, and all the honorable guests. You may return to your seat. All right, now, as I was already mentioned before, that we were about to have the presentation, the moment that you all have been waiting for. So here's how it works. The presentation will start from the 5 teams from Indonesia and then followed by the 5 teams from Vietnam. After all teams have delivered their presentation, we will have a question and answer session later on. Without further ado, let's start the first presentation from the Indonesian team. Okay, so the very first team that is about to come forward and present their all deliverables is Amreta Dharani team. Please give a huge round of applause. Okay, for Amreta Dharani team, you may come forward. Okay, this is a very interesting costume that you guys bring. All right, so is this the poster that you guys created? Ah, okay, so you made 3 poster or 2?
Just 2 posters and 1 prototype for our game.
Ah, okay, so 2 poster and then 1 prototype for the game. Okay, so what game is it?
So basically, it's educational game for their local community, so they can learn and play in the same time about groundwater.
Ah, okay, so the game is supposed to be played in the water reserve area. Ah, okay, okay, so played by the local community, by the local people there? Ah, okay. Oh, okay, so the rest of the team can also step forward. Okay, and please grab the microphone. Okay, so as every one of you knows that we are, for all of you to have or to bring or to wear a special costume for each team members. And this is a very interesting theme for the team because it's kind of like random. I couldn't really tell like what's the theme for the costumes, so you guys might well explain it to me. So as we see here, this team have some kind of like a badge with the, what is it, like with the writing Toya Ranger. So I bet Toya is the Japanese word for water, isn't it? Okay. So please, one of you try to explain what is the theme and what is the meaning behind all of the all of the team costume.
Okay, so our costume is actually a Power Ranger theme. Like I'm a pink ranger, and there's blue. There is the cream one, and there's the green. Well, we make those ourselves, the colors. And basically, the Toya Ranger is our concept for the one part of Jatimulyo village, which is Sakomoyo sub-village, and we dedicated this some organization of label of them to be the local hero called Toya Ranger.
Okay, so Toya Ranger is actually some kind of like a local hero.
Yes.
Okay, in the area, in the water reserve area that we are facing the issue in.
Yes.
Okay, okay. So we kind of get a hint from the costume that this team are wearing. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after we know the meaning behind the costume that they bring to the stage, now we would like to also listen to their presentation. And it is the time for the team of the Toya Ranger to deliver the presentation. You may have the stage.
Okay, what if we have to transport a half until an hour with maximum 3 jerrycans and 3 times back and forth just to fulfill a day of our daily water need, when most of us simply use the water tap? This is what actually happened in Sokomoyo sub-village, a buffer area and Merapi Merbabu Menoreh Biosphere Reserve. 150 of 400 families in Sokomoyo had to access the groundwater distribution, especially on the dry season. And here we introduce Mr. Ranger, a farmer who's still willing to operate the distribution of groundwater called Pamsimas. But he works alone and there's no approachment to improve their system. So the existing system, they simply order by call to Mr. Ranger and pay, but unfortunately, Mr. Ranger is only available at night, so they have to wait and queue up to 2 days to get their water. So after some interviews, we propose Toya Ranger. Understanding their culture, the discussion, we see the potential of Jaga Warga to support Mr. Ranger in Pamsimas management. So they will work together in the field and maintain and operate the groundwater distribution. To be implemented, it needs some steps.
And this is our approachment map. As you can see that we start from the problem, we knowing the problem, and then we get into the phase 1. In this phase, we actually want to have a little conversation with Mr. Ranger and also Jaga Warga. We want to know that if they realize that there are actually some problems, some issues about the related to groundwater management and distribution. And moving on to the second phase, we want them to have the same vision, to have the same perspective about the issues there. And last but not least, in the third phase, we want to socialize the groundwater management urgency there by musyawarah, like a lot of musyawarah, local culture of discussion, and we're using banners. So these banners will be applied in Sokomoyo. One thing that we know that Sokomoyo is, the banner is highly effective to attract, to raise their interest to join the musyawarah there.
And the next question is, will it be sustained just establish itself would be guarantee its sustainability so we can survive such as technical knowledge, development and daily economy. Also these programs can pass to the future generations. And in here we have Balai Toya. Balai Toya is an interactive program that integrates groundwater management system that operated by Toya Rangers and targeted by young impacted community. This Balai Toya have a three value. At the first is operation, such as how to operate the Pamsimas. Education is research center and game-based education called Toyanopoli as our prototype. And economy, we have a canteen to regulate by local community. And the impact, especially for the local community, this impact, they don't need to wait to get water for a long time. They can save more time and more money, up to 2 and 2.9 per years. And for the biosphere reserve continuity, and they can manage the groundwater in upstream area to responsibility to protect the downstream water quality, even the biodiversity.
So sometimes the access inequality is unlikely to be seen until we experience it by ourselves. So here, we would like to make this invisible thing visible.
Toyone roto mili masyarakat uripe mukti.
That means equality in water distribution, local community living happily. So the last thing, we would like to thank our local heroes like Mbak Yumel, Pak Rudi, Mas Darna, Mas Andri, Mas Aldi, who we interviewed. And we are Amreta Darani. Thank you, and let's get connected.
Well, what an exquisite presentation. Thank you very much once again from the Amrita Dharani team. After this, you may return for your seat and we will proceed to the next team. Once again, thank you very much. All right, everyone. We have witnessed the very first presentation of our main event today. Okay, so are you getting more and more nervous? Or are you getting more and more excited, and can no longer wait to present your own solution? Okay, next up, we have our second team. And the second team is the Waterful team. Okay, what a wonderful name, Waterful team. Let's give a round of applause for the second team. For the Waterful team, you may come to the stage and join me to deliver your presentation. Okay, for all of the members of the team, you may also have to come forward. All right, seems like everybody is on the stage now, and I will let you guys to begin your presentation. Good luck.
Okay, I don't want to alarm anybody here, but I feel a must to say that the water you drink right now would be the last glass you can have. Well, not exactly for you here, but for our brothers and sisters who are just 50 kilometers away from us here. Introduce Pak Nur Jiwoto, one of the head of neighborhoods we met in Purwosari. He feels that his village is still struggling with water problem access for years. And here, Waterful comes with a vision to create a world where everyone can praise water with joy, not fear nor sorrow. Purwosari is located in one of the biosphere reserves in Indonesia, Merapi, Merbabu, Menoreh. Menoreh karst area generally can be divided into two groups of lithology, limestones and igneous rocks. The green area that represents limestone can make a good recharge area, but easily contaminated. In contrast, the red area that represents igneous rocks can make a good aquifer. Moreover, mathematically, this area has a low transmissivity and low stratigraphic index that indicates higher risk in land subsidence. As a result, the Eastern Purwosari experiences water access problems up until now. A huge rain-fed rice field is often left unused or unutilized, and on the other hand, water pumping becomes much more expensive and not profitable for usage. Even they need to pay for 15,000 rupiah for water per meter cubic. Meanwhile, Pak Nur noticed his neighbor, Jatimulyo, can actually strive and gain its economic benefits for utilizing its tourism sector. It obviously intrigues Pak Nur to do the same at Purwosari. To this notion, water becomes more crucial as water enables tourism. Therefore, fulfilling their basic needs by building pipelines from the western part to the eastern part would be a great start, while empowering and educating locals to manage water in a bigger scale for future tourism developments. This move would mitigate the irresponsible behavior towards water and push locals to treat incoming wastewater. Surely, both actions need professional help and funds, and this thing can be covered by academic tourism. Exposing crucial problems, ensuring data availability, and appreciating collaborators are our key selling points to invite academic tourists and even investors.
By enabling the water access for the whole village and infrastructure development, together with academic tourism, we can showcase that our Purwosari will be in 2025 in 4 key points. The first, the tourists can feel and see the water cycle process in real time and place in groundwater tour experience. And then, our land. The second, our land and agritourism will be the best place to learn how the wastewater is treated and used for the irrigation. And the tourists, the third, our hospitality, the sustainable living, the homestay there. The tourists will experience the living and using the water sustainability with locals. And the last, the fourth, cultural visit will teach us how to value water as a precious resources. And not only that, another thing about Purwosari is there is a lot potential of local businesses that can support the tourism. But the cacao, the snake fruit, the swallow nest, can be support the whole tourism industry. The existing practice only sell the raw forms of that commodities. And then, therefore, our initial academic tourism would also play a crucial role to here to educate local, introducing and processing the commodities to improve its value. To make this happen, we have mapped out our key agendas to be executed by 2022 until 2025. It needs stakeholder engagement, academic tourism, infrastructure development, and edu-tourism kickoff. And then, obviously, these agendas will require a lot of partnerships and collaborations. Therefore, we also address this by using Pentahelix collaboration scheme to support them. And then, our edu-tourism plan will contribute the triple bottom line of sustainability, starting from the people, the planet, and the prosperity. And it will also address 12 SDGs out of 17 available to support the sustainability in this biosphere reserve that put balance between
could be adaptable and be replicatable to the other regions in Purwosari and also for other biosphere with the principle of Handar Beni and Hangrungkebi. And the last words is going to be Banyuku, Banyumu, Banyune Dewe. And this is Alpha Team. Thank you so much.
Wow, what a marvelous presentation. Just like the name, Alpha Team, leader of the pack, leader of the winner. Thank you very much for Alpha Team for your presentation. You may return to your seat.
Recording in progress.
All right, everyone. So that was the presentation from the third team. And now we're moving on to the fourth team, which is the Tanah Air team. Are you guys ready? Oh, apparently it's a Gabi Gabi team first. Okay, sorry guys. All right, apparently the Gabi Gabi team is all ready and set up. So all of you, you may come forward to the stage. Woo. Apparently they have a special ritual before starting the presentation. Okay, come on here, guys. All right, can we have 2 more microphones? All right, guys, before we start the presentation, all right. Okay, is everything set up?
Test.
All right, all is set up and ready. But first of all, we would like to ask, what is the meaning, guys, behind the costume that you are bringing to the stage? This is like really merry, okay, with the maroon, and then they have like batik with this kind of like wayangan, isn't it? All right, we want to know, guys, like the meaning or the philosophy behind it. Can one of you guys please explain?
Okay, because we believe the power of the local, then we support it to the wearing it right now because this is actually the tourism costume, especially of the village. So yeah.
All right, once again, the power and the wisdom of the local. All right, and we hope that the power and the wisdom of the local can help you guys to empower your presentation today on the stage. So if you guys are all set up and ready, you guys may have the stage and begin your presentation.
Welcome dance. All right, so while waiting for the presentation, we are so curious about the meaning behind the name of the Gapi Gapi and also the ritual that you guys had just done before starting the presentation. That was very unique, guys. So why are you naming the group as Gapi Gapi? As far as I know, Gapi is a fish, isn't it? Yeah,
the one that
right.
is similar to Cupang,
Yeah, really
but like
similar,
a lot
really
smaller.
similar.
Okay, so like why Gapi? Why not Cupang itself? You know, because Cupang itself is a lot larger. It's a lot beautiful. Like the tail is, you know, it's just way more incredible than Gapi. But of course, Gapi is still cute. But why Gapi?
Well, first of all, maybe if you compare Guppy and Chupang, I think Chupang is not that cute. But the main reason why we choose Guppy is actually because Guppy is a social animal, right? They can socialize with other fish, they can cooperate with other fish, and therefore we are representing that meaning. We can cooperate with, we can socialize with the community, we can bring the best of them, so it can make a more colorful world.
All right, so that was the meaning, guys, behind the name of the Gapi Gapi. That's very interesting. So this is the Gapi Gapi. But wait, it looks more like koi fish, isn't it?
wrong image. But it's still a fish. It's still a
Okay.
fish.
So for those of you who doesn't know how gabi looks like, okay, so let's just assume that this is a gabi fish, okay? All right. So since the presentation is all set up, can we start? Okay, if you guys are ready, please, let's just start the presentation. Good luck.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone. We are
Gabi Gabi.
And we are here, so happy to be here with you guys to present our dream, our vision about the Girimulu village, which is located in Merapi, Merbabu, and also Menoreh Biosphere Reserve, which is really rich in biodiversity, scenic landscape, and it also has a concern on groundwater. And our dream is called Argotirto. We have prepared a video that will briefly explain the problem and then also the solution. Please enjoy.
Can we please turn the volume up? Okay, wait. All right, can we please start the video? Can we also reset the
daily activities that we're doing right now, cooking, washing, etc. But currently, we are actually has reached the we are halfway to the sustainable water consumption limit. And if we don't take any steps now, it is possible that 5 years from now, that water that is really important in our daily life will be gone forever. There will be no more profit, no more harvesting, no more everything.
But how? How can you do? How can we do? But it actually questions is, but how you do for our nature, for our biosphere reserve? So here, we believe in the Argotirto as our project to solve their problems. We do integrating the social, economic, cultural, and also the environment sustainability to preserve the groundwater inductions area, and also we do raising the awareness to the people around the area. By the tourism, culture, and water, we inherit the clean water by traveling. In here presentations, we're talking to you. You are as the entrepreneur, you as the people who lives in the area. You are the people who making profit and also raising the economic, cultural by the area. So you are the young generations to take part as our projects. You are the people who has the wisdom and also has the energy to build up what you need for the area. And so from the community, by the community, and to the community.
Integration. What we mean by integration of the culture, tourism, and also water aspect is actually by providing a several option of package that consists of tourism, that consists of homestay, and etc. And it will expose the Girimulyo potential, and we pack it as the name of Argo Tirto. That package will generate a profit for the Argo Tirta actor. And also the tourists can experience the beauty of Argo Tirto as well and investing for the groundwater. So the question is how the tourists can actually be invest in groundwater? Is actually by investing the package is equal to investing to these two solutions. This is the two solution. This is the two simple yet cheap solution that we are present and will help Argo Tirto because these two solutions have a quite significant impact on groundwater dependency, and it will reduce the current Argo Tirto groundwater dependency. And eventually, everyone in the Argo Tirto ecosystem will become the investor for the groundwater.
And hey, by investing in rainwater harvesting, you, entrepreneur, can gain 33 increase of the increase of the profit over the 3 months. By what? By mapping your potential, ecotourism, and then you can sell it, you can gain profit. But the really important is raising awareness, the society, and all of the people. You can do it by embracing the community, then it can be fostering the awareness, and you can package it into the ecotourism package. Then you can influence other people through your culture, especially your society. And all of the term, if the term is working, sustainability, biosphere, profit will be sustained. Because water is life, and we need water to be life. Then you can support the groundwater throughout investing the water harvesting, and other people can support you by traveling. Simple and fun. Then invisible can feasible. Any questions? Consult us because we are a consultant. And just simply find out in our social media. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the Gabi Gabi team. I like the spirit, you guys. Just like the name suggests, the Gabi Gabi, which is a socialized and more, less individualized creature, they definitely shine in individual, but they shine even more in group. Once again, let's give a round of applause for the Gabi Gabi team. All right, maybe before you guys return to your seat, you can do your ritual that you did before when you to start the presentation. So, like opening and closing the presentation, you have to start your ritual. All right, so please.
Gabi Gabi,
ha ha ha! All right, once again, thank you so much for Gabi Gabi team. All right, you guys, so since we have 5 teams and we've already witnessed the 4 teams who have presented their solution and they were all wonderful, that means that we still have 1 team left to present their case solution. And the last team to present is Tanah Air team. I hope Tanah Air team is ready, and let's give a wonderful round of applause for Tanah Air team.
Tes.
All right, now we have Tanah Air team on stage with us. So before you guys start the presentation, we would like to ask the meaning behind the team name. So what is the meaning behind the Tanah Air team? Like, of course, we know what Tanah Air means, but we want to know more about like the philosophy behind it. Can one of you please describe it to us?
Okay, so the theme of this year's UNESCO Water Resilience Challenge is groundwater. Groundwater in Indonesian is air tanah. We, as a team, believe that air tanah is important for for our nation, which means air tanah is important for our tanah air.
All right, so air tanah for our tanah air. All right, that kind of makes sense, guys. All right, so guys, if you are ready, you may have the stage.
1 month ago, 25 of us gathered here to think about one thing: how to raise awareness in the 3M Biosphere Reserve on groundwater issue. During this process, we as a team believe that the best solutions for the problems happening in the Biosphere Reserve is a structured and clear program on raising awareness. Because if we only give technical solutions, to these people, it may not be sustainable, because we must first be aware. Through a grassroots level approach, the solutions to the water-based problems will be more right on target if the people themselves discover and explore ideas and solutions to the problems that plague their homeland. Today, we are from Team Tanah Air, and we are here to present our thoughts on how we can get to that place through Nogo Tirto.
Next, the Merapi Merbabu Merah Biosphere Reserve is plagued with by problem affecting its groundwater resilience. Next. Purwosari, as per part of 3M Biosphere Reserve area, has not reached water resilience, especially during the dry season. Next.
So from the problem, my friends have mentioned before or stated before, we have done some brainstorming to identify the root cause of the problem. So starting from the driving forces, which generates pressure, and this pressure influences or modifies or even exaggerates the current states of groundwater condition in Purwosari. So next slide, please. So those problems will eventually lead to the expansion of water-limited areas and the hindering of locals' productivity, especially in farming and tourism activities in Purwosari. And next slide, please. And these problems are already affecting the locals, farmers, housewives, tourism communities, and even the youth, because they will later manage the agriculture and the tourism in their homeland, Purwosari. And because there is a lot of stakeholders involved in the solution brainstorming, so we have list, analyzed, and placed them in the stakeholder analysis diagram. And we decided to focus on youth. Why? Next slide. Because we believe youth are eager to learn new things and adaptive to change, and the most important, youth have the potential to influence other stakeholders to take actions.
Due to the importance that youth have, we have come up with Nogo Tirto, or Ontoseno Chogo Tirto, which is Javanese for youth protectors of water. Next. What is Nogo Tirto? Next. Nogo Tirto is a 1-month activity program where youth of Purwosari can explore and discuss ideas and solutions on biosphere reserves and also groundwater problems that are affecting their life. What is the expected outcome of Nogo Tirto? The outcome is increased awareness of youths on biosphere reserves, on groundwater, on the impacts of being in a groundwater limited area, and also alternative solutions that they may come up by themselves on the problems that they are feeling, so that they can influence other stakeholders in the village to take action. Next. This is the basic timeline of the Nogo Tirto program. Next. The first part of Nogo Tirto is Kunduroso, or an open discussion with the youths of Purwosari. This open discussion will be a place where youths can speak their minds, speak their ideas freely, without judgment on biosphere reserves and also groundwater. Next.
So we move to the interesting part of the Nogo Tirto, which is the first one is Biosphere Reserve Introduction by exploring the biodiversity and also taking documentation of the biodiversity in the Purwosari. And for the second week, we have the groundwater awareness enhancement by mapping activities in the groundwater so that they can differentiate between the dry areas and the exceeded water areas. Next. And also, the third week, we have another interesting activities that awareness of the impacts of limited water could be increased by exploring with interview and making a short vlogs. And in the fourth week or the another week, we have the camping and playing fun games about the alternative solutions and also to wrap up the activities that have been done before.
As the climax of this event, we have designed Puncak Nogo Tirto. Puncak Nogo Tirto is an event to close the Nogo Tirto program where we will be incorporating the closing event with one of the local traditions in Purwosari named Rajaban Festival, which is a festival where the community gather to give thanks for the crops that they have obtained during the harvesting season. These are the activities, the time and locations, and also the expected outcomes from Puncak Nogo Tirto. We highly hope that this event can be held annually for every year for 1 month long, dedicated especially for water, alongside stakeholders to support it. Next. The long-term expectation of Nogo Tirto is gradual awareness, starting from increasing youth awareness, so then they can influence the understanding of other social groups in Purwosari, which will eventually lead to the community sharing the same consciousness and the same vision to solve water-related issues in their community. Here, we strive for the empowered youth of Purwosari in the effort to make the invisible visible. That's all from us. Thank you very much. You can scan the barcode to see our prototypes on the Nogo Tirto, and we have the printout for the judges to read and learn further. Thank you so much.
Tanah air.
Air tanah untuk tanah air. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Oh, wait, please stay on the stage. Okay. All right, what a wonderful presentation from Tanah Air team. Okay, that's very interesting, guys. I really like the whole like collaborative of the whole theme. You know, like the batik, and then the Naga Tirta, the protector of the water, and then Tanah Air for Air Tanah for Tanah Air. That was like a lot of philosophical meaning and local wisdom put into the project. Okay, once again, thank you very much for the presentation. And since all of you guys have already presented your case, well, you may return to your seat. And once again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, so the last presentation from Tanah Air team marked the end of the session of the presentation. Now, as we all know that we will have the presentation for both Indonesian team and also the Vietnam team. And now, since all of you guys have already presented your wonderful and exquisite presentation, and we bet that all of you must have felt like a little bit drained after you guys have delivered your presentation. So after this, we were going to have a coffee break. But before we move to our agenda on the coffee break, it is time for the attendees here in Indonesia to pack the bag, hop to the airplane, and travel to Vietnam. Because next up, we're gonna jump up to the presentation from the Vietnam team. But of course, travel virtually. All right, you guys, so we will have the coffee break after this, and you may basically do whatever you want since you guys already finished your presentation. So once again, thank you very much for your presentation, and we will see you again. Thank you.
These are the highlights of the year.
And what I really like also that you give solutions for the short, mid and long term.
We are proud to present the Welang Gemelong project.
Zoning, structure approach, vegetation approach, environmental stewardship.
This is a very key aspect, so thank you for that.
And the winner is Team B.
These are the highlights of the year.
And what I really like also that you give solutions for the short, mid and long term.
We are proud to present the Welang Gemelong project.
Zoning, structure approach, vegetation approach, environmental stewardship.
This is a very key aspect, so thank you for that.
And the winner is Team B.
It's my pleasure to welcome you to this UNESCO Water Resilience Challenge 2021.
The aims of UNESCO Water Resilience Challenge are engaging the youth, educating them about water and conservation, and giving learning opportunity for all. The challenge location is within the Rinjani Lombok Biosphere Reserve and the UNESCO Global Geopark in Lombok Island.
Biosphere reserves are special places that seek the harmonious interaction of people and nature for sustainable development.
We'd like to see this as a way of mainstreaming and giving more attention to water management issues. We have a commitment to addressing and working towards the Sustainable Development Goals in these sites.
I would like to express my thanks to the water agencies for its leadership in organizing today's workshop and the event to follow. And I am particularly delighted to note that the result from this workshop will be presented later during the 13th Southeast Asia Biosphere Reserve Network. This shows how much the voice of youth matters to the future of the world's biosphere reserve and to the future of the place they call home.
These are the highlights of the year.
And what I really like also that you give solutions for the short, mid and long term.
We are proud to present the Welang Gemelong project.
Zoning, structure approach, vegetation approach, environmental stewardship.
This is a very key aspect, so thank you for that.
And the winner is Team B.
It's my pleasure to welcome you to this UNESCO Water Resilience Challenge 2021.
The aims of UNESCO Water Resilience Challenge are engaging the youth, educating them about water and conservation, and giving learning opportunity for all. The challenge location is within the Rinjani Lombok Biosphere Reserve and the UNESCO Global Geopark in Lombok Island.
Biosphere reserves are special places that seek the harmonious interaction of people and nature for sustainable development.
We'd like to see this as a way of mainstreaming and giving more attention to water management issues. We have a commitment to addressing and working towards the Sustainable Development Goals in these sites.
I would like to express my thanks to the water agencies for its leadership in organizing today's workshop and the event to follow. And I am particularly delighted to note that the result from this workshop will be presented later during the 13th Southeast Asia Biosphere Reserve Network. This shows how much the voice of youth matters to the future of the world's Biosphere Reserve and to the future of the place they call home.
These are the highlights of the year.
And what I really like also that you give solutions for the short, mid and long term.
We are proud to present the Welang Gemelong project.
Zoning, structure of road, vegetation of road, environmental stewardship.
This is a very key aspect, so thank you for that.
And the winner is Team B.
It's my pleasure to welcome you to this UNESCO Water Resilience Challenge 2021.
The aims of UNESCO Water Resilience Challenge are engaging the youth, educating them about water and conservation, and giving learning opportunity for all. The challenge location is within the Rinjani Lombok Biosphere Reserve and the UNESCO Global Geopark in Lombok Island.
Biosphere reserves are special places that seek the harmonious interaction of people and nature for sustainable development.
We'd like to see this as a way of mainstreaming and giving more attention to water management issues. We have a commitment to addressing and working towards the Sustainable Development Goals in these sites.
I would like to express my thanks to the water agencies for its leadership in organizing today's workshop and the event to follow. And I am particularly delighted to note that the result from this workshop will be presented later during the 13th Southeast Asia Biosphere Reserve Network. This shows how much the voice of youth matters to the future of the world's biosphere reserve and to the future of the place they call home.
These are the highlights of the
And what I really like also that you give solutions for the short, mid and long term.
We are proud to present the Welang Gemelang project.
Zoning, structure of road, vegetation of road, environmental stewardship.
It's a very key aspect, so thank you for that.
And the winner is Team B.
These are the highlights of the
And what I really like also that you give solutions for the short, mid and long term.
We are proud to present the Welang Gemelang project.
Zoning, structure of road, vegetation of road, environmental stewardship.
It's a very key aspect, so thank you for that.
And the winner is Team B.
It's my pleasure to welcome you to this UNESCO Water Resilience Challenge 2021.
The aims of UNESCO Water Resilient Challenge are engaging the youth, educating them about water and conservation, and giving learning opportunity for all. The challenge location is within the Rinjani Lombok Biosphere Reserve and the UNESCO Global Geopark in Lombok Island.
Biosphere reserves are special places that seek the harmonious interaction of people and nature for sustainable development.
We'd like to see this as a way of mainstreaming and giving more attention to water management issues. We have a commitment to addressing and working towards the Sustainable Development Goals in these sites.
I would like to express my thanks to the water agencies for its leadership in organizing today's workshop and the event to follow. And I am particularly delighted to note that the result from this workshop will be presented later during the 13th Southeast Asia Biosphere Reserve Network. This shows how much the voice of youth matters to the future of the world's Biosphere Reserve and to the future of the place they call home.
These are the highlights of the year.
And what I really like also that you give solutions for the short, mid and long term.
We are proud to present the Welang Gemelong project.
A journey, a structure approach, vegetation approach, environmental stewardship.
Into the room to proceed to our next agenda. We still have several minutes left, so for those of you who might need to go to the restroom, you can go now before we are going to proceed to our next agenda. Alright, guys, you can also check on your teammates who are still on the outside and please let them know that the next presentation is about to start. Okay, please check on your teammates. Are all of your team is already here in the room with us again? Okay, please let me know, guys. All right, seems like everyone is here with us now already. So, hello again, everyone. So, how are you guys? We already had our refreshments, so I hope you guys are holding up. Next up, we have another presentation for the remaining 5 teams from the Vietnam. And I bet, same as you guys, they must have their heart beating so fast right now because they cannot wait any longer to present for their case. And before we see and witness the presentation for the remaining team, I would like to confirm to Alice from Vietnam to see how are they going on in the Vietnam. Okay, can I please check in with Alice? Okay, we would like to know if the remaining 5 participants and 5 teams from Vietnam is ready to begin their presentation. We would also may like to see how is the situation going on the venue in Vietnam.
Yeah, so all the ones are ready. Thank you.
while waiting for the confirmation from the Vietnamese teams, you guys can also check on the Instagram for the poster that you have been created and also the poster that the Vietnamese team have been created, and choose your best poster, give a like and comment on their post. And also don't forget that we will also have another winner aside from the main winning team, which is the favorite team. And we'll also have another special winner for the best costume category.
Thank you so much. We are ready. Okay. Can you hear us?
Không, cái đây đây nhưng mà mình mở đầu thu cái đó. Ủa còn trên đây chưa? Em nhận sao chọn cái nó lại đi. Nó lại đi chị, nó lại đi. Thử đi chị.
I will see. Hello. Can you hear us?
All right, yes, we can hear you. All right, hello, Elise. So can you please tell us how the situation going on there? Is all good?
Ready. And we can't wait to present our ideas.
All right, so are all the 5 teams excited to present their case already? Please let me know if you guys are all set up.
Good morning, everyone, and selamat pagi, Indonesia. Okay, we are Howard. Okay, now we show you how to raise awareness of people. So, this is the content of our project, and that's nice. And this is the objective. You know, we convey understanding to the students about biofuel research and groundwater because this knowledge is not mentioned in the textbook at the primary school. And the second one is a mean to fulfill the government decisions because you know building and a must and a powerful 50% and a curriculum of resolution 22
Hồi nãy giờ em chuyển đổi
So now I will show you a plan. We have 5 steps. First, we cooperate with Mada Secondary School to sit the student understand and by paper model. And then we give them homework like gathering campaign about biofuel research and get signatures of their parents and one neighbor. And after that, we marking and hold a ceremony to give books to the students, excellent students, and underprivileged students. And now it's time to show you the detail.
Okay, so first of all, we have identify our target. This is the Mada Secondary School, and we chose grade 6. So for the students, we have prepared the content that we will present to them. So first of all, it will be the definition of the biosphere reserve, the definition of groundwater and the relationship between them. And then we're going to move on to the quantity of the groundwater and how it impacts the biosphere reserve. Next, we're going to move on to the quality of the groundwater and how it will impact the biosphere reserve, and we'll show you our model, our paper model. This is the paper model number 1 for quantity. So this is how it works. You're gonna pull the button and everything's gonna go down as the quantity of water proceeds down the stream. And next, we will have the paper model number 2 for the quality. So this model is to show the student how the polluted groundwater will impact life in the biosphere reserve. Next. So we're going to give the student a homework, which will be any artwork, including their painting or handcrafts, and they will need a signature from their parents and a neighbor. Next, we will talk about the submission. They will have to submit their output to us after 2 weeks, and the teacher will transfer them to us. So we will, after evaluation, we will transfer back so that they can stick on the sticky board that we will provide them so they can put in front of their classroom for exhibition. So this is our criteria for marking, but we will move on. Next, this is the ceremony. So the ceremony will be to prize the outstanding student. And this is our prize range, but the special thing is that we will award all 3 classes with an excursion to Zone 9 Biosphere Reserve. So this is our budget forecast. As you can see here, the dominant sector is the volunteer, as it accounts for 46% of our budget, and overall it amounts to 78 million VND, or around 3,500 US dollar. So this is our timeline. So we will take around 4 months for drafting and proposal, contract permission, 2 months for preparation, 1 month for execution, and 1 month for post-project evaluation. And this is our risk management. We have identified 5 major risks that we may face, and the most prominent thing is the production of paper model. Maybe the paper model won't be accurately made, so we have also identified 3 tools. The first one is to diversify our suppliers. The second is to simplify the design so it can be made accurately. So that I'm going to move on to the participants. So what if there will be enough students that participate in our program? So here's the thing. We identified there's the resolution 32. You can search online for that, and the government has made it compulsory for all the schools around the country to have a field trip as a 50% of their curriculum. So this will be compulsory. So the participant is insured. So this is our sustainability. So we have identified 3 factors for our sustainability. The first one is applicable. So for this, after phase 1, which is at night at secondary school work, and if it succeeded, we're going to move on to a larger scale. We're going to move on to other grade 7, grade 9, grade 8, 9, and we're going to move on to other, including fully secondary school, for example. And then next thing is the utility. Our paper models can be transferred back to the school and the teachers so they can use it as a learning tool for the student. And the last thing of our sustainability is the shareable. Our ideas and our projects can be passed down, can be applied by other NGOs or schools. So that is it for our pitching today. Thank you so much for listening. I appreciate your attention.
right, thank you very much for the presentation for the Aquaman team. Let's give a huge round of applause. Moving on to the second team from Vietnam, we will have a presentation from Rainforest team. So if you guys ready, please, let's just start the presentation. Give a round of applause for the second team, the Rainforest team.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Doug, and I'm from Group 1, Rainforest. And now, on behalf of my group, I'm going to present our project with five partners. First status, objective, timeline, budget, and finally outcome information. So, as you might have known, we are waking up to the water crisis. Drought, flood, wastewater, you name it. And the Donghai Biosphere Zone is no exception. From rivers, field research, and site interview, we have identified two major problems here in the Donghai Biosphere Zone. One, there is a lack of water in highland regions during the dry season. And two, according to the Donghai Provincial Committee, about 30% of people have access to clean water from centralized systems. But meanwhile, we have the Donghai Biosphere Reserve, and that's exactly where our project comes in. The Donghai Biosphere Reserve does have the Donghai Biosphere Reserve. That's exactly where our project comes in. So that's exactly where our project aims at. We are solving the water crisis by proposing an alternative water source, which is rainwater. As Donghai has significant precipitation during its wet season, but people rarely use it. Statistically speaking, the Donghai has averaging around 2,000 meters square, a meter cube per year, and as a rough guess, we can have 20 million meter cube per hectare with rain harvesting. So with this idea in mind, Ecolution is an immersive 2-week summer school where 100 students from the Fu High School are recruited to experience. Here we have experts discussing the connection of the biosphere, the groundwater, and their connection between them through rainwater. We would also organize games to evaluate their understanding after each session. Whoever has the highest point would be granted a badge. But most importantly, we would instruct them of simple rain harvesting model that could be applied at their school and houses. Again, we will reward distinguished students with a small amount of money and to implement their own model. These models are quite basic, which could be something like a water trap or something like a pipe that lets the water drip down into the barrel. At school, the rainwater could be used for cleaning or nourishing plants, and at home, we use it tentatively for showering, and watering trees, or cleaning the dishes.
main tool that we use to keep track and engage with the stakeholder. Specifically, the platforms are used to provide quality content or knowledge. Secondly, it could be used to track the progress and the commitment of the participant. And even better, we engage other relevant stakeholders. You know, the evolution takes place in 6 stages, which last a total of 2.5 months. But the main program here, as you can see here, lasts about 2 weeks, including 3 days of the field trip, 2 days of the workshop, and the last 1 week for model piloting. Here is a brief illustration of our financial planning, which costs about $5,902. This funding could be drawn from a local NGO, local communities, international NGOs, and the public government. After this project, we hope to raise awareness for 100 students who would be the bridge between the harvesting model and their school or families. But hopefully our long-term vision is to apply it to other pilot areas such as Tân Phú Định Quán. And within 5 years, we hope to apply it to the whole province of Đông Nai. You know, evolution also rhymes with evolution because we believe that if we make the knowledge of rainwater use more tangible, more practical, and more attainable, then we can motivate individuals to be more proactive and transformative in their actions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you again for running for us. So the next group should be preparing again. So the next part of the Vietnamese presentation, we would like to introduce the big six who will take your stage. So you have 1 minute to ready, and if you are ready, so please your stage. Alright, so good morning everyone. We are the physicists. And so yes, we have 3 members here today and 1 hidden member in Hanoi. So why are we talking about groundwater today? Because groundwater is endangered. In some regions in Vietnam, the groundwater levels is decreased up to 0.93 meter per year. But because it's invisible and simply because it cannot talk, so it cannot scream for help. That's why we would like to introduce a project that we want to be the voice of groundwater, which is Now You See Me, make the invisible visible. Alright, so our project is interactive exhibition. We will last for about 2 weeks, and we will apply technology like VR technology and also interactive models. We will have 3 zones. VR zone, the groundwater zone, and also a zone where we introduce about the humans in the VR and my VR. We also have side events like quiz and talk show with experts, and also playground for children. Then we can access more activities to our exhibition. So now our action plan from the preparation and also for the exhibition and evaluation will last for about 2 months. So now to go more in detail, we will have T here. Now let me start with the first Those things can be solved by people when they come to the forest in person. But there one thing they cannot as in crowd control. And the crowd control section, in this session, we will use the touchable crowd control model. Our attendee can catch up with the flow of the water from the upstream to the underground. They will interact with the model, and in order to understand what crowd really is, what's their benefit.
That's us talking about the ideas, and now we will move to the country about the blueprint of ideas. And on this round, we will see the picture and the videos about the people, including the local people, such as the general people who enjoy life. In this, we are and also some scientific how people will like in order to keep the biodiversity. And so I think this short story is a short emotion for the audience to keep it remember. And you will just assessment factor. First, we will begin with the positivity. And here is the detailed calculated table. And we will help estimate the total price about 7,000 USD. And we have to meet the objective with the development of technology device and the social media. And in this exhibition, the number of participants we estimate to attract is about 300 people. And if this exhibition success, we will replicate it in the future and operate it in other schools because the device is very easy to learn and use to the television.
Alright, so let's talk about human resources. Here are our party board members. We have two scientists to be with major in agriculture and biology engineering. We have one member who's had experience in funding. I myself have experience in promoting environmental projects. So we believe that we could make this project happen. At least one in Ho Chi Minh City. But what happened next? We cannot just do exhibition one because we all know that raising public awareness is a long-term game. So after this exhibition, we would like to transfer our technology and also our models concept to other schools and organizations, and any other organization in Vietnam, they can talk about their environmental issues. So now every environmental issue can now say, now you see me. Thank you so much for listening. So interesting. So I definitely buy a ticket. So thank you. And the next group is Italy.
3 weeks. And finally, the assessment stage is 2 weeks.
Mà con sẽ cái này bự quá đưa giống dựa.
So in general, our way is to incorporate into the biosphere website, biosphere website, as we will take advantage of the traffic that our website has currently have. And there will be a window link into our website with the VR assisting system, as you can see here. So let's take a look at our demo website we have designed. You can please join in the website here in the website link or scanning the QR code here. So our sustainability plan is that we can enhance and upgrade website year by year in order to ensure that every grade 10 student can have access to the website. And also, if we have enough resources enough, we can continue to implement some field trips for the grade 11 or grade 12. Okay, so now let's move on to the good part. And into what we are going to do with our project in details. Look at the deliverables here. You can see also the timeline and also the duration of each stage. The first one is the piloting stage, which lasts for 4 weeks. This is where we are going to establish the website, which we have already done that. And the next step that we're going to do is to do some promotion about high school and also marketing campaigns to attract applications. And next, we're going to have to develop VR lectures and modules. We plan to do this by ourselves, like some topics and the knowledge sections, and then we're going to get some advice from experts. So coming to the second stage, which is the on-site learning stage. This lasts for 3 weeks. And in this stage, I want to emphasize that the students will learn the theoretical knowledge, and they can have a chance to learn that through the virtual reality system. And what I mean here is that VR is incorporated into the lessons. And we have our topics here, can see about the groundwater, biosphere reserves, and also its effects and the solutions to the current problems. And coming to the final stage, which is the assessment, which lasts for 2 weeks. And this is when the students will do the evaluation test. And we will utilize the results to analyze what are the good points and the improving points for our project. Here you can see the timeline. We will start the first week of June. Okay, so we start with the first week of June where we will establish the website.
Yeah.
And then coming to the first week of August where we will finish our project. And the duration of the whole project is about 9 weeks. Okay, that's all for our project. Thank you for listening.
So much. And here we go to the last presentation of today from the team.
Nghe về môi trường, nâng cao nhận thức bảo vệ tương lai, đồng nai chung tay giữ gìn nguồn nước. So welcome, and we are BioAir. What you already hear, this is a common type of art in Đồng Nai and also in Vietnam as a whole. And Vietnamese people are particularly interested. So by that topic, we are going to organize an art competition for community activity which convey understanding and knowledge about water resilience and groundwater through say, art performance. And in reality, the people, the local people in in Big and Linkwai districts are using groundwater for daily activity. But more of them don't know that their activity and their action would have a negative impact on groundwater, like you can see herbicide, littering, and also burning charge. So through the art competition, we hope we could raise awareness of the people in the biodiversity rivers about groundwater and water resilience.
Okay, so you heard about the problems already, and with the problems mentionable, we aim to organize an art contest for the communities through which the people can show how much they care about groundwater and how to tackle groundwater issues. So what is our project objective? So we aim to engage the people in protecting the groundwater in biosphere reserve areas through art, because we know that the people right here are particularly passionate about art. They dance, they sing, they role play, a lot of attempts. And this is one piece of interesting information I want to tell you guys about. So there are many ethnic groups of people living in the regions, and we think about this, and we decided to encourage these different ethnic groups to somehow showcase their cultural values through the artworks in the competition. Okay, so and I think this is a very great way for them to think about how their cultures are really unique in participating in the competition. So let's move on to the detailed implementation plan, shall we? Okay, so as you can see on the slide, there are 3 stages: before, during, and after. Now let me walk you through the 2 types of clubs in these regions. The first club is green clubs. There are 11 green clubs in the region, and we think that in order for the people to feel more prepared for the competition, we aim to open a training program, and then we will pick out 3 key members of each club, and we provide them with basic information about groundwater, and then these 3 members of each club will then come to the club and train back the remaining members in the club. And okay, so the other type of club is called bio-student clubs. Now we want to recruit students, especially university student volunteers for our project. Now these students are particularly important for our project. They are responsible for promoting our campaign and helping us with the competition and training sessions as well. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide, please. Okay, so as you can see, this is one analysis. Now let me walk you through the strengths first. Okay, the strengths of project is also about the sustainability of our project. Okay, so we expect that the artworks that the people here produce could be used in other special occasions in the future. They may have festivals, they have a lot of events on a regular basis, so these artworks can help them to reflect on their cultural values for the generations to come. And the next strain, also the next point of our sustainability of the project is this project has the potential to become an annual event for the people here. Okay, so let's move on. We want to talk about the outcomes of the project. Of course, we want to achieve a lot of outcomes, but I will go through some of the outcomes right here. Let's go to technical problems. Okay, thank you. Now, here are some expected outcomes we want to achieve. At least 10 groups participate in the contest. Number 2, we want to focus on high quality videos of their artworks through different means of media, like YouTube video or Facebook fan pages, or the number of people watching live stream of the gala, and the number of audience coming to the competition or the contest. Okay, so
All in all, our project is to want to engage the residents here in protecting groundwater through the things that they really love to do, which is art. And of course, this is what we want to achieve in the future. We are by era, and thanks for listening. I really appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay, where's our cameraman? Thank you so much, Barbara. I hope all the sounds good in the lesson one. How is the lesson team? Are you still there?
All right, thank you very much for the presentation and for the deliverables. The idea and the solution that were brought up by the Vietnamese team were so incredible. So, how was it, guys? The team from the Vietnam, were you guys nervous? Or are you guys excited? Okay, perhaps you guys can show us the situation in your venue, and perhaps some of the participants there would like to say hello to the friends here in Indonesia. All right. Hello, guys.
So let's say hello to our friends from Indonesia.
Okay, perhaps we would like to ask for one participant. You know, we would like to hear how were they feeling before they were starting the presentation, or perhaps how are they feeling right now after finishing the presentation. We would like to hear a word or two words from one of the presentation, from one of the participants, if you may. Maybe you guys can choose one of the participants to speak up about how are they actually feeling today.
Okay, so our Indonesian friends asked me to find one volunteer to say like the feeling of today. So, Kathy, how do you feel after your presentation? How do you say? It's very, it's great. Like it's more than I expected. Yeah, and like every team, like each of them has like great ideas, and although we are different, but we are like we are one. Our ideas are very wonderful, like also from the Indonesian teams. Yeah, so it's a great day for me, and yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Kathy.
All right, thank you so much, you guys. All right, Alice and Teddy, since there was like one participant from the Vietnam who already said hello to us, and we would like to also invite one of the participants here from Indonesia to also say hello and just tell the story about how are they feeling today on this main event. So perhaps we would like, maybe we would like to ask one volunteer here for the participant in Indonesia. Any one of you guys want to step forward and... All right, maybe one of the participants from the Gabi Gabi team. Seems like you got a lot of cheerleaders behind you. Come on, please step forward. Okay, you may look on the camera and say hello to our friends in Vietnam. And you can step forward on the stage.
Yeah. Hello, guys. Hi. Oh, sorry. I do believe that this event will be fun also for you guys there, because Actually, we are here. I mean, like, it's really fun, but sometimes it's quite challenging because, like, competitive. But no worries about that. Okay. Also, I do believe that all you guys there also learned a lot about the Biosphere Reserve, and after I look at your presentation, I really inspired because all of your presentation is really good. And one point is I really highlight from your presentation is it's visible. And yeah, thank you so much, and thank you, and greeting for us from Indonesia. Love you guys.
Oh yeah, please, everybody, please all look at the camera and please just say hello, say your warmest greeting to our friends in Vietnam, or maybe show your love, like your love pose to our friends in Vietnam. That's so cute. Perhaps we can capture this moment. Yeah, maybe we can capture this moment. All right, thank you very much, dearest friend from the Vietnam. That was a really wonderful presentation. And we believe that the session from the Vietnamese team, all of the presentations were really insightful to hear. All of the participants had delivered their remarkable solution and presentation really well. And we believe that all of us receive more knowledge and can exchange ideas and gaining more insight to understand about the Biosphere Reserve better. Now, later on in our agenda, we will have the question and answer session for both the Indonesian and also the Vietnamese team. There will be questions from the judges to figure out more about the solution from each team. And next up, here in Indonesia, we will have a lunch and a Friday prayer break. So all of the dearest friends from Vietnam can also have a lunch break as well. Now, dearest participants, beloved mentors, and all honorable guests here, we will have a lunch break, and we will expect to meet you again at 1:15 Western Indonesian time. So, guys, have a good time during your lunch break, and we will see you again later. Thank you.
Các bạn sẽ dành buổi sáng để hoàn thành phần trình bày của mình ạ. Và bây giờ mình sẽ có phần nghỉ trưa, mời mọi người đi qua bên khu.
Jatuh hati padamu sepenuh hati, hidup pun akan ku beri, apapun kan ku lalui, tapi tak pernah ku bermimpi kau tinggalkan aku pergi, tanpa tahu rasa ini. Rasaku membenci Jangan datang lagi cinta, bagaimana aku bisa lupa? Padahal kau tahu keadaannya, kau bukanlah untukku. Jangan lagi rindu cinta, ku tak mau ada yang terluka. Bahagiakan dia, aku tak apa, biar aku yang pura-pura lupa. Tiba-tiba kamu datang saat kau telah dengan dia, semakin hancur jangan datang lagi cinta, bagaimana aku bisa lupa? Padahal kau tahu keadaannya, kau bukanlah untukku. Jangan lagi rindu cinta, ku tak mau ada yang terluka. Bahagiakan dia, aku tak apa, biar aku yang pura-pura lupa. Jangan datang lagi cinta, bagaimana aku bisa lupa? Padahal kau tahu keadaannya, kau bukanlah untukku. Jangan lagi rindu cinta, ku tak mau ada yang terluka. Bahagiakan dia, aku tak apa, biar aku yang pura-pura lupa. Bahagiakan dia, aku tak apa, biar aku yang pura-pura. Aku kesal dengan cara yang sering memisahkan kita, hingga aku hanya bisa berbincang denganmu di WhatsApp. Aku kesal dengan waktu yang tak pernah berhenti bergerak. Pada sejenak, agar aku bisa menikmati tawamu, ingin ku berdiri di sebelahmu, menggenggam erat jari-jarimu, mendengarkan lagu Sheila on Seven seperti waktu itu saat kau di sisiku. Dan tunggulah aku di sana Mention ada di Twitter, namun kau selalu meyakinkanku untuk tumbuhkan percaya, bukan rasa curiga. Dan tunggulah aku di sana memecahkan celengan rinduku, berboncengan denganmu mengelilingi kota, menikmati surya perlahan menghilang hingga kejamnya waktu menarik paksa kau dari pelukku, lalu kita kembali menabung rasa rindu, saling mengirim doa sampai nanti sayangku. Dan tunggulah aku di sana memecahkan celengan rinduku, berboncengan denganmu mengelilingi kota, menikmati surya perlahan menghilang hingga kejamnya waktu menarik paksa kau dari pelukku, lalu kita kembali mengenang rasa rindu, saling mengirim doa sampai nanti sayangku. Kadang ku kesal dengan sikap yang selalu bertanya mana perhatianku. Mungkin kau pernah merasakan apa yang ku lakukan di setiap pengorbanan. Ku selalu jadi yang kau mau, menjaga di setiap saat. Tapi kau tak melihatnya. Mana ada aku cuek, apalagi mikirin kamu. Tiap pagi aku selalu memikirkan kamu. Bukalah pintu hatimu agar kau tahu isi hatiku. Semua perjuanganku tertuju padamu. Mungkin kau tak pernah merasakan apa yang ku lakukan di setiap pengorbanan. Ku selalu jadi yang kau mau, menjaga di setiap saat. Tapi kau tak melihatnya. Mana ada aku cuek, apalagi mikirin kamu. Tiap pagi aku selalu memikirkan kamu. Bukalah pintu hatimu agar kau tahu isi hatiku. Semua perjuanganmu tertuju padaku. Oh, 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 yeah. Oh, 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 Mungkin kau tak merasa yang telah ku perlihatkan, rasa ingin ku milikimu. Janganlah kau merasa bahwa ku hanya main-main. Dengarkanlah, mana ada aku cuek, apalagi gak mikirin kamu. Semua perjuanganku tertuju padamu. Bukalah pintu hatimu, agar kau tahu isi hatiku. Semua perjuanganmu tertuju padamu. Mana ada aku cuek, apalagi gak mikirin kamu. Tiap pagi aku selalu memikirkan kamu. Bukalah pintu coba, tapi apa daya, kau tak kuasa, kau menginginkannya. Tak bisa jari-jariku terima dua cincin dari hatimu, dari cintamu, dan tak bisa perasaanku berbagi kasih dengan dirinya, dari cintamu. Beribu cara telah ku coba, tapi apa daya, kau tak kuasa, kau menginginkannya. Tak bisa jari-jariku terima dua cincin dari hatimu, dari cintamu, dan tak bisa perasaanku berbagi kasih dengan dirinya, dari cintamu. Dan tak bisa perasaanku berbagi kasih dengan dirinya, dari cintamu. Dengan dirinya, dari cintamu. Tak mampu aku menahan sakit. Ingatkah dirimu yang pernah menyakiti aku? Kau kecewakan aku, tapi ku maafkan salahmu. Kini berganti kisah, ku menyakiti dirimu. Tapi apa yang terjadi? Kau meninggalkanku, izinkan aku untuk terakhir kalinya semalam saja bersamamu, mengenang asmara kita. Dan aku pun berharap semoga kita tak berpisah, dan kau maafkan kesalahan yang pernah ku buat. Ingatkah akan dirimu yang pernah menyakiti aku? Kau kecewakan aku, tapi ku maafkan salahmu. Kini berganti kisah, ku menyakiti dirimu. Tapi apa yang terjadi? Kau meninggalkanku, izinkan aku saja yang kuinginkan kamu rela. Bukannya aku takut akan kehilangan dirimu, tapi aku takut kehilangan cintamu. Mungkin saja saat itu kau mempermainkan aku, seakan kau bisa membalas cintaku. Kau takkan mengerti yang selama ini aku rasakan. Pasti kau tak peduli bila saja yang kau inginkan aku rela. Bukannya aku takut akan kehilangan dirimu, tapi aku takut kehilangan cintamu. Mungkin saja saat itu kau mempermainkan aku, seakan kau bisa membalas cintaku. Bukannya aku takut akan kehilangan dirimu, tapi aku takut kehilangan cintamu. Mungkin saja saat itu kau mempermainkan aku, seakan kau bisa membalas cintaku. Bukannya aku takut akan kehilangan dirimu, tapi aku takut kehilangan cintamu. Mungkin saja saat itu kau mempermainkan aku, seakan kau bisa membalas cintaku. Ku tak peduli bila ku benar-benar cinta mati. Tiga 30 menit kita di sini tanpa suara, dan aku rasa harus menunggu lama kata darimu. Mungkin butuh kursus ke malam hari tak pernah terlintas di hati. Bahkan di saat sendiri aku tak pernah merasa sepi. Sampai akhirnya ku sadari aku tak bisa terus begini. Aku harus berusaha, tapi mulai dari mana? Sudah terlalu lama sendiri. Sudah terlalu lama aku asyik sendiri. Lama tak ada yang menemani rasanya. Sudah terlalu asyik sendiri. Sudah terlalu asyik dengan duniaku sendiri. Lama tak ada yang menemani rasanya. Teman-temanku berkata, yang kau cari seperti apa? Ku hanya bisa tertawa, nanti pasti ada waktunya. Walau jauh di lubuk hati, aku tak ingin terus begini. Aku harus berusaha, tapi mulai dari mana? Sudah terlalu lama sendiri. Sudah terlalu lama aku asyik sendiri. Lama tak ada yang menemani rasanya. Sudah terlalu asyik sendiri. Sudah terlalu asyik dengan duniaku sendiri. Lama tak ada yang menemani rasanya. Bukan tanpa nyali, sadar aku begini. Apa yang di depan mata tak seperti yang engkau kira. Bahwa sesungguhnya pintu hati menunggu terbuka. Sudah terlalu lama sendiri. Sudah terlalu lama aku asyik sendiri. Lama tak ada yang menemani rasanya. Sudah terlalu asyik sendiri. Sudah terlalu asyik dengan duniaku sendiri. Lama tak ada yang menemani rasanya. Jujur saja ku tak mampu hilangkan wajahmu di hatiku, meski malam mengganggu. Hilangkan senyummu cinta padamu. Meski ku bukan yang pertama di hatimu, tapi cintaku terbaik untukmu. Meski ku bukan bintang di langit, tapi cintamu yang terbaik. Jujur saja ku tak mampu untuk pergi menjauh darimu, meski hatiku ragu. Kau tak di sampingku setiap waktu. Ku sadari aku cinta padamu. Meski ku bukan yang pertama di hatimu, tapi cintaku terbaik untukmu. Meski ku bukan bintang di langit, tapi cintamu yang terbaik. Oh, meski ku bukan yang pertama di hatimu, tapi cintaku terbaik untukmu. Meski ku bukan bintang di langit, tapi cintamu yang terbaik. Oh, meski ku bukan yang pertama di hatimu, tapi cintaku terbaik untukmu. Meski ku bukan bintang di langit, tapi cintamu yang terbaik. Tapi cintamu yang terbaik. Tapi cintamu yang jenuh aku mendengar manisnya kata cinta, lebih baik sendiri. Bukannya sekali, sering ku mencoba, namun ku gagal lagi. Mungkin nasib ini surat Jauh sudah melangkah menyusuri hidupku yang penuh tanda tanya. Kadang hati bimbang menentukan sikapku, tiada tempat mengadu. Hanya iman di dada yang membuatku mampu harus dapat menjalani. Malam-malam aku sendiri tanpa cinta lagi. Hanya satu keyakinanku, bintang kan bersinar menerpa hidupku, bahagia akan datang. Jauh sudah melangkah menyusuri hidupku yang penuh tanda tanya. Kadang hati bimbang menentukan sikapku, tiada tempat mengadu. Hanya iman di dada yang membuatku mampu selalu dapat menjalani. Malam-malam aku sendiri cinta kepadamu luar biasa. Aku tak punya bunga, aku tak punya harta. Yang ku punya hanyalah hati yang setia, tulus padamu. Terimalah lagu ini, dari orang biasa. Terimalah lagu ini, dari orang biasa. Tapi cinta kepadamu luar biasa. Aku tak punya bunga, aku tak punya harta. Yang ku punya hanyalah hati yang setia. Yang ku punya hanyalah hati yang setia, tulus padamu. Terimalah cintaku yang luar biasa. Tulus padamu.
Ya, selamat datang kepada Bapak Ibu yang sudah hadir. Dipersilakan untuk menikmati hidangan yang ada di depan saya sambil menikmati persembahan lagu dari kami Remember Entertainment. Biar vibes-nya tuh kondangin.
Di bawah sinar bulan purnama, air laut berkilauan, berayun-ayun ombak mengalir ke percaya kau selalu di hati. Haruskah ku menangis untuk mengatakannya sesungguhnya kaulah segalanya untukku, kaulah curahan hati ini. Tak mungkin ku melupakanmu, tiada lagi yang ku harap, hanya kau seorang. Kaulah segalanya untukku, kaulah curahan hati ini. Tak mungkin ku melupakanmu, tiada lagi yang ku harap, hanya kau seorang. Kaulah segalanya untukku, kaulah curahan hati ini. Tak mungkin ku melupakanmu, tiada lagi yang ku harap, tiada lagi yang ku harap, tiada lagi yang ku harap, hanya kau seorang. Rasa dan gelisah menunggu di sini, di sudut sekolah, tempat yang ku janjikan, ingin jumpa denganku walau mencari waktu. Berdusta pada guru, malu aku malu, pada semut merah yang berbaris di dinding, menatap kecurigaan seakan penuh Masa-masa di sekolah tiada kisah paling indah, kisah kasih di sekolah. Malu, aku malu pada semut merah yang berbaris di dinding, menatap kecurigaan seakan penuh tanya, sedang apa di sini? Menanti pacar jawabku. Sungguh aneh tapi nyata, takkan terlupa kisah kasih di sekolah dengan si dia. Tiada masa paling indah, masa-masa di sekolah. Aneh tapi nyata, takkan terduga kisah kasih di sekolah dengan si dia. Tiada masa paling indah, masa-masa di sekolah. Tiada kisah paling indah, kisah kasih di sekolah. Sejak jumpa kita pertama, ku langsung jatuh cinta. Walau ku tahu kau ada pemiliknya, tapi ku tak dapat membohongi hati nurani. Ku tak dapat menghindari gejolak cinta ini. Maka izin biarkan la 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 la.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, kita berdoa dulu.
saja ku balas seisi jiwa. Tiada lagi yang ganggu kita. Ini kesungguhan, sungguh aku sayang kamu. Ku berjalan menyusuri cinta, cinta yang abadi untukku selamanya. Ada hati termanis dan penuh cinta, tentu saja ku balas seisi jiwa. Tiada lagi yang ganggu kita. Ini kesungguhan, sungguh aku sayang. Ada hati yang termanis dan penuh cinta, tentu saja ku balas seisi jiwa. Tiada lagi yang ganggu kita. Ini kesungguhan, sungguh aku sayang kamu. Ini kesungguhan, sungguh aku Rasa di mana kau melayang jauh dari jiwaku juga mimpiku. Biarlah, biarlah hariku dan harimu terbelenggu satu oleh ucapan manismu. Dan kau bisikkan kata cinta. Kau telah percikan rasa sayang. Pastikan kita seirama, walau terikat rasa hina. Sekilas kau tampak layu jika kau rindukan gelap tawa yang warnai lembar jalan kita. Ragu dan teguklah mimpiku dan mimpimu terbelenggu satu oleh ucapan janjimu. Dan kau bisikkan kata cinta. Kau telah percikan rasa sayang. Pastikan kita seirama, walau terikat rasa hina. Kau bisikkan kata cinta. Kau telah percikan rasa sayang. Pastikan kita seirama, walau terikat rasa hina. Mungkin dirimulah cinta sejati. Tak akan ku ragu lagi. Ku jaga sampai ke ujung dari. Takkan ku sia-siakan lagi. Buat hidupku lebih berarti. Cintamu senyuman mentari pagi, seperti pelangi selalu ku nanti. Cintamu tak akan pernah terganti, selamanya di hati. Aku bahagia milikimu seutuhnya. Tak akan ku ragu lagi. Ku jaga sampai ke ujung dari. Takkan ku sia-siakan lagi. Buat hidupku lebih berarti. Cintamu senyuman mentari pagi, seperti pelangi selalu ku nanti. Cintamu tak akan pernah terganti, selamanya di hati. Aku bahagia milikimu seutuhnya. Takkan ku sia-siakan lagi. Buat hidupku lebih berarti. Oh, cintamu senyuman mentari pagi, seperti pelangi selalu ku nanti. Oh, cintamu takkan pernah terganti, selamanya di hati. Aku bahagia milikimu seutuhnya. Sudah lama ku menanti dirimu, tak tahu sampai kapankah. Sudah lama kita bersama-sama, tapi sekini sajakah. Tak sampai kapan, tak sampai kapan. Hari ini ku akan menyatakan cinta, nyatakan cinta. Aku tak mau menunggu terlalu lama, terlalu lama. tak sampai kapan. Hari ini ku akan menyatakan cinta, nyatakan cinta. Aku tak mau menunggu terlalu lama, terlalu lama. cinta tak mampu diriku dapat berdiri tegak. Terima kasih cinta. Tak pernah ku ragu akan cintamu. Inilah diriku dengan melodi untukmu. Dan bila aku berdiri tegak sampai hari ini, bukan karena aku berdaya, closer. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie. Baby, take my hand. I want you to be my husband. Can't you my other man? And I love you 3,000. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie. Ba-da-da-da. No spoilers, please. Ba-da-da-da. No spoilers, please. Ba-da-da-da-da. No spoilers, please. Ba-da-da-da-da. And I love you 3,000. We were both young when I first saw you. I closed my eyes and the flashback started. I'm standing on a balcony in summer rain. See the lights, see the party, the ball goes. See you make your way through the crowd and sing. Little did I know that you were Romeo, you were throwing pebbles, and my daddy said, stay away from Juliet. And I was crying on the staircase, begging you, please don't go. And I say, Romeo, save me, somewhere we can be alone. I'll be waiting, all there's left to do is run. You'll be the prince and I'll be the princess. It's a love story, baby, just say yes. So I sneak out to the garden to see you. We keep quiet, 'cause we're dead if the news, so close your eyes. Skip this town for a little while. Oh, 'cause you were Romeo, I was Scarlet Leather, and my daddy said, stay away from Juliet. But you were everything to me, I was begging you, please don't go. And I say, Romeo, take me somewhere we can be alone. I'll be waiting, all there's left to do is run. You'll be the prince and I'll be the princess. It's a love story, baby, just say yes. Romeo, save me, they're trying to tell me how to feel. This life is difficult, but it's real. Don't be afraid, we'll make it out of this mess. It's a love story, baby, just say yes. I get tired of waiting, wondering if you would ever coming around. My faith in you is fading. When I met you on the outside of town, and I say, Romeo, save me. I've been feeling so alone. I keep waiting for you, but you never come. Is this in my head? I don't know what to think. He knelt to the ground and pulled out a ring, saying, marry me, Juliet. You never have to be alone. I'm loving you, and that's all I really know. I talk to your dad, go pick out a white dress. It's a love story, baby, just say yes. Ooh, ooh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, all of the participants, we would like to confirm if all of the team member has already been here in this room together with us now. Please contact your team member who are still outside to join us again to proceed to our next agenda. We were about to begin our next agenda in several minutes so make sure that all of the group member has already been here in this room when the next agenda begin. Okay, seems like there are still several of the team members missing. They're still not in this room yet. So we will give each of you, we will give the team 5 minutes. Perhaps is 5 minutes enough to call back the other members of your team to return to this room immediately. All right, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to UNESCO Water Resilience Challenge 2017, the groundwater. As we have previously mentioned before, the next agenda in today's event is the question and answer session. But before we conduct the Q&A session, we will have another remarks from Mr. Hans Denker as the Senior Program Specialist for Water and Environmental Sciences, UNESCO Regional Science Bureau for Asia and the Pacific. Please give applause for Mr. Hans.
Recording in progress.
A very good afternoon to all of you from Paris. My name is Hans Tolstrup. I am the Chief of Section for the Biosphere Reserve Networking and Capacity Building section with the Man in the Biosphere Secretariat here at UNESCO headquarters. I had the pleasure.
All right, while waiting for the video, we would also like to ask all of the team to contact the team members that are still not in this room yet to join with us again here to proceed to our next agenda. All right, while waiting, okay, here we go.
Recording in progress.
A very good afternoon to all of you from Paris. My name is Hans Tolstrup. I am the Chief of Section for the Biosphere Reserve Networking and Capacity Building section with the Man in the Biosphere Secretariat here at UNESCO headquarters. I had the pleasure until very recently of working in UNESCO Jakarta office and of being involved in putting together this year's UNESCO Water Resilience Challenge 2022 on groundwater. I'd like, with this brief message, to congratulate you for arriving at today's final presentation. I want to thank the Biosphere Reserve Management Boards, the Indonesian and Vietnamese MAP national committees, the Groundwater Youth Network from UNESCO for all of their contributions. I'd like to thank, as always, our partner, the Water Agency, as well as all of the mentors and experts who've contributed to this process. And of course, all of you young water experts, leaders, managers, and capacities. It's thanks to you that we're here and that we're able to do this project now for the second year. It's an activity that here in UNESCO headquarters, where I'm still getting used to working, is creating a lot of attention. The idea of young people being in a position to put their ideas into practice is something that resonates well around the world. I look forward to seeing the outcomes of this year's exercise and to working on expanding and building on the experience for new future water challenges. So to my colleagues in Jakarta, to everyone involved, to our colleagues in Hanoi, and to all of you, have a fantastic celebration today and a final presentation today. Looking very much forward to following the work from here on. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hans, for the warm greeting and remarks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to our next agenda, the Q&A session. There will be two Q&A sessions, and the first session is the internal Q&A session, which will be conducted by each countries individually. So the judges from Indonesia will ask questions or give feedbacks to each Indonesian team. And as well, vice versa, for the Vietnamese judges will ask the question or give feedbacks for the Vietnamese teams. The second Q&A session is the cross-country session, where the judges from the Indonesia will be moved to another room to join the breakout room and then give question or feedback for the Vietnamese team. And vice versa, the Vietnamese judges will move to a breakout room and ask questions or give feedbacks for the Indonesian teams. Now, for the first Q&A session is the internal Q&A session. Let us proceed to the internal Q&A session. For all the judges here who has question or feedbacks for each of the Indonesian team, you may speak to the participant. We would also like to encourage for all of the judges to at least give one question to each of the team members, to each of the team.
Can you display the poster of the team? So the first team will be the Amrita Dharani, right? Where's the Amrita? Okay. Congratulations on making this proposal. It's quite comprehensive. But I wanted to explore more about this Toya Ranger. So to what extent is the authority of the Toya Ranger? I mean, how this what do you call it? Is it a local community or is it like a group of people can actually manage water in the area? And because I've seen this, you have Toya Ranger and then you have this buildings like what we call balkon desk ya, semacam kayak balkon desk, where you can have like all the activity there. Tolong dikecilin boleh nggak ininya, posternya?
Lebih di zoom in.
Ya di zoom out, zoom in, zoom out. Ini kan ada, I can see this is one like common area that you can have like this operations, education, and economy. So what does this means and what does Toya Ranger has to do with this? Because I did not hear that during your presentation earlier. Because you also gave us this board game, but you also didn't have a chance to explain more about this. So can you please elaborate on that?
Okay, one question for me. Yeah. We will take the lead as the Toya Ranger. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. For us, first of all, I would like to say congratulations for the teams that already give the very impressive presentation, and there are some maybe not several actually, not many. Yeah. It's just a few question from me. One is what you call. Does the Mr. Ranger, Toya Ranger, and what you call Pamsimas is already exist as a kind of the group in the community, or it will be designed by that project? And also, what we call, how the system will implement the to ensure that they will work accordingly about this group, because what we call, it is easy, sometimes it is easy to establish the group, but it will be difficult to maintain their work sustainably. So that is a challenge. And what we call, and also in your proposal, I don't think that you make a clear explanation about the rise of the awareness to the locals. So please explain that. And then also, if you said that ini mana sih kelompoknya tadi aku lupa kan? Amreta ya. Sorry, kecampur-campur soalnya. Please explain the relationship between the three main aspects of your concept. You said that it's operation, education, and economy. Please just tell about the whole concept of this. We don't want to see that every aspect of this point is working alone without any comprehensive action for all of that. And also what we call that, you show us the game-based education. What do you think about the bring this issue not only to non-formal education, but bring it to the formal education as a muatan lokal or local content? What is your opinion about that? Thank you very much.
All right, so we have 3 questions from the judges. And for Amrita Dharani team, you may proceed to answer the question.
Okay. Firstly, thank you very much for the judges for the question. The first one is, how actually is the Toya Ranger? So Toya Ranger is the collaboration between Mr. Ranger. Mr. Ranger is actually a person, an existing person in the Sokomoyo area, which he operates the Pamsimas just by himself. Now he doesn't have the people to help him, and apparently there is currently no approachment to from the local community to discuss with the Mr. Ranger to arrange a better groundwater distribution system. Now, and our vision will be to meet them, to unite them in some phases of musyawarah. So they will make the Toyo Ranger. I'm sorry. The local community will be the Jaga Warga. Jaga Warga is actually a combination between Karang Taruna as a youth community in that area, also with Gabungan Anak Sokomoyo. So basically, it's the existing local community there, and we have interviewed one of the local person in the area, and they said that this Jaga Warga has the potential to be collaborated with the Mr. Ranger to create the Toyo Ranger. So that is the first question. The second question is the Balai Toya. Oh, who will take the lead as the Toya, as the Toya Ranger? The first leader will be the Mr. Ranger, since he is the respected person. So currently there's no approachment because people respected him so much that they didn't have any courage to approach him. And yeah, raise to awareness to the locals. So the awareness issues in the awareness issues in the community is actually they have the problem that they have to wait too long for getting the ordered water, but they don't have any courage, or they don't have that awareness to approach the PAMSIMAS regulator to make a better distribution system. So that is the awareness that we would like to escalate. And also, there are actually several technical problems that we didn't mention before. It is there are the reservoir in that area, but they didn't use it properly. So and also there are some leaked pipe that apparently make the water flow continuously without being properly used by the community. And those technical solutions also need their awareness to their awareness to know that this Toyo Ranger is really urgent. So they will have the technical solution needed. They will have the technical solution needed to solve those technical and social problems. And okay, so we went from the Toyo Ranger to the Balai Toya. Now, just the Toyo Ranger itself wouldn't have sustained if they don't have any system that will trigger them to work continuously. And there is where the Balai Toya as the shelter for the Toyo Ranger comes. The Balai Toya is actually a program to shelter them as their place to learn, to discuss. But in our value, the first one is the operation. The operation is when Mr. Ranger usually just available at the night. Now this Jaga Warga helps the Mr. Ranger in the operational schedule. So the water distribution will also be available at the morning, day, and night. And so the local community will not have to wait too long to get the distributed water. And the second one is the education. The education will be the supporting system for them to know how will the organization work well, or how to maintain how to maintain the distributed groundwater, how is the newest technology to control the distribution, like currently in the condition they open and close the valve of the groundwater distribution manually, and maybe eventually in some at some times we would like to introduce them to some automatization of the valve, and also how to track the leaked pipe. Okay. Oh, and the education also will raise their awareness to save the water, because apparently in the dry season, they have to wait for 2 days just to get the ordered water because of the debit, because of the groundwater resources debit is reduced during that time. But if we encourage them to have just one more reservoir in their home, that fulfill their needs for at least 2 days, or it is a meter cubic of water, they will not run out of their groundwater in their house for their daily need, even if it's the dry season. Okay, so relationship between the three main concepts. Okay, so as mentioned before is the Toyonopoly. Okay, it's about the Toyonopoly. Toyonopoly is actually one of the game that we see their potential in the they love playing cards, and so we developed some card-based game with the youth as the target, and it will be the informal education for them to know about the daily usage of groundwater. That is the first prototype that we make. The water will be the main card that we will spend when we roll the dice, and we reach to some of the squares, the activities, and when we run out of our card, which is the water, we will be finished. We will lost. It means that if we lost our groundwater, we will be finished. We cannot survive. And operation. Okay.
Okay, so for the next question, what do you think of the formal education? What do you think about bringing the Toyonopoly to the formal education? So, we think that Toyonopoly. Okay, okay, okay. So, it is a good idea um, for all the concept to bring it to the formal educations, because we cannot always learn something that technically in the book or something like that, but we have to more learn about what that exists in around us, on around us. So we have to be more aware about natural disasters, like nature. Yeah. So. Oh, pakai Indonesia nggak apa-apa ya? Oh, mohon maaf, mohon maaf. Sorry. Oh, gitu ya. Oh gitu. Oh, oke. Oke, makasih. Jadi 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 untuk pembawaannya konsep kami ini dibawa ke formal education ini sangat menarik dan sangat memungkinkan, karena emang kalau dari konsep kita ini kan emang local based gitu ya. Jadi kita tuh melihat keadaan sekitar, kita juga banyak belajar dari alam sekitar. Jadi untuk pelajaran di sekolah itu nggak cuma tentang technically solution yang benar-benar, oh ini kita nih kurang infrastruktur ini, kita kurang infrastruktur itu, tapi kita harus lebih kayak, oh ini sebenarnya di alam ini udah ada infrastruktur ini loh, kayak ini tuh bisa jadi tampungan, ini tuh bisa jadi apa. Nah kita tuh emang kurang di sana. sebagai manusia mungkin awareness kita memang lebih kurang gitu loh untuk mengetahui alam sekitar kita. Nah makanya dari konsep kita ini emang kita ingin membawakan bahwa kalian ini udah punya potensi, semua manusia ini udah punya potensi, tapi emang gimana cara kita ngelihat potensi itu dan memaksimalkannya gitu. Kurang lebih gitu. Ada tambahan?
Sedikit lagi mungkin untuk bagian yang ekonomi. Jadi kan tadi ada ketiga ini ya, hubungan antara operasi, edukasi, dan ekonomi. Nah, di bagian ekonomi ini, di bagian ekonomi ini itu sebenarnya di gambar itu disebutkan kantin ya. Sebenarnya dia adalah sebuah usaha untuk membentuk sirkular ekonomi karena jaga warga ini sifatnya volunteer. Jadi Mr. Ranger ini memang dapat pendapatan dari Pamsimas, tapi jaga warga ini dia volunteer untuk membantu Mr. Ranger agar tidak mengganggu mata pencaharian beliau secara karena beliau juga dihargai kan di sana. Nah, mereka dapat dananya dari mana? Pertama, mereka dapat dari sirkular ekonomi yang ada di tempat itu. Orang-orang yang jualan, nah mereka bisa bayar sedikit dari sewanya untuk membantu keberjalanan dari Balai Toyo ini. Nah, kemudian di sini juga kami melaksanakan kerjasama dengan beberapa partner untuk melakukan pelatihan secara teknikal maupun mendapatkan dana. Salah satunya adalah dana keistimewaan dari Dinas Lingkungan Hidup yang telah dikonfirmasi bahwa dana keistimewaan ini bisa didapatkan pada program yang memiliki nama yang sangat lokal. Jadi di sini kami namakan Balai Toyo, itu juga memungkinkan untuk mendapatkan dana keistimewaan untuk mensupport keberlangsungan dari Balai Toyo ini. Dan ketika mereka mendapatkan dana, otomatis mereka harus melaksanakan laporan pertanggungjawaban, dan di laporan pertanggungjawaban itu akan kami visionkan akan men-trigger mereka untuk terus-menerus menggunakan uang itu secara tanggung jawab untuk kepentingan distribusi air tanah bersama. Barangkali apakah semua pertanyaannya sudah terjawab?
Okay. Thank you very much for all the judges for the question, and thank you very much for the first team for answering the question really comprehensively and thoroughly. Next, we will have the team number 2, which is the waterfall team. Can we please display the poster of the waterfall team? And for the next teams, we would like to encourage you to answer the question briefly and comprehensively. So, all right, perhaps while waiting for the poster, maybe if some of the judges has already have the answer to be given to the participant, you may give the question to the participant. All right, here we go. We have the poster in front of here, and for the judges, if you may have any question or feedback, you can just share it to
Waterfall ya timnya ya. Where is the team? Ini ya, dekat ya. Okay, thank you very much for the good presentation. Just one question for the team about the you say about the ecotourism driven for the groundwater management, but could you explain in detail for all of us about the correlation between the tourism and issue to raise the awareness amongst the locals regarding to the water issue? Because we just worried about sometimes when the economic become more become more emerge in that community, usually that sometimes or it happened in many places that they forgot about the environment, including the water and other issues. So how can you make it to ensure that the development of the tourism can be balanced with the conservation issue, including the water issue. That's all from me. Bu Ade, maybe.
Okay, thank you. My question is, in your presentation you mentioned about the partnership. So can you explain further about the scheme of partnership and collaboration with the identified stakeholder? And what role does the youth have in this scheme? Thank you.
My question's actually been stolen by Papur. So I would like you to elaborate more on how does the youth can be the leader in all of this collaborations with all the partnerships that you have for tourism specifically. Thank you.
All right, is there any more question from the judges?
Saya tambah lagi satu. Karena tadi sama-sama Mbak Ade jadi nggak enak. What aspect that must be developed in the development of sustainable tourism in water resources based area? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the judges. For the second team, the waterfall, you may proceed to answer the question. You can also answer the question in Bahasa Indonesia, if you may.
Thank you for the question, the judges, and I'm Jocelyn. I want to address the first question given about how we can correlate tourism and groundwater. So from us, we have two answers for this. From our benchmarking study, we conduct this in Purwosari, but we also visit Jatimulyo. So Jatimulyo is boleh bahasa Indonesia nggak Pak? Maaf, mungkin lebih lancar. Boleh bahasa Indonesia ya? Oke. Nah, jadi kami sebelumnya juga udah ke Jatimulyo dan kami di situ kan dua-duanya desa wisata ya. Purwosari, Jatimulyo itu desa wisata di Giremulyo. Nah, Jatimulyo ini kondisinya lebih maju dengan kurang lebih kendala yang mirip. Nah, jadi saat ke Jatimulyo kami lihat desa wisatanya udah maju. Di sana kami coba ngobrol sama orang-orang lokal sama kayak local guide-nya juga, termasuk ada Irfan kan, cerita-cerita. Nah, jadi sebelumnya Sungai Jatimulyo itu sebenarnya kotor, banyak sampah. Tapi semenjak jadi desa wisata malah jadi bersih. Nah, itu tuh nggak disuruh dan jadi kesadaran dari masyarakat sendiri karena dia melihat kalau dia tuh harus preserve nature mereka karena itu menjadi source of income untuk mereka. Jadi itu untuk jawaban pertama, kami rasa edutourism ini sendiri bakal berkaitan erat langsung dengan awareness masyarakat. Nah, untuk jawaban keduanya, karena kita di sini nawarnya edutourism dan experience sebagai groundwater, itu kan contohnya ada kita manfaatin Goa Kidang Kecono namanya, selain kita nanti pakai helm rusa pas masuk ke sana, tapi kita juga jadinya kayak jadi air pas masuk ke sana. Jadi kita lihat gimana sih water cycle pas masuk ke goa, gimana air itu meresap ke batuan, membentuk stalaktit, membentuk stalagmit sampai menjadi pilar. Jadi contohnya dari situ aja, masyarakat yang jadi local guide-nya untuk bisa menjalankan edutourism harus ngerti dulu water cycle dan contoh-contoh lainnya di groundwater di sini. Jadi menurut kami ini bakal berkaitan erat sih Pak dan bakal langsung raise awareness masyarakatnya karena memang ini bakal jadi sumber ekonomi mereka gitu. Nah, kalau untuk pertanyaan kedua bakal dijawab teman saya yang lain.
Oke, baik, terima kasih judges atas pertanyaannya. Saya juga mohon izin menjawab dalam bahasa Indonesia. Pertanyaan adalah soal skema partnership dan juga kolaborasi dari seluruh stakeholder yang ada. Dan kemudian nanti ujungnya adalah bagaimana peran pemuda ada di sana. Nah, jadi yang kami rencanakan, kami menggunakan semacam skema pentahelix collaboration yang di sana ada regulator, yakni dari pemerintah kabupaten, dari Dinas Pariwisata Kulon Progo, kemudian juga ada auditor dari swasta, CSR dan lain sebagainya, kemudian ada promotor media, kemudian juga ada kolaborator bisa dari lembaga-lembaga riset dan lain sebagainya. Kemudian juga tentunya yang nantinya akan menjalankan bisnis and local community-nya. Jadi memanfaatkan Karang Taruna dan juga kelompok-kelompok yang sudah ada yang existing sekarang ada di sana seperti Pokdarwis dan lain sebagainya. Dan oh iya, Kak boleh nampilin ini nggak Kak? Boleh nampilin slide presentasi nggak Kak? Boleh, biar lebih ke gambar. Ya, slide 7. Oke. Next. Oke. Dan kemudian selain itu sebelumnya Kak, nah, selain itu skema engagement seluruh stakeholder di sana, kami merencanakan ada beberapa stage yang harus dilampaui. Yang pertama tentunya adalah semacam mengundang para stakeholder untuk engage bersama, memahami permasalahan yang ada. Kemudian kami mengajukan semacam academic tourism. Jadi lokasi yang ada di sana Purwosari dengan berbagai macam permasalahannya tentu akan mengundang berbagai macam pertanyaan juga dari kalangan akademisi, peneliti dan lain sebagainya yang ingin turut serta untuk hadir di sana. Jadi harapannya adalah academic tourism ini bisa menambah insight, bisa menambah kompetensi dari masyarakat-masyarakat yang ingin mengembangkan desa di sana. Karena ketika kami ada di sana, masyarakat di sana itu sebenarnya cukup aware, cukup ingin bahwa Purwosari ingin memiliki akses air yang terus-menerus ada dan lain sebagainya. Cuma mereka terbatas pada segi kompetensi, segi skill, pengetahuan dan lain sebagainya. Dan kemudian baru setelah itu adalah tahap infrastructure development, mengundang berbagai macam stakeholder dari CSR, dari perusahaan dan lain sebagainya, Kementerian PUPR dan lain sebagainya, dan baru selanjutnya adalah edutourism kick-off, launching segala rencana yang ada yang disebutkan di slide sebelumnya yang master plan-nya. Seperti itu. Dan tentunya peran pemuda di sana adalah yang paling utama adalah sebagai lokal operator ya, istilahnya kayak lokal operator. Jadi yang punya yang menjadi tulang punggung-nya, yang menjalankan itu semua. Jadi bisnis and juga community di sana. Gitu. Jadi terlibat mulai dari tahap stakeholder engagement sampai nantinya di kick off edutourism-nya. Yep. Mungkin itu untuk yang pertanyaan kedua. Aspek.
Kalau untuk pertanyaan selanjutnya, maaf Ibu Ade ya tadi atau Pak Purwo yang ngasih pertanyaan yang tentang aspek groundwater.
Ya, jadi pertanyaannya sebetulnya tak bahasa Indonesia supaya pada ngerti juga. Jadi untuk pengembangan turis secara berkelanjutan itu apa saja sebetulnya sih aspek yang harus dibangun di situ. Selain tadi kan sudah dimunculkan ini atraksinya, tapi ada lain yang harus dibangun supaya sustain atau supaya berjalan lah. Itu.
Okay. Ya. Makasih Pak.
Ya, kemudian yang tadi yang tentang partnership, ya tadi Pentahelix kita tahu, tetapi bagaimana sih partnership itu juga berjalan? Gitu. Syaratnya apa sih seperti itu. Coba. Terima kasih.
Makasih Pak pertanyaannya. Mungkin berarti dari yang partnership dulu ya, lanjutin yang udah keburu dijelasin. Nah jadi partnership boleh, ya yang ini lagi. Nah jadi mungkin bakal nambahin beberapa poin juga Pak. Kalau untuk gimana kita mastiin ini semua berjalan, nah kalau yang memang semua solusi kita usahakan locally oriented, dan gimana mungkin yang tahap pertama itu kan ada academic tourism. Untuk kita initiate academic tourism sendiri, kita ada 3 hal yang harus kita jalanin. Yang pertama, kita justru masalah-masalah Purwosari itu kita tonjolkan, bisa dari media massa atau juga dari komunitas-komunitas. Jadi kayak showcase seberapa serius problem Purwosari. Jadi membuat akademisi itu kayak merasa ter-challenge. Lalu yang kedua, kita juga memastikan ensure data availability. Jadi karena kita menggunakan misi, kita mengundang orang-orang yang mau membantu di situ, mereka juga pasti akan lebih senang kalau memang data-datanya itu udah ada, udah lengkap. Jadi kita lebih kayak udah mastiin datanya udah lengkap, kita brief warga juga kalau memang data-data itu mereka bisa ditanya-tanya. Dan yang ketiga, kita juga ini kalau memungkinkan kita juga bisa bentuk apresiasi terhadap collaborators, mungkin dari kita bisa engage ke Pemda atau pemerintah sekitar kalau misalkan ada bentuk memberi gelar kepada yang sudah bisa berhasil solve problemnya atau mungkin sejenis sayembara-sayembara gitu. Nah kalau untuk kelanjutannya, untuk masalah yang infrastructure development, bentuknya lebih ke kita bisa attract CSR, company CSR atau juga investors. Jadi memang kita untuk di awal kan tadi kita udah jelasin apa aja yang mau kita kembangkan sebelum kita ngembangin tourism ini. Nah jadi dana awalnya itu dari investors ataupun CSR, dan untuk selanjutnya bentuknya shared profit. Dan kalau untuk di edutourism kick off sendiri ini bakal dijalankan oleh pemuda-pemuda di situ, termasuk juga ada launch official website dan lain-lainnya dalam hal marketing. Lanjut ke pertanyaan selanjutnya, aspek yang akan dikembangkan untuk membuat tourism ini sustain, mungkin boleh tolong diarahin ke slide 4 nggak ya? Oke, thank you. Untuk aspek apa aja yang bakal kita kembangkan menjamin tourism ini sustain, kurang lebih ada 2 poin besar. Jadi yang pertama kita buka access to water dulu, dan juga yang kedua itu education atau empowerment di water management. Nah yang pertama ini kenapa access to water? Karena tourism sendiri kalau kita mau buka tourism kita butuh air, karena tourism itu kebutuhan airnya sangat besar. Jadi kita buka access to water selain untuk memberi semangat ke warganya kalau memang tourism mereka mau menjalankan ini, dan karena memang tourism ini butuh air, itu yang pertama. Lalu yang kedua, strengthening water management, itu kita dibagi 3 poin lagi. Yang pertama itu lebih kayak gimana caranya mereka untuk belajar menghemat air, conserve air dalam penggunaan sehariannya. Yang kedua, water cycle, kita ajarin kayak gimana caranya, atau kayak water cycle kalau di daerah karst area tuh gimana sih, karena karst area kan daerah unik, batuannya lebih berpori, lebih cepat terkontaminasi, dan membentuk goa-goa yang justru jadi tempat wisata nantinya. Dan yang ketiga itu juga ada treatment. Jadi nanti kan kalau tourism sendiri kita bakal punya lebih banyak wastewater dibanding saat kita cuma jadi desa. Nah wastewater yang semakin banyak itu kita ajarin lebih dulu treatmentnya gimana. Wastewater treatment untuk nanti gunanya irigasi. Karena kan nanti di Purwosari ada sawah tanah hujan yang sebelumnya itu dikeluhkan si Pak Nur cuma sekali panennya. Nah jadi harapannya kalau kita udah bisa treat wastewater ini yang dari hasil tourism itu bisa kita pakai untuk irigasi sawah tanah hujan juga. Dan akhirnya ya membantu hasil panen. Karena sebelumnya di musim kemarau nggak bisa panen, kalau bisa 2 kali harusnya lebih bisa menambah penghasilan warga. Dan katanya kalau sawah-sawah itu musim kemarau hasilnya lebih bagus. Oke, mungkin segitu dari tim kami Waterful. Oh, ya. Oh, ya.
Oke.
Sedikit saja saya nambahi, menurut saya krusial bukan bahasa Indonesia aja ya, atau bahasa Inggris? Bahasa Jawa, matur nuwun. Jadi satu hal saja sebenarnya terkait pertanyaan saya tadi belum terlalu terjawab, tapi nggak apa-apa. Karena yang saya masukkan adalah tidak pada perilaku yang related dengan kondisi wisata ya. Artinya kemudian ketika wisata berarti kemudian rumah menjadi bersih, sungai menjadi bersih, tapi kompetisi penggunaan sumber daya air. Ini yang sangat krusial, nanti didiskusikan lebih lanjut saja. Tapi yang kedua tadi saya tertarik dengan gua Kidang Kencana tadi. Mau dikembangkan menjadi tourism, sebenarnya permasalahan simpel, katanya Kidang kan kijang ya.
Rusa.
Ya, rusa atau kijang. Nah, tadi kan mau pakai helm.
Iya Pak, supaya khas.
Jangan
Saya sesuai legenda.
Jangan pernah.
Kenapa Pak?
Saya kever, saya penelusur gua, dan pengalaman kami sejak saya mahasiswa sampai 2005 di LIPI sampai sekarang di BRIN, kami melakukan riset di kawasan kars di Indonesia, termasuk Menoreh. Saya riset di sana 5 tahun. Jangan pernah masuk gua dengan peralatan yang akan berpotensi untuk merusak ornamen gua. Tanduk ini akan nyangkut di stalaktit
Ya,
stalagmit yang itu pembentukannya sekian juta tahun. Begitu patah sudah selesai dan segala macam. Nah, jadi ini simpel, tapi jangan pernah mengembangkan sesuatu yang memang itu berisiko bagi kerusakan lingkungan kita. Mungkin itu aja. Makasih.
Oke, makasih Pak.
All right, thank you very much for the judges and the participant. Next up, we're going to move on to the Gabi Gabi team. And we also would like to remind all of you one more time to keep the answer short and brief. And we will also have the timekeeper that will show you the remaining of time for you to continue your answer. All right, sorry, for the next team that is going to have the Q&A session is the Alpha team first. And for the judges, if you have any question or feedback for the Alpha team, you may proceed to give them the feedback or the question. Once again, the Alpha team, keep the answer short and brief, and we will have the timekeeper that will show you the remaining time of the Q&A session for your team. Bisa minta tolong di zoom in posternya.
Okay, thank you very much for the Alpha team. Where is the team? Oh, with the wolf pack.
Check.
Okay. My suggestion is in the future don't use wolf, because wolf is not native to Indonesia. It's native to America, North America, or even in Europe, but it's not the native. If you like to use the local animals, maybe use ajak for Java. Ajak is kind of the wild dog, but never lives in a mountainous area. It's in the lowland. That's all. But you can use another. Just try to find the. Okay. What we call. Sorry. Just several questions from me. You said that in your poster and also in your presentation that locals have no decision-making power for the distribution of the water. But please clarify it in detail about that. And what is the main factor of that? Also, second question is this is Purwasari, isn't it?
Correct.
My question is, where does the water resources come from? It's come from Purwasari itself, or from somewhere out of the village, because as far as I know, in the Menoreh Kars area, just only few water resources or springs occurs there. Mainly it's come from the underground river system of Kars area, and it may come not only from the that village, but it's come from outside. So how do you involve about the another area to preserve or to conserve the water? Because it's not only talking about the Purwosari, but this could be talking about the surrounding areas. So please explain about that. And also, in your poster and also in your presentation, I just only curious why you mention about Gunung Kidul. Please, you can where is can you what we call zoom in the
ke bawah dikit.
turun. Nah, this one. You said about the stakeholders. You said about the Gunung Kidul of what we call Gunung Kidul regional government official. I just curious about that. Why involving the Gunung Kidul? It's a mistake, or you will relate something to the Gunung Kidul regency? Thank you very much.
Terima kasih Pak Heri atas pertanyaannya. Mungkin pertama saya akan address dulu yang terakhir ya, itu sebuah kesalahan dan kami mohon maaf karena salah menyertakan nama kabupaten yang seharusnya itu Kulon Progo, bukan Gunung Kidul. Kami benar-benar minta maaf dan untuk ya mudah-mudahan dapat dimengerti bahwa ini seharusnya memang pemerintah Kabupaten Kulon Progo, bukan Gunung Kidul. Seperti itu. Lalu mungkin saya lanjut ke pertanyaan yang pertama tadi.
Tunggu ya, ditanya dulu ya. Lanjut dulu ya.
Oh iya, baik. Oh iya.
So from me, how can you increase the capacity of the youth leader that you mentioned here in your poster and in your presentations in the area to be able to be the role model or game changer in your scheme for water, groundwater awareness, and lanjut Bapak.
Yeah. Hello. Okay. And what are the suggestions for improving management? And what are the concepts so that local management can play a role? Thank you. Saya pikir cukup.
Alright, thank you very much, judges. And Alpha team, you may answer the question. Remember to keep it short and brief.
Terima kasih Bapak Ibu atas pertanyaannya. Mungkin dimulai dari pertanyaan yang pertama. Masyarakat tidak punya upaya untuk tidak punya stake dalam penanganan distribusi groundwater di Purwosari. Mungkin kami juga akan menceritakan sedikit. Jadi memang ini suatu detail yang kami temukan ketika site visit gitu, di mana ternyata distribusi air tanah itu memang ternyata masalah yang ada di sana itu utamanya disebabkan karena mungkin tidak adanya penyampaian informasi yang mungkin lengkap begitu dari pengelola air Pamsimas terhadap masyarakat begitu Pak. Jadi ini mungkin bukan stake di mana kita semua juga tahu bahwa sumber air tanah yang dialirkan ke rumah-rumah itu kan pipanya masyarakat sendiri yang memasang. Namun as a whole ini sangat berhubungan dengan solusi kami, yaitu untuk pipeline continuation. Jadi sebetulnya itu di Purwosari sendiri ada sumber air yang belum termanfaatkan secara maksimal, dan ternyata proyek tersebut itu pada awalnya itu sudah akan dilaksanakan, namun ada keputusan untuk menghentikan proyek tersebut, dan sekarang malah mata air tersebut yang sebenarnya diupayakan kembali oleh masyarakat untuk digunakan seperti itu. Makanya solusi yang kami berikan itu kami rasa sangat berhubungan dengan kebutuhan masyarakat, dan memang itu sudah kami validasi ke berbagai stakeholder juga yang ada di Purwosari seperti itu. Lalu yang kedua mengenai asal sumber air itu dari Purwosari atau yang lainnya. Kalau untuk mata air yang ada di solusi pipeline continuation ini, betul tempatnya ada di Purwosari, tepatnya di Tegalsari. Betul. Ketika site visit kami juga telah mengunjungi tempat itu, dan lalu setelah kami menyelidiki ternyata di Tegalsari itu tadi sudah ada, di Tegalsari itu sudah ada tangkinya ya, Mas. Sudah ada tampungan di beberapa dukuh lainnya yang itu merupakan mungkin peninggalan dari proyek infrastruktur yang sebelumnya itu incomplete seperti itu, Pak. Sehingga betul sumbernya itu ada di Purwosari, dan itu karena debitnya sangat besar, itu bisa digunakan ke berbagai dukuh, tidak hanya di Tegalsari saja, seperti itu. Nah, lalu untuk bagaimana untuk bagian lain di Menoreh itu, nah kami mungkin akan lebih menekankan ke replicability dari proyek ini, di mana kalau di daerah lain di Menoreh itu kami rasa juga banyak yang juga mengalami kekeringan seperti beberapa daerah di Purwosari yang kami fokuskan, yaitu Wonosari, Penggung, dan juga Ngaglik. Jadi kami ingin agar sumber air yang ada di sana itu juga bisa dibuat pipeline secara bijak, lalu juga dilengkapi dengan program untuk meningkatkan awareness dari masyarakat itu sendiri untuk bisa memiliki, untuk tentunya mereka merasa memiliki itu sudah pasti karena itu merupakan kebutuhan masyarakat, tapi juga mereka mau memelihara, mereka punya emotional attachment untuk menghindari agar tidak adanya pihak yang tidak bertanggung jawab dalam mengelola air, seperti itu. Kemudian pertanyaan mengenai peningkatan kapasitas youth leaders untuk jadi role model. Mungkin saya akan mengingatkan kembali, jadi Purwosari itu cukup banyak ya Mas ya komunitas pemudanya, itu ada forum anak, ada Karang Taruna, dan sebagainya, dan itu sebenarnya sudah menunjukkan bahwa pemuda itu meskipun ini seperti Mas Mufti S2 di UGM, kuliah di UII, nah tetap semangatnya masih sangat tinggi untuk bisa mengembangkan desa Purwosari seperti itu. Dan sebenarnya kami juga memanfaatkan momentum Indonesia Water Challenge ini untuk bisa untuk menemukan siapa local heroes-nya, dan itu sudah langsung ketemu, yaitu 4 mas-mas yang ada dari Purwosari yang mengikuti program ini. Lalu bagaimana menjadi role model itu sebenarnya kembali lagi nanti bagaimana pengaktifan ruang pemuda yang sekarang sudah ada itu supaya bisa ada program mengenai groundwater management gitu, karena sebelumnya kan memang belum ada. Jadi kami berupaya supaya ruang-ruang pemuda ini ada program tentang pencerdasan mengenai manajemen air, lalu juga bagaimana menjaganya. Misalkan nanti Pamsimasnya sudah jadi yang project pipeline continuation ini, ya otomatis pemuda yang akan memegang ini ya, gimana? Nah, pemuda ini dalam yang kami kemas itu dalam komunitas cinta air ya, kalau di slide dan juga di poster itu supaya mereka bisa mengawasi, jadi mengawasi mungkin secara informal dengan memerhatikan sistemnya sudah benar atau belum, lalu juga mengadakan kegiatan-kegiatan yang seperti yang sudah kami muat di dalam slide dan juga di poster seperti itu. Lalu yang terakhir ini mengenai bagaimana cara locals bisa ikut berpartisipasi. Ya. Solusi kami itu pada intinya sangat condensed dengan muatan budaya lokal. Jadi di awal itu kan kami sudah menegaskan ya Bapak Ibu bahwa
social fragmentation itu bisa diatasi dengan cara bagaimana masyarakat bisa sadar kembali akan budayanya, lalu juga budaya itu yang selama ini sudah menjadi tempat masyarakat untuk berkumpul, lalu juga merencanakan kegiatan-kegiatan itu tinggal kita maksimalkan lagi untuk bisa mengelola air tanah seperti itu. Lalu avenue-nya pun juga banyak, kami juga sudah sertakan di slide. Cultural activities di Purwosari itu juga sangat banyak yang bisa kami masukkan begitu ya, mulai dari cerita wayang, lalu merti dusun, lalu juga wiwitan padi semisal seperti itu. Lalu kami itu juga pengen kan supaya masyarakat tuh bagaimana bisa play a role. Nah itu sudah kami sertakan di bagian horizontal awareness. Jadi sosialisasi itu goalnya pun sudah jelas. Kami ingin agar ada behavioral change, lalu juga masyarakat bisa mengelola air tanah secara bertanggung jawab. Dan itu untuk mencapai overall goal, yaitu self-sufficient community for groundwater resilience. Nah itu measurementnya juga kami sudah sertakan itu dengan ya seperti biasa ya, dengan survei, dengan wawancara untuk bisa melihat peningkatan minat untuk berpartisipasi, lalu juga bagaimana masyarakat merasa nyaman begitu dengan budaya mereka seperti itu. Terus mungkin teman-teman ada yang mau menambahkan?
Mungkin saya ingin menambahkan jawaban dari Mbak Afia yang sebelumnya. Gimana caranya kita meningkatkan kapasitas dan kemampuan dari pemuda-pemuda di desa itu, adanya pemuda-pemuda yang menjadi inisiator, yang bisa mengajak teman-temannya yang lain itu supaya lebih aktif dan mau berkontribusi untuk daerah mereka sendiri, karena itu juga akan bermanfaat dan membuat kehidupan mereka lebih sejahtera, karena airnya itu bisa terdistribusi secara merata. Kemudian untuk sosialisasi melalui adat lokal dan nilai-nilai kebudayaan yang sudah ada, kami ingin mengangkat kembali itu nilai kekeluargaan dan gotong royong, supaya persepsi masyarakat itu bisa disatukan kembali begitu. Jadi airnya itu bisa dikelola secara bersama, yang mungkin awalnya Pamsimas itu hanya dikelola per dukuh, dusun per dusun. Nah, untuk itu kita, karena apabila pengelolaan itu banyak kepalanya mungkin agak susah untuk bisa ditentukan standarnya. Jadi kami berharap tujuan akhirnya itu adalah adanya badan yang mengatur Pamsimas ini dalam skala desa. Jadi airnya itu dikelola secara bersama seperti itu. Dan kelompoknya itu tadi yang kami beri nama kelompok cinta air. Ini diinisiasi oleh pemuda-pemudanya karena ini sangat penting untuk keberlanjutan. Jadi sistem-sistem kita membuat orang-orang tua yang dulu mengambil peran dan mengambil keputusan ini penting, namun tidak lagi sebagai pengambil keputusan gitu. Jadi ada pergantian generasi dan sistem seperti itu yang diharapkan menjadi lebih baik. Terima kasih.
Nanya sedikit ya, di sana tuh udah ada BUMDes belum ya?
Izin menjawab, sudah ada Ibu.
Sudah ada ya? Tapi tidak mengelola air ya?
Iya.
Nah, izin menambahkan, untuk BUMDes sekarang itu belum sampai untuk pengelolaan air.
Oh, jadi baru sampai mana?
Untuk BUMDes masih sifatnya kegiatan-kegiatan desa, jadi BUMDes itu belum ada semacam penghasilan yang benar-benar buat profit desa tersebut, seperti itu.
Sebenarnya bisa dimanfaatin ya Mas Ari?
Iya.
BUMDesnya.
Bisa jadi lewat BUMDes.
Ya, rencana kami juga masuk melalui BUMDes. Terus mau menambahkan terkait dengan pendistribusian air tadi, kenapa kami mengambil 3 dusun yaitu Wonosari, Ngaglik, dan Penggung? Karena di sana ada luas lahan sawah yang sangat luas menjadi lumbung padi di desa kami seluas 25 hektar, yang biasanya kami hanya tanam padi itu hanya saat tak ada hujan doang. Jadi harapan kita dengan adanya pendistribusian air tadi, setelah padi itu jangan hanya padi bero-bero, namun nanti bisa padi palawija bero untuk peristirahatan tanah. Lalu ketika palawija itu air tanah yang tadi didistribusikan dari arah Tegalsari tadi bisa dimanfaatkan untuk penyiraman palawija. Semisal 25 hektar tanah itu tadi bisa menanam kompak dengan palawija, insya Allah nanti kehidupan masyarakat sejahtera dan bisa bermanfaat bagi seluruh masyarakat Purwosari.
Baik, dari juri apakah ada respon tambahan atau follow up question? Oke, untuk tim, oh ini jadi pakai bahasa Indonesia juga ya. Untuk Alpha Team ternyata masih ada satu pertanyaan lagi dari judges ya. Jadi dari Miss Sabina Katri, raise hand, jadi beliau mau menyampaikan pertanyaan. Jadi mari kita dengarkan pertanyaan dari beliau. Oh ya, Kak Sabina Katri, apakah bisa mendengar kita, Kak?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Alright, for Miss
am
Sabina Katri, can you hear us? Alright.
Yes, I can hear you.
We acknowledge that you raised your hand, so you may proceed to deliver the question to the team.
Yeah, so no, I think it was answered already, so it's okay now.
Alright, Miss Sabina Katri.
Yeah, okay, it's okay. Thank you.
You may deliver the question to the team.
Sure, thank you.
Alright, we would like to call one more time to Miss Sabina Katri. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. So Miss Sabina, you may proceed to deliver the question to the team.
Oh, my question was answered already, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, alright. Okay, thank you very much, Miss Sabina.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is the fourth team, which is the Gapi Gapi team. Can we have the poster of the Gapi Gapi team in front of us? And for the judges, you may have already prepared the question for the Gapi Gapi team. And for those of you who have already have the question, you may deliver the question to the Gapi Gapi team. Alright, can we have the poster here on stage?
Sudah? Okay. Ready, Gabi? Okay. So my question is, what are your efforts to maintain the groundwater or large volume of water in this area in terms of ecological, socioculture, and economic aspect? Ya, ini sedikit agak teoritis. Maaf ya. Kemudian Mbak Ade yang berikutnya.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for Gapi Gapi team. Where is the team? Okay. In your project, you put stress on the ecotourism, isn't it? So in one part of the ecotourism, you mentioned about the tree planting, or what we call this is tourists can contribute in planting water. Yeah. So you put stress on a tree planting or a tree adoption. In other hands, there are several actions already done by the locals about the collect and also planting the fixed trees as the for catching the water. My question is how the monitoring system will work properly to give the report to the adopter. I think that what we call if we can give the added value for the adopter if we can report to them about the kind of the tree adoption rather than if they just only plant the trees and then they will not know about the development of the tree that they already plant in that area. In several places that sometimes the kind of the tree adoption schemes give that kind of reporting to the adopter of the trees. So that is the added value, and they also they can pay more if they can make what we call they can make it sure that the tree that they are planting is always there. So also in your presentation, if I'm not mistaken, that you raised about the investor of the water, isn't it? So my question is, what is the advantage for the investor if they pay something and just only donate, or they had another advantage of the, when they pay some amount of the money? That's all for me. Thank you.
Hi, Gapi Gapi. So my question will be about the ecotourism. So you mentioned this is a tourism package. So I want to know who's going to run this as a whole, like an integration of the whole package. So if I'm a tourist, I just paid one time to, I don't know, BUMDes or whoever, or how does it work for me as a tourist? And then the income, the benefit or the margin from out of all your activity, how can you distribute it to evenly to all the tourism operators in the area? Thank you.
Oke, terima kasih. Mungkin saya bahasa Indonesia aja biar mudah dipahami. Kita ketahui bahwa di Menoreh itu sebagian besar adalah kawasan agroforest dan kepemilikan lahannya adalah dimiliki oleh masyarakat. Kemudian teman-teman punya inisiatif untuk membuat kegiatan adopsi atau penanaman pohon. Nah, berkaitan dengan tersebut, bagaimana teman-teman bisa memastikan bahwa pohon yang ditanam 10 tahun lagi itu tidak akan ditebang untuk kebutuhan masyarakat. Itu harus menjadi perhatian penting karena tadi berhubungan dengan added value, bagaimana teman-teman bisa meyakinkan bahwa adopter itu 10 tahun lagi bisa melihat tanaman yang ditanam. Itu saja sih pertanyaan saya, skemanya seperti apa yang bisa diajukan teman-teman terkait dengan mekanisme adopsi. Seperti itu. Terima kasih.
Alright, thank you so much, judges. For the Gabi Gabi team, you may proceed to answer the questions.
Okay. Thank you for the question, judges. Um, First of all, I would like to answer the question regarding the water. Water, our effort, the first question is our effort to maintain the groundwater in the larger scale in Kirimulyo, if I'm not mistaken. So, basically, in our proposal, in our idea, we are just mentioned about the rainwater harvesting and how it will be impact, and we calculated the potential of the rainwater harvesting, and I think the rainwater harvesting may be not large enough, but it quite significant to tackle the current groundwater problem in Girimulyo, because our approach is we basically focus on a solution that is easy, that is realistic for the people, because our main actor for the water solution is the people. So for implementing a larger scale of groundwater, of course there is a lot of option regarding this groundwater problem, but in this proposal, we try to approach it on a small scale because we want it to be realistic and implementable. That's the first question. And the second question is regarding the investor of the water. I think I want to clarify that the investor of the water that we mean right here is actually the tourist. When a tourist buy our package, which is Argo Tirta, they actually enjoy the tourism package, and they also invest, or they also provide a profit for the actor of the Argo Tirta, and the actor of the Argo Tirta, which is the local, is using the profit to build an installation of groundwater conservation. So investment in this term, the tourism investment in this term is not direct investment like what will they get, and not like that, but they do get the experience, they do get the water valuing experience and awareness in the term of the local getting the groundwater problem. For the next question.
Okay, well, thank you for the second questions. Please let me answer it in Indonesia. For the second questions, bagaimana how the system work properly with added value related to the trees, to the trees planting. Jadi untuk pertanyaan nomor 2 ini kita kaitkan dengan adanya titik koordinat. Jadi untuk lokasi yang ada pada Girimulyo Village ini sendiri, kita akan lakukan adanya mapping pada lokasi tersebut. Karena di sana lahan juga tergolong banyak dan belum termanage dengan sangat baik, tentunya nanti kami juga menggunakan perizinan pada lahan yang akan kami gunakan, dan kami akan gunakan mapping dengan existing lahan yang ada di sana. Lalu kita akan membuat rute terkait penanaman pohon pada daerah tersebut, dan untuk kedepannya kita juga dapat membuat akta yang mengidentifikasi adanya identitas pohon di masing-masing koordinat terkait dengan penanaman pohon, seperti itu.
Nuwun sewu, niki nderek jawab lan intinipun magayutan wau adopsi pohon ingkang badhe pun lampahi wonten ing Purwosari. Nggih. Ya bahasa Indonesia saja, maaf. Terkait adopsi pohon yang ada di Purwosari, kami berharap bisa diintegrasikan dengan wisata atau turis yang ada. Terus seperti yang rekan saya bilang, Mbak Nira, bahwasanya nanti akan dibuat titik koordinat. Jadi si pemilik pohon itu juga tahu bahwasanya perkembangan pohon, nantinya pohon itu tidak ditebang, dan itu akan tetap bisa menjaga ekosistem di situ, selain juga wujud konservasi para wisatawan yang hadir dan datang. Tentunya harapan kami juga itu juga dapat ada impact juga ke masyarakat, bahwasanya masyarakat yang pohon pengikat air biasanya beringin lain sebagainya. Nah, ini kita arahkan ke getah putih atau tanaman-tanaman buah yang bergetah putih, itu kan juga mengikat air. Jadi harapannya nanti ketika masyarakat itu juga bertanggung jawab mengenai keberlangsungan pohon, masyarakat juga bisa mengambil nilai tambah dari buah ataupun hasil dari pohon. Bisa dicontohkan nangka. Di sana ada namanya salah satu sumber tirta nangka, bahwasanya nangka itu juga mengikat sumber mata air. Jadi bisa kita gunakan selain Yogyakarta sebagai kota gudeg dan nangka itu masih impor dari luar. Bagaimana kita bisa seperti slogannya dari, oleh, dan untuk. Jadi dari masyarakat, oleh masyarakat, dan untuk masyarakat itu sendiri. Mungkin itu, terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oh, nuan saya belum ditutup niki, masih ada tambahan.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. Berkaitan dengan tanam pohon tersebut, karena tadi kita bilang kita ada konsultan gitu ya, dan bidang saya kebetulan di bidang marketing dan social media. Jadi dari segi ekonominya, gimana kita membangun ekoturism ini, paket-paket kayak ini terbangun brandingnya gitu. Jadi dari segi karena kalau dari segi ekowisatanya pasti nggak cuma Jogja doang yang punya ekowisata gitu. Banyak tempat memiliki ekowisata. Jadi branding kami itu adalah keluarga ataupun turis tersebut bisa jalan-jalan sambil meninggalkan pohon di sana gitu. Jadi nggak ada lagi kata-kata misalnya berwisata tapi sampah yang ditinggalkan di sana gitu. Dengan apa? Dengan menanam pohon di sana, mengetahui perkembangannya seperti apa, dan pohon yang mereka tanam itu akan kita mapping sehingga one day ataupun mungkin kayak di masa depan 10 tahun atau 15 tahun mereka datang lagi ke sana, mereka tahu oh ternyata dampak mereka kemarin itu udah sangat gede di sana gitu. Dan kita juga pastikan pohon-pohon tersebut tidak hanya mengikat air tapi juga bisa bernilai ekonomi seperti tadi Mas Tegar sudah sampaikan seperti itu. Jadi ini tidak hanya terintegrasi dengan masyarakat di sana, tidak terintegrasi juga dengan para pelaku usaha ataupun investor-investor yang kami sebut sebelumnya, tapi itu juga bisa nge-build branding bahwa tempat tersebut adalah green area dan bisa menjadi branding gitu. Karena dari segi nilai ekonominya kalau kita tidak ada branding, kita tidak bisa menjual gitu karena tidak ada bedanya dengan yang lain seperti itu. Terima kasih.
Mau nambahin boleh? Can I add some? Oh yeah. Because our mentor is having difficulties in speaking bahasa, I'll try my best to answer in English. So maybe if we take a look at Argo Tirta, it's actually a package. It's an integrated tourism package. Therefore, we embrace all of the community there, because it is a tourism. It will need some kind of accommodation and also the destination place with scenic landscape and etc. And therefore, because just like what Conrad said, we are building a branding where this area is supposed to be an ecotourism site. And just like what my friends before had said, that by making it a tourist site, the community there automatically gain some kind of awareness. And therefore they can maintain their, sorry, I have to speak in Bahasa right now. I got nervous, I got looked by Jale. Jadi ya, karena ini merupakan area ekoturisme, dan juga tadi kalau tidak salah Jocelyn juga sudah mengatakan kalau ya itu juga salah satu hasil dari site visit kami kemarin. Tempat ini menjadi sangat bersih dan juga terawat karena ini menjadi tempat lokasi wisata. Dan ini merupakan suatu kesadaran yang memang sudah tumbuh secara natural di masyarakatnya. Dan kita berusaha untuk embrace hal itu. Kita berusaha untuk bagaimana kita mengintegrasikan komunitas di sana itu juga bisa terjun langsung dalam upaya ini. Jadi kami membuat integrated ekoturisme ini, jadi dari homestay kemudian juga destination place-nya, jadi ada rute yang menghubungkan seluruhnya. Dan juga untuk masalah menjaga alam ya, ini juga menjadi suatu yang juga terhubung ke yang saya jelaskan barusan gitu sih. Oke, mungkin itu. Terima kasih banyak.
Okay, for all the judges, do we have any follow-up questions or feedback? Okay, we actually still have one more question from Miss Sabina Katri for the Gabi Gabi team. So I will read the question. So here is it. Here it is. how is tourism, technology, and culture going to be in nexus within the project? And for example, also, do you have any such nexus concept for project implementation of rainwater harvesting?
Hello. Should I answer it in English?
Yeah, don't make the same mistake, the one that I did.
All right, I'll try. So the implementation of the technology and then also embracing the culture and also economy, we implemented by this ecotourism by to fund the rainwater harvesting and then also and also the infiltration well. And therefore, by funding that, we can encourage the people to build that easy, cheap to maintain, and etc. Therefore, the most of the locals' home will implement that, and therefore, as the homestays owner becoming more and more developed, we can develop this kind of implementation as a regulation. So it will be mandatory to implement this rainwater and then also infiltration well in each of the locals' home. Yeah, I think that's all. Yeah, thank you.
All right, we hope that it answers the question for Miss Sabina Katri. And next up, we have the last participant to have the Q&A session, which is the Tanah Air team. Now, for the judges, both here and online in the Zoom, who may have question, please deliver the question to the team. For the judges that are attending the meeting online, you can also type the question on the chat box and then we will read it for the participant.
Okay, Tanah Air. Can you scroll down a bit? Okay, so this is basically like a youth camp, right? So it's like what we do here. My question is, I don't see the direct output from your activity. Can you explain what is your direct output, not outcome, the output? Thank you.
Okay, my question is, what concrete action does this team suggest for youth as the agent of change, and also for youth who are already aware of the situation in the region? The first question. And the second question is, what is the strategy for the youth to play a direct role in dealing with the problem of water shortage and unequal distribution of water in the region? And the last is, what is the direct output of this youth camp? Sama ya, Pak? Thank you. Sama ternyata. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you for Tanah Air. Where is the team, Tanah Air? Oh, over there. Okay. So it's just two questions for Tanah Air. You set up that kind of youth camp or workshop for 4-week youth camp, isn't it? So will this activity become a kind of a regular activity, annual or kind of the regular activities? So it's because it's very important for, if it's just only 1 or 2 times activity, could be not have a great effect on the youth or in the society. Could could you explain in detail about the advantage of this program? And it's the same that my question to previous team, rather than just make just such kind of the what we call such kind of the youth camp. How about the possibility to combine this activity into the formal education system at the local scale? Because as you know that in every region we have a kind of the local content or mulok muatan lokal to what we call to involve the student into their way of life in a daily and in their daily activities. So it's I think it's become more important if we want to see the next generation become more wisely to use or to use the water resources and other environmental issue. It should be they should have such kind of education formally, not only in informal. Also, the what we call the participation of the families could be important for that. So not only for youth, but only for the parents could be important. So what do you think about that? And also the second question is, if this is kind of a workshop or youth camp, how you can ensure that this activity can raise the awareness and they can implement into their daily life. That's my question, Pak Rudi. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Tanah Air team, you may answer the questions.
Okay, so thank you very much for the question from the judges. First of all, I would like to answer the question regarding the strategy of youth to raise awareness to other social groups, and we'll combine it a bit with the question regarding why just youth camp, how about combining with formal education. Okay, so first of all, the strategy of youth to raise awareness to other, first of all, we considered choosing youth because based on our interview with the local stakeholders, we found out that youth are also incorporated in other local community or groups, such as in Pok Darwis, about 30% of the committee are youth. In KWT or Kelompok Wanita Tani is about 20%, and in local government is about 10%. So we feel like youth is the right key person because by they already being inside that community, they can easily influence the adults or other community groups inside that community. They can influence because by being in the committee, they are also involved in meetings, in committee meetings. Hence, they are the right key groups or key person to enter and influence other stakeholders. And then about combining it with local or formal education, we are very open to those kind of partnership. Not only schools, we are also open to Scouts community because when we first designed this Nogo Tirto, we have stated in our presentation that it will be very nice, and we are very hopeful that other stakeholders will go alongside with us in creating this journey. So we are very open to that kind of partnership, but for the first step, maybe we will try to gain their attention first and then see where it goes. in the future, they will be able to have partnership with those stakeholders that we have mentioned. Maybe that's it from me. My teammates would like to continue.
Okay, hello. Thank you for the question. So there were two questions about direct output of the Nogotirto program itself. So maybe we didn't cover it all during our presentation due to the limited time, but I'm going to just go through the weeks of Nogotirto to know what is the direct output or like a physical output of each week. So in week one, the theme of week one is about biosphere reserves. What are the youth going to do in that week? That week, the youths are going to take photos of their immediate surroundings, of their immediate homes, to know what is biodiversity, to see how many species of plants, of animals, or even other things that are living in their in their immediate area. Now, those photos will be dipajang in the Puncak Nogotirto. Those photos will be like a kind of pameran in the Puncak Nogotirto event, which will be held in tandem with the Rajapan Festival. So that is one. So photos about biodiversity. And for the second week, the theme is about groundwater. For the theme of groundwater, the youths will be invited to go around Purwosari and to map water sources in the village, to map groundwater springs that are around the village, where, since we know that there is a difference between East Purwosari and West Purwosari, where the West Purwosari has more water springs than the East, so the youth over there will understand that there is a difference between both regions, and they will understand that the groundwater springs distribution is different, and that they will have like a sort of illustration, they will make a sort of map to map out the difference between each region. That map that they have made will also be dipamerkan in the Rajapan Festival. Will be also presented in the Rajapan Festival, in the Puncak Nogotirto. For week number 3 is the impacts of limited water. What they'll do over here is actually create, they're going to do an interview video. The interview video will be in a sort of a vlog format, and that vlog will be presented in the Puncak Nogotirto event in the Rajapan Festival. And then lastly, for the week 4 is about alternative solutions. This is where we invite them to just think and explore about other existing solutions about how to use groundwater and how to collect groundwater. In here, we actually have two games. Because this week 4, since week 1 to week 3 is more of a formal, very serious, very packed with information, week 4 is more of an outbound. It's more of a camping activity where they will go to a recreational area in Ayunan Langit, and then they'll play games where they, one, will understand and explore themselves solutions and alternative ways to find water, and also have bonding activities between the youth in Purwosari. What they'll do in the games is that, one, they will be able to create prototypes of water collecting systems, such as maybe rainwater harvesting or other sort of collection or other sort of prototypes. And those prototypes will also be presented in the Rajapan Festival. So basically, the Puncak Nogotirto in the Rajapan Festival is a gallery of sorts for all of their outputs of each week in the Nogotirto process, in the Nogotirto program, and those will be seen by everyone who comes to the Rajapan Festival, which the people who come in the Rajapan Festival are very diverse. There are kids, there are housewives, there are even people, government officials such as Camat, so there is a lot of diversity in people who are coming, so the people who are coming can see that, oh, the youths are aware and know about the problems of groundwater and the alternatives, and then they in turn will also be influenced, and their knowledge will also be increased by the by the show in Puncak Nogotirto. For the next question will be answered by Rara.
Okay, so thank you for the questions. So I will answer the question, will this activity become an annual activity or regular activity? The answer is yes. This activity will become an annual activity held around 1.5 months before Rajaban Festival. So that's why we design it as fun as possible, as simple as possible, and we design it so it doesn't need even so it's said zero to little money need. So basically it's up to them to design the program. It's up to them to design the program. So the program, so that's why the first stage or the first phase of our roadmap is Genduros or open discussion. And one of the topic of the discussion is to discuss with them how the program will bagaimana program tersebut bisa berjalan. Temanya disesuaikan dengan kebutuhan pemuda atau kebutuhan anak-anak muda di saat itu juga.
Okay, and next I will try to answer for Pak Hari questions about if this is kind of a youth boot camp, so how you ensure that this activity could be raise the awareness to the other local communities. So actually, as my friend Dema said, that each program in this activity has the expected outcomes that related to the awareness of the biosphere reserve for the first week, and for the second week about the groundwater, and the third week about impacts of the limited water, and for the fourth week we have the wrap up activities that leads to camping, that we might ensure that they have the same vision and understanding about the spatial distribution, about the condition of their actually in the west, and the difference between west and east of Purwosari, so they could manage to have the better understanding of their own local problems and also condition. And how this kind of activities could lead to another awareness, the main event of the activities like this Puncak Nogotirto is aimed to do that, because we might think that Puncak Nogotirto is a big event that Purwosari had. So in here, in this event, it is the time that to show up the outputs that the youth has come. For example, like they could manage to express their photos of documentation from the biosphere reserves, and also on the second week they could manage to have a map of the spring distribution so that they know about yeah, and it is also watched by other communities, even the parents and the local government, and we expect to have this experience to be more creative solutions, and we hope that the art can be expressed in a meaningful way so that the Purwosari could reach the water resilience. So maybe, okay, so maybe if from the judges there's several questions anymore, we are also welcome for another discussion.
Oke, maaf ya teman-teman, baterainya habis. Jadi mic-nya ternyata capek juga ya dari pagi tadi. Alright, for the fifth team, we actually still have one other question from the judges that are attending the meeting online through Zoom. So I will read the question for you. It's from Miss Sabina Katri. Here's the question. How is 4 weeks of course going to be related and relevant to Puncak Nagatirta or festival? Terus dalam kurung, note, very innovative thought on merging education with culture. Okay, so if you're ready to answer the question, you may proceed to answer it.
Okay, test. Okay, so thank you for the question, Ms. Sambina. First of all, maybe a little bit repeating what Demas has said about we basically made Puncak Nogotirto as a place to present the result of all the 4 weeks so that other stakeholders, other people can also see the result and also be interested in the discussion or the result of water or groundwater. And we chose to do this on Rajaban Festival because Rajaban Festival is held periodically, and the purpose of the festival is to give thanks for the crops or hasil bumi as we call it. So it aligns with the purpose of Nogotirto because we hope or we want the community to not only give thanks for what they already have, but also to still be aware that there are still something that is lacking or has not yet fulfilled for their daily life. So maybe that's it from our team. If you still have any more questions, we will gladly answer it for you. Thank you.
All right, that was the response from the fifth team. If you have any further follow-ups or feedback, you can also let us know by texting in the chat box. All right, everyone, seems like we had a really fruitful discussion and the Q&A session. Thank you very much for all of the judges that are both present, attending this event offline, and also the judges that are attending the event online through Zoom. And also, thank you so much, guys, for all of the participants for answering the question comprehensively, and you guys are amazing. I
Hi
am
guys,
personally, like, my
this is
background is
Karina.
more
I'm using of this
from the
laptop.
medical.
Can you hear
I'm
me?
a med student, actually a dental student, so I don't really quite understand about like your discussion. But
Sorry,
when I
ma'am, I
heard
can
like
hear
you guys
you.
were like talking about like the groundwater and all of like the technicalities, I was like, wow, these guys are like super amazing. You know, I mean, like you guys are almost the same age as me, but your mind is like really brilliant and exquisite. So yeah, let's just give a round of applause for all of us today. Afterward, guys, we still have another Q&A session, you know, so keep your brain heating up, all right? So because we still have another Q&A session, which will be conducted across countries, so you will be questioned by the judges from the Vietnamese, and vice versa, the judges from the Indonesia will question the teams from the Vietnamese. And let's just proceed to the next agenda. The judges from the Indonesia will be moved to another room, another transit room by the committee later on. So before that, we might have like 5 minutes of breaks. So you guys might, you know, like want to stretch for a while, or might you want to go to the restroom, or the judges might want to have like another discussion, or maybe you guys can ask the question to the judges, or the judges can ask the question that hasn't been answered to Ruhli through the previous Q&A session. So yeah, we will have a little bit break for 5 minutes. And we would also like to encourage you guys, because we are going to have the external Q&A session, which will be conducted through basically the breakout room from Zoom and also from here. So we will have the speaker from the judges that will be questioning you, but we want to encourage at least one of the team members to join the Zoom. So in case if we have technical difficulties, like maybe the speaker are not working, or maybe, you know, like we have like the delayed signal or something, you guys can still be able to hear the question through Zoom. So in case if we have a technical difficulty, the team member who has heard the question can proceed to answer the question.
Hello?
All right, enjoy
Page
your
6.
break, guys, and we will begin again in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Page 6. Oh, mereka tuh nggak bisa dengar kita berarti. Iya, silakan. Oke. Oh no, nothing happened. Can you have your team join a breakout room? The laptop that will be answering the question from Indonesian jury, can you put them inside a breakout room?
So which breakout room, Karina? Hi, Karina. Hi, Karina.
All right, participant, ladies and gentlemen, while waiting for the rest of our friends to return to this room and joining here again with us, we would like to see the situation in Vietnam, and we will see what are they up to right now. So, same as us here, our friends in Vietnam also conduct the external Q&A session, but we don't know if it is already started or not. So we would like to see the situation there in Vietnam. All right, hello friends from Vietnam.
Okay, so the judges from Vietnam are ready.
Okay, hello. So, is this the judges? Okay, so this is the judges that is going to have the external Q&A session with us. So, I guess that we're starting the Q&A session right now. All right, so for all of the participants, please let your friends know to return to this room immediately because we're going to have the Q&A session right in this very moment. And while waiting for the rest of our friends for joining with us, here we already have
Mình cũng sẽ phải nhờ các bạn brief ngắn 1 phút.
All right, so here we have Mrs. Tran Lan Huang and we have Mrs. Fu Tak. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Please let me know if I'm pronouncing your name wrong.
Yeah, absolutely right. No worries about that.
Okay, so how is the situation going on there? So, is the participant in Vietnam is already starting the external Q&A session with the judges from Indonesia? Okay, so they have already been starting the Q&A session right now.
So I think now we go ahead with the Q&A session for 5 teams in the Indonesia.
All right, so from
team, right?
Vietnam. Yeah, all right. So from Vietnam, we will only have 2 judges that is going to be questioning the Indonesian team. All right, so we still wait for several of the participants to return here with us. And while waiting for the rest of the remaining participants, we would like to encourage the participant to join into the Zoom in case if we have technical difficulties. So at least one member of the team can hear the audio from the Zoom directly in case if we have technical difficulties here or the sound is cracking or something or unclear, so we can still answer the question because we can still hear the question that are asked by the judges from Vietnam.
Có sạc chưa? Sạc được không được.
Okay, Mrs. Tran and Mrs. Fu, should we proceed to our first team for the Q&A session?
Yeah, we are ready.
Okay, so for the first team is Team Amreta Darani. And if you have any question or any feedback for the first team, which is the Amreta Darani, please, you may deliver the questions.
Yeah, thank you so much. Actually, in the early morning, that we have, a bit of the difficulty due to internet connections from Indonesia to Vietnam. So that's get some interrupt during the presentation. So we would expect if the support from your team that you can briefly, very short, in 1 minute about your projects, your solution that you provided. Yeah, and especially in the two key points. First of all, this is the key challenges, or the problem identification that you have identified for the Merapi biofuel reserve, and the second one, it is the solution that we propose. Yeah, in order, for us to better understanding, and also, yeah.
All right, thank you very much for the feedback and for the question. And for the Amrita Dharani team, you may respond the question and please face the camera.
Test. Am I audible?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So the main problem is the groundwater management distribution, and there are actually the existing system, but not managed properly. And our solution is the Toya Ranger, which is a group of people who will help the individual person who managed it before. And they will help to operate in shift when before it only available at night for the distribution. It becomes in the day, morning, day, and night. And also, to make it sustainable, we create the Balai Toya. Balai Toya is the shelter for the Toya Ranger to help supporting them with technical knowledge, awareness, and to provide the circular economy by provide funding and also the independent economical system. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, is there any follow-up question or further feedback from the judges?
Yeah. So, from your point, from your view, so what is the special or the breakthroughs point from your solution? What do you think? What is the special points from your solution in compare the other that you think that is the significant?
Okay, thank you. So this is such a special because before they have to wait for 2 days, just starting from they ordered the water by call to the individual person I mentioned before. But with this Toya Ranger, the management will be improved, and they will not wait too long. They will get when they call it at the morning. For example, they will get it also in the morning. And the second one is the Balai Toya, is also the shelter to help the groundwater distribution management sustain. So it will impact the 150 of 400 families in Sokomoyo sub-village in the Jatimulyo village, the buffer part area of Merapi Merbabu Menoreh Biosphere Reserve in Indonesia.
All right.
Is it answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the first team.
Thank you very much.
Next up, moving on, we will proceed
Yeah,
to
just if possible, so Ms. Hien also would like to have some question.
Yes,
It is
sure,
okay,
of
if the
course.
time allow.
Sure.
Do we
Yes.
have, the fixed time for each team?
Yes, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question. Do you think of contact with the potential local community to ask them about how they willing to engage in the team in cooperation with Mr. Stranger. Are they happy with the idea?
Okay, please let me answer the question. So we have proposed some steps, and we actually use the individual person that I mentioned before is being collaborated with the local community that is actually exists in the area, but currently there is no approachment to unite them to make them discuss, but their local wisdom is actually to discuss, and here we are as the outsider part is encourage them to have the discussion, so they would like to engage more, and it's not in the short time. It's actually we divide it into 3 phases. The first phase is to encourage the individual person and the local community itself, and the second phase is to unite them in a form of discussion, and the third phase is to socialize their organization to the community. And so I believe with the slow and eventual approachment, we could engage them, and we are not rushing them to build the organization as soon as possible. Thank you.
Yeah,
Does it
thank you very much.
answer
But
your
I'm afraid
question?
that we cannot hear you very clearly. Sorry.
Okay, maybe we can repeat the answer once more.
Okay.
Maybe you can talk a little bit louder.
Okay. Am I audible in this condition? Okay.
Yeah.
So I would like to re-explain about our phases. We have the phase to engage the local community with the individual person that I mentioned before. So the local community will help him. He will be happy with the help of the local community, and they will also get the better groundwater management, groundwater distribution management. There are 3 phases, and we use the existing local community. The first phase will be we encourage and approach the individual person and the local community by themselves. And the second phase is to unite them in a form of discussion as their local culture to discuss everything. But apparently, in the current condition, there is no approachment to the discussion. So we, as the outsider, we encourage them to unite in those discussion. And the third phase is to meet the organization built by the previous phase with the community to socialize to them, to raise their awareness, to support the organization, so they could together make the better groundwater distribution management system. Thank you. Is it clear enough?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, is there any more follow-up question or feedback, Mrs. Lan and Mrs. Wu?
We are okay with that, right? Yeah.
All right, thank you very much for the question, and thank you very much for the answer for the first team. Next up, we will move on to the second team, which is the waterfall team. All right, Mrs. Fu and Mrs. Lan, if you have any feedback or question, please deliver to the team.
Yeah, like like mentioned in the first group team that we are not very well. I mean, to get the idea due to the internet connection. So it's better that at the beginning of the group, so just split 1 minute for briefings about the solution that you propose for the 3M biosphere reserve, that including, first of all, this is the problem that you identify, I mean, the specifics challenges, yeah, of the area that you want to touch on that. And the second, it is your solution.
All right, maybe the waterful team can proceed to answer the first question first. Also, please speak a little bit louder.
Hi, so we are happy to recap our presentation from so our main problem is that the problem that we are tackling is that Manole Karst area has a challenging geological condition resulting in low water security, and we are going with an approach of educational based tourism, and we are doing this by we are maximizing the tourism potential in.
Sorry, the voice is not so good, maybe from the microphone. So we hear better from Carolina microphone. So maybe you can pass by for them during the question. It is okay?
All right, maybe you can use my
Yeah,
microphone
that's
and
much
also
better.
please
Yeah.
speak louder.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you please speak louder, please?
Okay, okay. So am I audible
Yeah.
now?
Yeah, that is very good now.
Okay, so we are going to recap our presentation. So the main problem that we are tackling is that the Manole Karst area has a low water security, and the the Purwasari village the Purwasari, they are left behind in the tourism sector compared to their neighbor Jatimulyo, despite having the same tourism potencies. And what we're trying to do is we want to make the Jatimulyo village as a benchmark for the Purwasari village, and we are doing this by we want to develop the the editourism sector for the groundwater and cultures. So doing this, we want to, we have 4 key points for the editourism, which is the groundwater tour experience, which is like a cave visit, agritourism, which is how we learn how wastewater is treated and used for irrigation, sustainable living, which is we want to propose a homestay idea. We want to experience living and using water sustainably with locals. Also, we want to have a water educulture, which is we want to integrate our solution with the tradition aspect of that Purwasari have. And we want to do this by engaging in local businesses and reaching out to stakeholders, locals, researchers, especially academicians, to make this happen. So we want to propose an edutourism to academicians, and we have we propose a method called pentahelic collaboration, which includes regulator, auditor, collaborator, business and community, and a promoter. That's all from us. Thank you. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, so is the response satisfying enough, or we need like a further explanation, or perhaps Mrs. Vu and Mrs. Lan have any other follow-up question or feedback?
Yeah. Maybe I will be the first person who want to ask you a question. I imagine that when tourists develop in the future, the need for water from tourists will increase. So how do you deal with the matter of water demand, increase in water demand of tourists in the context of groundwater scarcity in the region?
So our main point is we're not just developing tourism to just a general audience, but we're emphasizing on academic tourism. That way we are imposing a system where this type of tourism attracts a niche type of audience, which is academicians, who are mostly already aware of water usage and environmental stuff. So this awareness to conserve is very important because that way, by inviting academicians, they will also give something back to the community. For example, they are researchers, they will give a result of their research back to the community, and we are hoping that will also help the situations about the groundwater in the area and environmental stuff in general.
Yep, I want to give such an addition. The problem in this Purwasari villages is the distribution. The western part of the Purwasari have huge amount of the water. There is no lack of water access, but in the eastern parts, there is lack of infrastructure. So the access of the water is not accessible. So with tourism, we hope that the tourism can be as a tool to distribute more the access of water to around to the whole village. I hope it answers your question.
Thank you.
Okay, so is there any more follow-ups? Or should we proceed to the next team?
Yeah, just very quick question about the sustainability of the projects that maybe I missed some things, but can you just explain more about how you can implement that integrated with the local stakeholder?
Okay, to ensure the sustainability, we have to put the attention to the three aspects: the people, the planet, and the prosperity. And then we also have to make an engagement and involve the stakeholders, locals, and researchers. We do pentahelix collaboration from the regulator, from the local government, from the private sector, from the promoter, media, from the collaborator, and also the local. The local will do as a business and community that will operate the tourism in the future.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, judges, for the question, and also thank you very much for the second team for the feedback, for the response. Now, we're moving on to the third group, which is the Tanah Air team. Oh, Alpha team. Okay. All right, so for the third team is the Alpha team. And if Mrs. Vu and Mrs. Lan have any questions or feedbacks, you may deliver it to the team.
Yeah, it's two group before, so and especially for that group, we haven't, I mean, heard any part of the presentation. So we appreciate if you can spend, I mean, 1 minute to brief about that for us.
All right, the Alpha team, you may proceed to respond the question.
Check. Am I audible, ma'am? Can you hear my voice?
Is the Alpha
Yeah.
team audible? Okay, yes.
Yes. All right. Okay, so this is a 1-minute recap of our program. So our focus is actually not the entire Purwasari or entire Menoreh Mountains, but selected hamlets or like sub-villages in Purwasari. These hamlets, they face a significant problem, which is drought in the dry season, and that is such a great contrast from the rest of the village or the mountains, which are lush with vegetation. And as we discovered, in those hamlets, the problem regarding groundwater is triggered by natural solutions, but most importantly also social fragmentation. And it leads to the main problem, which is the uneven distribution of groundwater. So we propose 3 solutions that touch upon those aspects in the groundwater management issue. They are socialization of local customs or customaries, and then socialization of water preparedness, and then also infrastructure in the form of the continuation of the unfinished pipeline project, which allows the spring from Tegalsari, which is another hamlet. It has lots of water that can fulfill the needs for agricultural activities in our selected hamlets. Our hamlets are Wonosari, and then Penggung, as well as Ngaglik. I hope that recaps our project well.
So I understanding that, I mean, your solution mainly based on, I mean, to target to the youth in the biosphere reserve and provide them, I mean, the 4 weeks training or, I mean, activity that can help them in order to enhance their awareness and knowledge about the biosphere reserve and groundwater, right?
I think there has been a technical issue, so our presentation, our group is called Alpha, and I believe that what you are referring to, the 4-week program, actually belongs to another group, Tanah Air.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so the third team is the Alpha team.
Okay, sorry. So this ordering here in the in the document that is Steve. Okay, so thank you. We see it's very interesting when you touching base on the situations related to the drought situations in the dry seasons in biosphere reserve. And you target into I mean, raising awareness for the waters. How, I mean, how you assess, or can you just explain more about the sustainabilities of the projects that you propose? When we see lots of several of the detailed activity that you propose here, also the engagement of the stakeholder that you mentioned here. So how you quantify or explain more about the sustainability of the projects?
Sorry, can you please repeat the questions?
My questions, our question is how you can maintain or I mean ensure the sustainability of the solution proposed. Or it is okay or you need further explanation?
Thank you, ma'am, for your question. So I think this would be the perfect time to emphasize that our solution is integrated. So infrastructural solution could not go without the awareness solutions and vice versa. Why are we confident about our solutions? It is because we actually address the needs of the people in our selected hamlets or sub-villages in which they lack water to
Bisa kita
sustain their
diskusi. Hah?
agriculture.
Ya nanti tinggal diskusi ya Pak. Sini aja kita diskusi sekarang apa Pi?
Ya, ayo diskusi sana.
Mana sama Pak Arif?
Kayak gini.
Di mana?
Okay, we're very
Yeah.
sorry. Apparently, we have like some kind of like technical issue. There are like the leaking audio from another participant. Okay, so let's just proceed for the question that you were answering before.
Okay, I will continue my answer. And we are confident about our solutions because it will mean economic longevity for the people in.
Can you just speak louder or keep the mic
All
close
right.
to your
Okay,
mouth?
am I audible?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. We are confident about our solutions because it actually addresses the actual needs of the people in those sub-villages in which they suffer from lack of water for agriculture, especially in the dry season. That's why our solution we can sum in one word. It is holistic because we try to address the lack of problem and then we try to mitigate all the potential harms. For example, there could be certain parties among the locals who will try to monopolize the water, and we try to mitigate that by forming the water conscious group, or in Indonesian it's Kelompok Cinta Air, which oversees all groundwater related development and activities as well as education. That's why what we want to achieve is a self-sufficient community for groundwater resilience so that they could source their own groundwater for agriculture from their own village so that they do not have to rely on external sources of water from below the mountains. We don't need that anymore, and we would like to change that situation. And that's why we are confident with our solution. And in the long run, we also want this project to become replicable also in other areas that might suffer from the same problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just very, I mean, sort the other question that I see from the presentations. You mentioned about the innovations of the pilot and the retention pond. Yeah, in the area. So can you just explain more about this? Is the purpose to have the new retention pond, or I mean the new, I mean nature-based solution that you propose, or that already there and you touch by more with, I mean the function and the management of that kind of solution?
I think I would like to invite my teammate Lukman to answer this specific question. Can you please come forward?
Okay, am I audible for this? Okay. Oh, okay. Am I audible? Okay, so for the existing pipeline system actually have been distributed from the water abundance of water spring, which is in Tegalsari, or the upstream condition of Purwosari, and it is being connected to the other regions, which has this, a different kind of elevation with it, and we want to continue to extend these pipeline systems to the other regions that suffered a lack of water supplies for domestic use and also for irrigational purposes. So by doing the calculation for the water usage for each sub-village, we collect the data about, it is about 13 meter cube of water is needed to be stored in the water water tanks, and it is possible to be used by using this water abundance of water springs. And as an additional volume of water, we are going to construct about 4 retention ponds. And this 4 retention pond is going to be used for the irrigational purposes. As we can see that from the 3 of these villages, there are about 15.6 hectares of crop fields. And this is the amount of land that we are going to water by these retention ponds. And for the other function of the retention pond is that we're going to create this potential to become a tourism site, agricultural and livestock needs, community garden, and also for fisheries. And it means that these retention ponds can be a perfect solution for eradicating this situation in the dry season. I think, is it quite clear enough?
Yeah, thank you so much.
No, not really a question, because I just share some my thought, because I'm sorry for not really understand your circumstances, your biosphere reserve and your community. So I'm not sure about the visibility, the possibility of the idea or the project, because so I just want to ask you a first question, that is there any community-based solution like this who is really implemented in the reality? Is there any same model who's really implemented in the field? Because we know in Vietnam, sometimes it's very difficult to cooperate the community because of the conflict of benefit or the regulation of the government. So we think about community-based solution, but in fact it can't be implemented due to some challenges. So how is your context?
Would you like me to explain why we chose these solutions, and maybe you would like to ask about the feasibility of this project based on the case study locations? Sorry, am I audible now?
Yes, please repeat your answer.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I would like to clarify if what you are asking is why we think this project is suitable for this exact study case location. Is that what you are asking?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We would like to say that our solutions are not foreign to the locals. We want to make it as familiar as possible, and that's why we utilize the existing local communities in Purwasari, because it is also one of this region's strengths. It has a really tight-knit community, and it has lots of groups that accommodate different interests, different age groups. For example, there are communities for mothers, for women, and then for teenagers, and also some community that is popular among young teenager boys. We have every possible community in there, and that's why we are confident that we have so many possible avenues of local engagement. And add that to the local cultures that they already have and currently have been using to have a dialogue and to plan community projects together. However, we noticed that there has not been a specific program that uses the same value of communal work, or gotong royong as we know in Indonesian, that focuses on groundwater. And we hope that these awareness solutions can complement the infrastructural solutions that we bring, because we know that it can be used to we can use it to bind the communities together and to solve or resolve any social conflicts or disagreements related to groundwater management. As we have said before, we don't want there to be any dominant demographies or certain groups that dominate the use of the groundwater that is being distributed in the future pipelines that we have planned in the project. Thank you.
Thank you. But with all the possibility feature, Why don't the community think of this solution before you? Why are you so confident that your solution will be okay with them?
That is a really good question, ma'am. That is actually something that we have just realized, that we have just observed after we visited the location itself. So in summary, sorry, am I audible? So in summary, there is a social issue that I will sum up as a lack of information or lack of maybe technical capacity building between the government and the locals that will be the beneficiaries of the groundwater. So we want to change that. We want to shift the locals not just beneficiaries of the groundwater, but also the protectors, the owners of groundwater. And we make a strong case for this because people need water for agriculture, and once they know that these solutions are possible and they have clear impacts as we have outlined in our presentation that they do, they will form ownership, and they will form a feeling that this water is important and that it must be guarded at all costs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I highly appreciate your presentation, your confidence, and your head. Thank you.
All right, is there any more feedback or response from Mrs. Lan and Mrs. Vu? All right, thank you very much, judges, for the question, and also thank you very much for the Alpha team for answering the question exquisitely. Next up, we will proceed to the fourth team, which is the Gabi Gabi team. For the Gabi Gabi team, you may step forward near the camera, and for Mrs. Lan and Mrs. Fu, you may deliver your questions.
Yes, so just please, 1 minute for briefings of the proposal that you are proposed here with the address your objective of the solutions and the recommendation of the solution provided. In short.
Hello. Sorry, if you can you hear me?
Yeah.
Could you please speak louder?
All right. Test. That loud? All right. So maybe to explain it briefly in a minute or two, our project is actually Argo Tirto, and this project is focusing in the Girimulya village, which is the water induction area, and also a part of biosphere reserve area, which containing scenic landscape and also biodiversity. That's why this village got a really good potential in tourism. Therefore, our solution to increase the awareness of the people there are actually integrating the cultural, economical, and also the community. That's why we made this ecotourism package. And then also, in this package, tourists can experience directly in the effort of replenishing groundwater and also biosphere reserve, in a sense that this integrated system between homestays and then also destination space will increase the income of the community there. Therefore, it will lead to the circular economy there. And that's why this profit can be used to fund the feature to replenish the groundwater, like rainwater harvesting and then also infiltration well, just like what you can see there in the posters. And this kind of implementation can be developed gradually until it can be implemented into a regulation. Maybe that's the brief information about our project.
Is there any follow-up question or feedback from the judges?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's quite interesting. I just have, the question about, here you mentioned about implementing a simple rainwater harvesting model and infiltration model and the well as well. So just curious about whether those types of model is available already in some areas of the biosphere reserve already, or that is a newly introduced new model? And the effective of that as well.
All right. Thank you for the questions. I think I'll try to answer it. So the model is actually a new model that is more applicable. It's easier for the locals to implement this kind of structure. So it is, if you can see from the poster, it is made from easy to access materials, and then also it's cheaper and easier to maintain. Therefore, it's easier for the locals to implement it. Also, because in the plan we included the one house, one infiltration model, one house, one infiltration, and then also one rainwater harvesting model. We vision it to be applicable in every house there. Therefore, we can reach the groundwater sustainability level. Thank you.
Yes, so I understanding from the solution that you proposed, so the beneficiary is the tourist, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So could be team. I'm not sure I'm spelled correctly or not, but you have the same idea with the waterfall team. Also foster the tourist ecotourism model for the region. So what is the difference between two ideas, and what is your more outstanding point of your idea compared to the waterfall team?
All right, thank you for the question. So if I can say what's unique about our presentation, about our project, is actually the way we integrate the cultural, economic, and then also social aspect in this project. Because we embrace the community by implementing this project, we vision it to be able to gain profit so that they can fund it to make a more sustainable way to replenish the groundwater with this installation of rainwater harvesting and then also infiltration well. And then also, if you, in the tourism package, we can see that there is a process for the tourists, which the thing that we sell is the direct experience for them to be able to also include it in the effort of replenishing groundwater, and also by by also involving in the traditional ceremony, and then doing workshop, etc.
Thank you very much. We are okay with that.
All right, thank you very much, Mrs. Lan and Mrs. Vu, for the question. And also thank you very much for the Gapi Gapi team for the response and the answers. The last one, we have the Tanah Air team. And for Tanah Air team, you may step forward closer to the camera. I would like to remind for the participant to always speak loud. Okay. All right, for Mrs. Lan and Mrs. Fu, you may deliver your questions or your feedback.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, 1 minute for briefing, please.
Oh yeah, okay, no problem. Okay, so the solution that we are proposing is called Nogo Tirto. We are striving to empower the youth of Purwosari in recognizing the biosphere reserve area and the importance of groundwater. First of all, we would like to explain what is happening currently in Purwosari. First, 9 of 13 dusun or village are considered as water-limited areas. Second, they are still relying on water dropping schemes by disaster relief organization. Third, they are still having an inequality of water distribution between East and West Purwosari. And fourth, agriculture productivity is less than ideal due to water shortages. The impacts of all the problems that we have explained, being in a water-limited area, the daily lives of youth, housewives, farmers, and the tourism community are heavily impacted. Youths are a social group that we chose as the key group because they have the potential to influence various social communities in the village to take action due to them having a stake in many local communities in the village, such as, of course, the youth community and then the tourism community, also the farming community, and etc. Hence, we have chosen them as the key group to raise awareness. The action that we are going to do is to prepare the youths for their role as agents of change that can influence others to take action. Hence, we have designed Nogo Tirto, a 4-week activity program where youths can explore and discuss ideas and solutions on biosphere reserve and groundwater in Purwosari.
So to go more in detail about Nogotirto, in the poster that we have given you, there is a timeline of Nogotirto, and we'll go through that timeline one by one. So the first event of Nogotirto is Genduroso, which is basically an open discussion with the youth community of Purwosari. What are we going to do here? The open discussion is a sort of a safe space for the youths of Purwosari to discuss and explore ideas freely so that we can understand their initial comprehension on biosphere reserves and groundwater, and also to synergize their perspective on biosphere reserves and groundwater. Okay, and then we go into the 4-week program itself. The start of the 4-week program is, the week 1 is on Biosphere Reserve Introduction through observation and documentation, where the youths are invited to take photos of their immediate surroundings, of the village of Purwosari, and to identify plants, animals, and other things that are key indicators of biodiversity and on biosphere reserves. So the output of week 1 is photos of Purwosari, photos of biodiversity in Purwosari, and also the understanding of biodiversity itself. And then, secondly, the second week is a groundwater comprehensive awareness enhancement through exploration and mapping activities. So this activity, we are inviting them to map out water sources in the village. And the third week is enhancing their awareness on the impacts of living in a water-limited area. And the fourth week is alternative solutions and wrap-up activities to bond the youths together, because they live, even though they are in one village, they live far away from each other. So this is to bond them. And then the end of the program is Puncak Nogotirto, where we will synergize with a local tradition, a local festival called Rajaban Festival, where the youths can show their work and show the outputs of each week of the Nogotirto program. And our main values the main values of our solution is, there are 3. First is self-exploration. So we are outsiders. We don't believe that we can educate these people. The people of Purwosari should know by themselves, should explore by themselves solutions and ideas towards the problems that they are feeling. So self-exploration is one point that we one main value of ours. Secondly is synergy with local traditions for the Rajaban Festival, and also the spirit of Gotong Royong or togetherness. So that's basically our solution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you for your interesting idea. I just want to ask you that is the 3M Biosphere Reserve located in the rural or urban area of Indonesia?
It is located in a rural part of Indonesia, yes. And the Purwosari village is in the buffer zone of the Biosphere Reserve.
Okay, I see. So in cases of Vietnam, the draws participation in the public solution like this is not so popular because you know the job percentages in the rural is not high because they move to the city to seek for job, and in another hand they are the main labor of the family who earn the bread for the family, so they do not have much time for other activities. So how is your situation?
Okay, so let us explain a bit. Let us explain a bit about the condition of the youths in Purwosari. First of all, in Purwosari itself, it's actually the youths are considerably still a lot. So they are also very active. For example, they are joined in the committee of a few community groups, such as I have mentioned, tourism communities, and then farming communities, and now they are implementing millennial farmers. So they are actually very active and engaged in social activities in Purwosari. Hence, we offer the solution because we feel that youth will be such a right key group for this problem. They can influence other communities, other stakeholders, because they, as I've mentioned, they are joined in few committees in the community group. So in that committee meetings, they can also share what the knowledge they have received from Nogotirto. Maybe my teammates would like to add.
In addition to the activeness of the youths in Purwosari, we also designed this program to fit into the time frame of their activities itself. So it won't be during weekdays where they are also working, where the youths are also working or have school or anything else. We're doing this program on each weekend of each week, and then so that the youths will have time to be involved into this program, to join this program. Thank you.
Yeah, so how you ensure or how you can measure the impact of the solution that you propose?
Okay, so let me explain about the impact of the solution that we propose. So the impact, we have the short-term impact and the long-term impact. The short-term impact will be the results of each week's activity, where in the first activity there will be a presentation of documentations, and the second week there will be about mapping regarding water springs, and the third week there will be a vlog based on the interview they done with other stakeholders, and in the final week there will be a prototype of the alternative solutions, and from all the output it will be presented in the Puncak Nogotirto, or the main event that will be during the Rajaban festival. And in that festival where they present the outputs, when they present it to the community that gathers there, a lot of people, a lot of stakeholders from every kind of social groups will attend, so other people can also see the results of the activity that they have done, so that what they have received, the knowledge that they have received, will also noticed by other community in every age as well. and hence the awareness will not only stop on the youth but also on people who attend the Rajaban Festival or the Puncak Nogo Tirto. And in the long term, we expect a gradual awareness, because when we start from raising the youth awareness, and as we have mentioned, then they will start to influence other stakeholders understanding regarding biosphere reserve and groundwater, and then eventually we target it, and it would lead to this the to the community sharing the same consciousness and the same vision to solve water-related problems in that area or in Purwosari village specifically. That is from us. Maybe you have another. Do you have another question?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
You seem to have similarity with the Alpha team. You both seek solution based on community, and you with your objective. What is your unique point? Because with the Alpha team, they have chance with their model, they have chance to listen to the voices of all the community, including the job. So with you touch it only the job. So which is your unique or more outstanding feature compared to the Alpha team?
So maybe I will try to answer this. So maybe the basic, the difference between our solution, our program with the different team programs is that we are emphasizing on learning together. We are not going to educate them. We are not going to tell them you should do this or you should do A, you should do B, but we are focusing on learning together. So this program is a learning together program, exploring together, and yeah, we are not going to tell them you should implement this, you should implement this, but we are going to explore together with them the solutions.
And maybe to add, what sets us out from what makes us different from the other teams is that we try to make this program into a fun bonding activity, because our main target is the youths, and the youths will be more interested in programs that are fun, that have lots of activities that are fun, where they can explore themselves ideas and solutions. We try to wrap this event into something that's very fun, which the climax of the event will be held in a very awaited local tradition in Purwosari. So the youths can also present their findings and present their knowledge to their parents, their brothers and sisters, or other people in the village. And it can be a very fun event, a very active event, and that what we think sets us apart from the other teams.
Yeah. No, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And just want to say hello from Vietnam to Professor Phúc Quan Tho. Thank you very much. Nice to see you, all of you. Thank you.
Hello. How are you?
Hello.
Okay.
I'm fine, thank you. Nice to hear from you. Thank you very much for your support.
Hello. Yeah, this is my friend. Okay. See you. Thank you very much. Bye.
All right, thank you very much for Mrs. Lan and for Mrs. Wu for giving exquisite and insightful questions for all the participants. And also thank you very much for all the participants for answering and responding to the question phenomenally and giving further explanation and clarification towards the given feedback from the judges. Now, the last question marks the end of our question and answer session today. Following this agenda, we will have another break for the participant. As for the judges here in Indonesia, we will have a discussion and scoring to determine who's going to take the title of the winning team.
Maybe I can have like 5 minutes to 10 minutes attention from everyone, because Professor Purwanto here wants to give you a general feedback. So for both the teams in Indonesia and in Vietnam, Oh, Indonesian only, for Indonesian teams. Professor Purwanto would like to say a few words to give you a general feedback. Gimana, Prof? Udah? A master class from our professor. Please, Professor Purwanto.
Saya pakai bahasa Indonesia aja ya, supaya jelas. Baik, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nah, ya. Pertama-tama ya terima kasih ini. Begini, jadi adik-adik semua ini buat yang adik-adik mentor mungkin sudah tahu semua buat adik-adik. Baik, jadi ada beberapa hal yang penting tentang kita sumber daya. Jadi karena ini bicara tentang air, tentu saja ini adalah salah satu sumber daya nirhayati dan satu lagi hayati. Sebenarnya satu hal yang sangat penting untuk meningkatkan sumber daya ini kita perlu mengetahui betul potensinya, dan juga untuk kalau kita lihat hubungannya dengan Biospheric Reserve gitu ya, cagar biosfer, maka di dalam cagar biosfer ini kan ada ya tadi sumber daya hayati dan nirhayati yang kita bahas sekarang sebetulnya. Di sana ada community dan lain sebagainya. Nah, yang kita bahas adalah sumber daya hayati dan nirhayati. Nah, tapi di sini sumber daya hayati saja, nirhayati saja, jadi sumber daya air. Nah, dalam konteks ini berkaitan dengan biospheric atau cagar biosfer, yang paling penting sebetulnya di dalam konteks pengelolaan air atau pengelolaan sumber daya hayati ataupun sumber daya nirhayati yang lain adalah bagaimana kita bisa mengungkapkan pertama 3 aspek penting. Yang pertama adalah berkaitan dengan konservasi. Jadi berkaitan dengan konservasi, kemudian yang kedua adalah berkaitan dengan nilai. Nah, nilai ini bisa berkaitan juga dengan konservasi dan lain, dan juga berkaitan dengan nilai. Jadi ada nilai, ada 3 nilai yang penting yang harus kita kemukakan sebetulnya untuk sumber daya ini. Yang pertama adalah nilai ekologi itu, jadi konservasi itu. Bagaimana kita mengonservasi sumber daya hayati atau sumber daya nirhayati tadi di dalam konteks Biospheric Reserve seperti itu. Terus yang kedua adalah nilai ekonominya. Jadi ini berkaitan dengan pembangunan ekonomi tentu saja. Dari valuasi ekonomi menjadi sangat penting. Jadi kalau kita mempelajari sumber daya air, tentu kita perlu tahu nilai, potensi dan lain sebagainya. Itu yang sangat penting. Kemudian yang ketiga adalah nilai sosial budaya. Nah, ini berkaitan dengan masyarakat, berkaitan dengan community, tetapi juga berkaitan dengan ilmu pengetahuan dan sainsnya. Jadi nilainya seperti apa? Nilai dari sumber daya itu. Oleh karena itu 3 nilai ini sebenarnya ada satu nilai lagi, nilai intrinsik, nilai yang melekat kepada suatu individu atau dan lain. Tetapi ini mungkin agak sulit untuk kita ukur. Nah, 3 nilai ini yang menjadi kalau orang Jawa mungkin kayak soko gurunya, jadi menjadi basicnya kita untuk improvement. Jadi sebelum kita ke sana jauh ke sustainability, mungkin kita perlu ada improvement continue. Nah, adik-adik semua di dalam konteksnya Biospheric Reserve, continue improvement ini menjadi sangat penting. Jadi kita bisa melihat bagaimana sumber daya ini kita manfaatkan dengan berbagai teknologi, sehingga kita bisa melihat bahwa continue improvement bisa juga nanti secara ekologi itu lestari, kemudian secara teknologi bisa diterapkan atau bisa juga untuk diduplikasi dengan mudah dan lain sebagainya. Kemudian secara sosial budaya bisa diterima masyarakat dan lain sebagainya. Nah, seperti itu. Nah, oleh karena itu dalam konteks pengelolaan Biospheric Reserve berkaitan dengan sumber daya, tentu saja arahnya adalah ke sana, jadi ke ketiga hal. Nah, ini inline dengan 3 fungsi Biospheric Reserve. Jadi adik-adik semua tahu kan, fungsi konservasi keanekaragaman hayati dan fungsi untuk budaya juga. Jadi seperti kemudian yang kedua adalah fungsi pembangunan ekonomi berkelanjutan, dan ketiga adalah logistik support. Nah, logistik support ada penelitian, ada peningkatan sumber daya manusia, dan monitoring dan evaluasi, dan juga research di situ. Nah, oleh karena itu adik-adik semua, bagaimana kita melihat sumber daya ini menjadi inline ketiga fungsi tadi ya, tadi kita harus tahu fungsi betul nilai tadi ya, nilai ekonomi, nilai ekologi, dan nilai etik, namanya nilai etik sosial budaya. Nah, kalau dengan ketiga hal itu tentu nah, kita bisa mengarah kepada pemanfaatan yang optimal, dan kemudian pemanfaatan yang tentu saja arahnya berkelanjutan. Tapi kalau kita arahnya ke sana memang luar biasa, sangat berat. Jadi karena apa? Karena harus keberlanjutan secara sosial budaya, secara ekonomi, secara ekologi, dan lain sebagainya. Tetapi kita harus ke sana. Nah, Bausuris konsep ini di Indonesia. Di Indonesia mempunyai ya sedikit ada perbedaan yang sangat signifikan, karena ini bentuknya adalah pengelolaan multi stakeholder. Jadi seperti yang tadi disampaikan, semua itu berkaitan dengan pengelolaan multi stakeholder, semua berperan di situ. Ada pengelola kawasan konservasi, ada pemerintah daerah, ada private sector, dan lain sebagainya. Nah, oleh karena itu di dalam mengelola tadi kalau tadi semua yang ada di proposal atau di tadi model semua, ada satu yang memang agak loose dari semuanya, adalah tentang kelembagaan. Jadi banyak, dan itu sangat penting, kelembagaan untuk mengelola sumber daya menjadi sangat penting. Apakah itu ada di tingkat lokal, bagaimana meningkatkan perannya para lokal, kemudian pada tingkatan yang lebih formal, dan lain sebagainya. Jadi kelembagaan menjadi sangat penting selain legal aspek untuk mengelola. Yang kedua adalah legal aspek untuk mengelola suatu sumber daya. Kemudian sumber dayanya yang ketiga, dan kemudian ada yang ketiga naik lagi ada policy-nya, ada dan lain sebagainya. Nah sekarang bagaimana kita bisa meningkatkan dari peran dari sumber daya air menjadi sesuatu yang sangat penting di dalam tiga fungsi tadi. Nah, nanti buat adik-adik ke depan adalah di dalam pengelolaan suatu kawasan, karena ini mengelola cagar biosfer adalah mengelola suatu kawasan, maka di dalam mengelola air pun maka pendekatannya juga multi landscape, jadi multi landscape, tidak bisa Anda hanya satu, ini tidak. Jadi kalau ada sumber air maka juga ada ekosistem di sekitarnya. Nah, salah satu contoh yang sangat menarik mungkin Subak Bali misalnya, itu salah satu kayak misalnya itu untuk mengelola air. Jadi kalau kita dulu waktu kecil tahu tentang Subak Bali itu hanya sistem pengairan Bali, tapi bukan itu sebetulnya, karena itu sebetulnya itu adalah cultural dari Bali. Ada sistem di situ. Jadi kalau kita bicara Subak maka itu ada sistem pengelolaan air untuk pengairan sawah dan lain sebagainya. Tipe ekosistem macam-macam di situ. Ada kawasan yang dikonservasi, kemudian ada kawasan untuk religi, ada sumber air, ada sawah, kemudian ada kelembagaan adat di situ. Nah, kemudian semuanya terintegrasi menjadi satu, menjadi cultural Subak itu. Nah, seperti itu. Nah, adik-adik juga begitu. Di dalam mengelola suatu sumber daya air maka pendekatannya aja landscape ecosystem management, jadi tidak bisa hanya satu di kawasan sumber air aja, tetapi itu akan dipengaruhi oleh ekosistem yang lain. Nah, itu yang pertama. Pendekatan kedua tentu karena kita basicnya ada science, maka ada introduksi ilmu pengetahuan di situ, ada intervensi ilmu pengetahuan di situ. Itu yang kedua. Tanpa ilmu pengetahuan tentu tidak mungkin. Tadi adik-adik semua sudah bagaimana mengelola air dengan tadi banyak cara tadi. Dan itu ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Kemudian pelibatan stakeholder. Yang ketiga, pelibatan stakeholder menjadi sangat penting. Nah, pelibatan stakeholder siapa saja sih yang terlibat? Jadi siapa yang decision maker, siapa yang leading di situ tadi yang banyak ditanyakan Mbak Ade tadi. Siapa yang menjadi leading di kawasan itu dan kemudian siapa saja kita mengidentifikasi semua stakeholder itu. Kemudian karena Bowser itu salah satunya adalah untuk community, maka seberapa jauh masyarakat lokal terlibat. Ini menjadi penting. Yang keberapa tadi 4. Nah itu sangat penting. Yang kelima adalah tentang sustainability itu sendiri. Jadi semua kegiatan kita, semua pekerjaan kita dan lain sebagainya, tetapi tanpa ada visi, tanpa ada kegiatan kita satu persatu atau decision atau dan lain-lain dengan visinya yang sustainable tidak ada artinya. Tapi sebelum itu, sebelum saya lupa, ada tadi satu hal, partnership, dari kerjasama dan lain sebagainya. Tadi saya banyak menanyakan tentang partnership. Sebetulnya yang penting di dalam partnership itu ada 3 hal yang penting. Yang pertama adalah trust, saling percaya. Kalau tidak ada percaya, ngapain kita harus kerjasama? Nggak mungkin kerjasama akan bisa berjalan tanpa ada kepercayaan. Kemudian yang kedua, saling menghargai. Jadi kita harus saling menghargai antara partner satu dengan lain. Tidak mungkin kita akan bekerja sama tanpa menghargai. Dan yang ketiga yang sangat penting adalah di dalam kerjasama itu harus saling menguntungkan. Kalau tidak ada menguntungkan untuk apa? Nah seperti itu. Jadi nah ini partnership. Jadi nah setelah tadi 1, 2, 3 partnership, kemudian ada sustainability itu yang menjadi yang penting. Dan yang berikutnya sebelumnya lagi saya akan lupa tadi adalah priority. Jadi kita menentukan priority di dalam mengembangkan sumber daya dari priority. Nah kalau tanpa ada priority tentu tadi ada banyak yang juga orang Jawa bilang yang ngombrong-ngombrong ke sana kemari. Jadi fokus di dalam misalnya kalau kita mengembangkan ekowisata atau turisme yang itu tentu saja ada 4A atau 5A itu yang harus kita jalankan, misalnya seperti atraksinya seperti apa. Tadi sudah ada tadi atraksinya seperti apa, kemudian aksesibilitasnya seperti apa, akomodasinya seperti apa. Itu yang dikembangkan. Jadi atraksi, accessibility, kemudian akomodasi, kemudian juga apa lagi ya? Menurut saya atraksi, akomodasi, dan kemudian accessibility sudah, kemudian juga acceptability. Jadi penerimaan dari masyarakat, keempat A yang berikutnya. Tapi jangan lupa yang kelima adalah agency cooperation 4. Karena yang bisa mendatangkan turis bukan kita ini, agen ini sangat penting. Jadi kerjasama itu menjadi sangat penting. Ya berdasarkan pengalaman banyak hal, walaupun kita sudah menyiapkan keempat A tadi, tapi agensi ini menjadi sangat penting. Itu salah satu contoh tadi untuk dan itu semua biasanya adalah untuk partnership, jadi kita saling menghargai dan lain sebagainya. Nah di dalam pengelolaan cagar biosfer, kerjasama atau partnership menjadi penting. Karena kenapa? Karena tidak mungkin satu institusi manapun tidak akan mampu mengelola bioreserve sendiri. Karena apa? Karena memang cakupannya sangat luas sekali cagar biosfer. Mulai dari bagaimana kita mengelola kawasan konservasi, bagaimana kita mengelola kawasan penyang dan lain sebagainya. Tetapi dalam konteks luas, kita tahu definisinya bioreserve hampir seluruh ini, seluruh kawasan kita. Jadi mainan bahasa. Jadi semua tata kehidupan di situ, baik sumber dayanya, baik aspek sosialnya, baik aspek yang lainnya. Jadi oleh karena itu pekerjaannya sangat besar. Untuk itu perlu koordinasi. Koordinasi dalam yang kelihatan kita sehari-hari, ya kita berkoordinasi antara pengelola kawasan konservasi sebagai core area, kemudian bekerja sama dengan pemerintah daerah yang menguasai penyangga dan transisi, atau masyarakat yang punya di situ, atau private sector yang di situ dan lain sebagainya. Dan itu case by case untuk setiap cagar biosfer mempunyai kekhasan sendiri. Oleh karena itu tadi saya melihat sudah sangat baik. Jadi ada kemampuan untuk kita melihat tentang identifikasi atau identifikasi potensi, kemudian juga keanekaragaman yang ada di kawasan itu. Nah, yang perlu lebih jauh adalah bagaimana kita nanti menemukan strategi dan pengaruh dan lain sebagainya. Kalau kita berbicara pengaruh, maka ada pengaruh alam dan juga pengaruh non alam. Nah, oleh karena itu untuk itu identifikasi dari semua permasalahan tadi juga ada yang sudah bicara spot, tetapi tidak cukup. Jadi kita perlu identifikasi yang lebih rinci sehingga kita akan mampu menyusun suatu strategi adaptasi. Nah, karena kita ada perubahan-perubahan dan pengelolaan sumber air pun begitu. Jadi kita perlu ada strategi bagaimana kita mengelola air. Nah, untuk mengetahui strategi yang tepat tentu kita punya tadi yang saya sampaikan tadi, mulai dari identifikasi, karakterisasi, kemudian penentuan potensi, kemudian pendekatan dan lain sebagainya. Nah, mungkin itu secara garis besar. Yang jelas konsepnya biosolidscape ini lebih soft dibanding dengan konsep yang lain, dan saya mengatakan ini yang terbaik saat ini untuk pengelolaan kawasan. Karena ini menyatukan kepentingan konservasi, kepentingan ekonomi yang dilandasi oleh ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Nah, ini yang paling soft. Tetapi kalau untuk global geopark, dia hanya kekhasan untuk mosaik geologi, walaupun dia juga kita bisa memanfaatkan jasa ekosistem ya untuk sustainability, jadi seperti itu. Dan kita untuk biosolidscape ini kita sendiri yang menentukan, hukum di kita sendiri. Jadi ini yang paling ketat tentu saja, ini sebagai pengetahuan saja, adalah World Heritage. Nah, karena ada apa di sana? Karena ada outstanding value, jadi global outstanding value ya, universal outstanding value. Ada nilai yang tidak ada duanya, dia berbintang 5. Kalau kami yang biosolidscape ini mungkin bintangnya 4 lah, seperti ini. Jadi ini ibaratnya seperti itulah. Tetapi kita kalau dilihat dari tujuan utamanya, ujungnya dia untuk sustainable development, maka kalau disandingkan hanya untuk sustainability tadi, maka biosolidscape ada paling atas, seperti itu. Nah, adik-adik semua, itu bagaimana kita memahami tentang konsep biosolidscape, konsep cagar biosfer yang sebenarnya tidak tepat juga dalam bahasa Indonesia. Ada kata cagar biosfer, cagar, karena cagar itu dalam bahasa Indonesia nggak boleh ngapa-ngapain. Nah, sedangkan biosolidscape itu harus ngapa-ngapain. Nah, gitu. Jadi kita diperlukan suatu inovasi, strategi dan lain sebagainya. Oleh karena itu perlu banyak hal, dari tidak hanya pada konsep seperti tadi, tapi kita perlu strategi. Nah, strategi itu apa saja? Ada integrated management plan, ada action plan dan lain sebagainya, yang menjadi satu kesatuan tadi yang kami sampaikan. Mungkin itu, jadi ini adalah pembelajaran kita semua untuk bagaimana kawasan biosolidscape ini menjadi laboratorium kita, laboratorium alam kita untuk implementasi konsep pembangunan berkelanjutan. Sehingga oleh karena itu kawasan biosolidscape adalah bukan hanya kawasan konservasi, tetapi juga kawasan lain yang baik itu masih asli maupun man-made dan lain sebagainya yang dikelola secara berkelanjutan. Demikian, terima kasih. Mohon maaf bila ada kekurangannya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Bapak Purwanto.
Alright, thank you very much, Professor Purwanto, for the exquisite deliverables. Now, oke, gimana ini? Sebentar ya, teman-teman. Ini saya pakai bahasa Indonesia dulu. Ayo dong, teman-teman, semangat dong. Ini kok kayak udah pada. Harusnya ini makin mendekati final gitu ya, makin mendekati akhir harusnya makin semangat dong karena kan excited gitu ya. Siapa nih yang menang gitu. Ada yang udah pede wah aku ini menang nih tadi Q&A session udah I nailed it gitu. Terus kayak poster udah bagus nih pasti aku gitu. Harusnya makin excited dong teman-teman. Coba kalau misalnya ada yang punya yel-yel atau ada yang punya gaya kayak yang gapi-gapi tadi, boleh banget loh ya dicoba gitu ya. Ada yang mau maju ke depan. Mungkin tadi gapi-gapi boleh juga dicoba lagi yel-yelnya gitu biar lebih semangat gitu kan. Oke, teman-teman thank you very much ya karena sudah staying with us dari pagi sampai sore hari ini dan selanjutnya mari kita proceed to our next agenda ya. So for the honorable judges, next we are going to have a discussion and also scoring for the participant both from the Indonesian team and also from the Vietnamese team. So later on, the honorable judges will follow Kak Okti, to the transit room for further scoring and to determine who's the winner of the presentation. Now, while waiting for the scoring and the announcement, as we have previously informed to you, that we will have another winner aside from the main winning team, which is, you guessed it, the favorite team, and also we have another winner for the best costume categories. Now, so all of you have already voted on the Instagram by liking and commenting on the posters that were posted there. And also some of you have already put the stickers on the Vietnamese posters. But maybe some of you who haven't putting on the stickers yet, you can do it right now while waiting for the judges to take a break and score your presentation, your poster, and all your deliverables. So for the next around like 30 minutes, we will have another break. And we would like to remind you once again to vote for the Vietnamese team because later on, the score from the Instagram like and also the score for the stickers will be accumulated and then calculated, and then the best favorite team would be based on the highest score. All right, so that's it, ladies and gentlemen. We will have another break for 30 minutes, and I hope that you guys will still be excited for our announcement later on in the day. Thank you very much.
I only and the house.
Speak up.
Tắt mic nha.
Is all of the team has already been here in this room? Apakah teman-teman kalian udah pada lengkap semua ada di ruangan ini? Udah ya, udah aman ya, oke. Alright, hello again everyone. Welcome back to UNESCO Water Resilient Challenge 2022 Groundwater. Alright, so this has been a really long day, everyone. We have been presenting the case, your case solution, and we have been and we had question and answer session, and now is finally the time that you've all been waiting for. So, how about it, guys? Are you guys excited for our next agenda, which is the announcement of the winner team? I would like to hear your excitement, guys. Come on. Okay, before we announce the winner, before we announce all of the winners, we actually have 3 winners, yeah, as we have previously mentioned before. We would like to invite all of the honorable mentors to step forward, to come forward on the stage to give some greetings and deliverables, and maybe you guys would like to share your experience and your story during these past couple of weeks, and just literally just tell us like how do you feel about this event and what did you get from this event? How is your feeling towards mentoring all of the wonderful students here? So yeah, we would like to invite all of the mentors to come forward to the stage. Okay, now we have all of our wonderful mentors on stage. Well, first of all, please give a round of applause for our mentors. All right, everyone. Now that is a spirit. Okay, so we might curious, okay, like about what the mentor actually feels, during these past few weeks. So we actually want to know. So please, all of the mentors, share your story and experience. So all of us here, and maybe share some of the feelings that you want to tell to the participant, but you actually didn't have the chance yet. So it is now the time for you to, just be open up to all of the participants here and also all of the judges and all of the committees here. Maybe I will pass the microphone to all of you, and then all of you can just say hello to the participants, say greeting, and then just, basically share everything you want to share. Okay, so first of all, we are going to start with Mr. Putu, right?
Oke, sorry, saya pakai bahasa Indonesia. Saya dikasih kesempatan, saya ngasih kesempatan karena ladies first.
Kesini maksudnya, oh Pak.
Ditumbalin nih saya. Oke, perlu kenalan lagi gak ya? Nggak usah lah ya. Iya. Oke, mungkin apa perasaan yang dialamin kali ya selama ada di sini? Jujur bangga banget bisa jadi bagian dari acara ini, bisa kenalan sama teman-teman muda yang punya passion sangat mendalam gitu ya tentang isu-isu di luar dari bidang yang kalian kerjakan gitu. Dan juga melihat hasilnya juga kalian bisa sejauh ini itu amazing banget dalam waktu 1 bulan sih sebenarnya. Dan overall acaranya keren banget, lancar banget, props buat UNESCO dan TWA. Semoga sering-sering diadain acara seperti ini lagi. Thank you.
Oke, thank you Kak Marsha ya. Oke, next up Kak Wika.
Oh ya, apa Mbak? Ya terima kasih juga untuk panitia dan para juri, untuk UNESCO dan TWA sudah mengundang saya di sini sebagai mentor. Perasaan saya sangat senang karena di sini walaupun sebagai mentor, tapi saya banyak belajar dari adik-adik karena mereka tuh kan pintar-pintar banget Bu. Jadi jujur selama bimbingan itu saya mungkin lebih banyak diam awalnya karena berusaha untuk mereka mengeluarkan ide-ide mereka. Jadi kalau misalkan saya kasih ide malah mungkin takutnya mereka nggak nge-explore dan ternyata mereka bisa dan ide-idenya cukup kreatif banget menurut saya. Ya, jadi saya banyak punya pengalaman di sini dan sekali lagi terima kasih untuk panitia, TWA, UNESCO dan semuanya sudah mengundang saya untuk acara ini. Gimana? Gimana kalian? Ayo, yang berani siapa? Coba.
Ya, apalagi ya, paling gitu sih aku mau berterima kasih lagi untuk Kak Wika khususnya itu karena emang dari awal online event itu kita banyak banget dapet arahan yang bahkan di luar lomba ini ya, kayak misalkan urusan kerjaan nantinya, apa hal-hal yang seputar kehidupan lain gitu. Jadi
Percintaan nggak?
percintaan juga ada ya Kak ya. Iya, pokoknya aku mau sekali lagi bilang makasih khususnya untuk Kak Wika dan semua yang udah menghadiri acara ini dan membuat acara ini semakin meriah gitu. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Jadi ini apparently Kak Wika ini bukan cuman mentor competition, mentor hidup juga gitu ya Kak ya. Mulai dari semua dunia perkuliahan, kerjaan, percintaan, family juga mungkin finansial gitu ya lama-lama. Macam-macam. Oke. Makasih banyak Kak Wika dan makasih banyak untuk tim ini ya tadi Toya Ranger ya Kak ya tadi. Oke, sip, mantap. Next up, Mr. Yele atau mau Miss Tri Mulyani dulu? Oh ya, Miss Tri Mulyani.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore Bapak Ibu, teman-teman semuanya. Pertama saya juga ingin menyampaikan terima kasih banyak atas kesempatannya untuk diundang menjadi mentor. Terima kasih UNESCO, terima kasih The Water Agency. Menurut saya nih acaranya keren sekali ya. Di sini dipertemukan adik-adik generasi muda yang cemerlang dari berbagai bidang keilmuan yang berbeda-beda, tetapi harus mendalami satu isu yang sama. Dan menurut saya ini adalah sebuah pengalaman yang berharga, tidak hanya bagi adik-adik tapi juga bagi saya juga di sini. Bagaimana caranya kemudian kita menyamakan persepsi, kemudian ada mutual understanding ya di dalam memahami isu yang nyata di lapangan. Ini ada tantangannya tersendiri, tetapi saya yakin teman-teman semua di sini sudah make the most of your experience here. Kemudian saya terima kasih juga kepada tim saya Waterful, tepuk tangan dulu untuk Waterful. Teman-teman sudah bekerja keras, bekerja cerdas dan bekerja ikhlas ya, sampai lembur-lembur gitu ya, tidurnya kurang. Mungkin semua tim juga sama seperti itu. Terima kasih banyak sekali lagi atas semua inisiatif dan juga ide-ide cemerlangnya, dan terima kasih sudah mau mendengarkan masukan-masukan dari saya begitu ya, meskipun kadang-kadang saya tinggal begitu ya, mohon maaf begitu. Ya. Intinya terima kasih banyak, saya berharap acara yang semacam ini mungkin bisa dilanjutkan lagi begitu ya di tahun-tahun berikutnya dan bisa mengundang lebih banyak lagi kaum-kaum generasi muda, dan barangkali nanti hasilnya bisa juga disampaikan kepada pihak pemerintah setempat di desa atau di lokasi yang sedang dijadikan studi. Mohon maaf jika ada kesalahan atau kekurangan saya selama mengikuti acara ini. Itu saja, terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I thought that we were only allowed to speak for like 1 minute. You should be saying that. Maaf, tidak bahasa. Maaf. Dear Mira, Ariel, Cornelius, Diham, and Tegar. I'm standing here with a very big feeling of proudness. It's in about 4 weeks ago we didn't know each other. We didn't talk to each other. We felt uncomfortable being together. Those first meetings were terrible. They sucked, let's be honest. But we're standing here and we have a name as Guppy Guppy. We're not only Guppy Guppy because what we do and how we talk and what we do from a design perspective, but we're also apparently the loudest team, which is something you built. You built this. And I can't be more proud of you guys as a team, because this was really a team effort and you came together as a group, and I just want to say thank you.
Don't do that.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Yele. That was brief but very touching. Perhaps we would like to hear from one of the participants from the Gapi Gapi, because it seems like they're about to cry.
They're so quiet now. What happened?
Ngomong apa?
Sambil nangis.
Yele, thanks a lot for bearing up with us. I know we caused so much trouble for you, but it's really you know. Yeah, me myself, I couldn't really believe myself that I can be in this really supportive group, and you as well. You're really good, a really great person to mentor us, and I don't know how to thank you, just to express what I'm feeling right now. So yeah, really. So yeah, it's pretty much like that. Thank you.
Alright, thank you very much, Gapi team. Next up, Kak Gibran, yeah, you may deliver some message.
Ya, agak tertekan ya setelah seperti seperti tadi. Ya, selamat sore semuanya. Pertama-tama izinkan aku mengucapkan terima kasih untuk kesempatannya. Jadi kalau dari aku sendiri sebenarnya waktu teman-teman TWA ngundang aku ke sini sebagai mentor, sangat agak tidak percaya sih kenapa diundang jadi mentor gitu. Dan jadi waktu itu waktu technical marketing pertama yang aku keluarkan adalah aku berharap ini akan jadi sangat menyenangkan, dan ternyata memang sangat menyenangkan dalam artian mendengarkan tim tanah air full dengan ngomongin persepsi, ngegas, saling berantem, tiba-tiba bengong, terus nyari ide, bengong lagi, ngegas lagi, berantem lagi. Itu pengalaman yang sangat menarik sih. Itu yang cukup aku harapkan dari sini. Belajar banyak banget, dan ya semoga ini jadi pengalaman yang baik juga buat kalian dan bisa belajar banyak lagi. Buat teman-teman yang lain, aku mohon maaf juga kalau misalnya belum sempat kenalan, belum sempat ngobrol banyak. Semoga mungkin di sisa waktu saya bisa kenalan lebih banyak lagi. Segitu. Makasih.
Oke, makasih banyak Kak Gibran. Tadi katanya nggak mau yang mengharukan gitu, tapi jatuhnya mengharukan juga ya. Mungkin dari teman-teman tanah air ada yang mau menanggapi?
Oke, mungkin kita juga dari tim Tanah Air mau makasih banyak buat Kak Gibran, dia selalu nengahin kita kalau kita udah tipis banget mau berantem. Berhasil menengahi kita sampai akhirnya kita bisa sepakat dan satu pemikiran dari yang tadinya berbeda-beda, jadi benar-benar mufakat di satu hal. Terima kasih banyak buat semua bimbingan, arahan, dan juga kayak perspektif barunya, gitu aja sih. Makasih banyak Kak Gibran. Yeay.
Yeay. Oke, thank you so much for Tanah Air Team. Next Kak Putu, boleh Kak disampaikan sepatah dua patah kata?
Terima kasih banyak. Saya merasa hebat karena dikelilingi oleh teman-teman hebat di sini. Saya dari Bali sebenarnya tidak menjadi apa-apa, tapi di tempat ini menjadi lebih hebat lagi. Bukan satu kebetulan kita ngomongin tentang air bawah tanah, jadi kita terkoneksi dengan masa depan hari ini. Jadi selamat buat kita semua. Mudah-mudahan ada sesuatu yang kita tinggalkan di Jogja, tempat yang indah ini. Terima kasih.
Alright, thank you very much for our wonderful mentors. Dan juga terima kasih ya kepada semua partisipan. Tadi itu sangat chemistry-nya dapat gitu ya antara mentor dan antara partisipannya. Okay, so before we return to our seat, kita mau foto bareng dulu ya, Kak. Kakak mentor. Lama-lama semua gitu ya, maju gitu. Oke. Okay, so maybe we will also like to hear from our friends from Vietnam. Maybe we can invite like one participant, one mentor, and one judges from the Vietnam. Okay, let's just proceed to our next agenda. Okay, so we would like to invite one participant. We would like to invite one participant from Vietnam to say hello from our friends to our friends here in Indonesia, and perhaps the same, yeah, tell your story and share your experience during your whole journey in this competition. Perhaps you guys can choose one of you to say hello to all of us here and to share your experience and your story during your whole journey for this past month.
Hey, I see some faces already in the Zoom, so I think you're already sitting based on your team. So maybe one team, can you unmute yourself and tell us how you feel? How's the energy there? How's the atmosphere?
Maybe you guys can unmute your microphone.
Come on,
And then
don't
you
be
guys all
shy.
can say hello together to us.
Hey, don't be shy, don't be shy.
All right, maybe one of you can unmute the microphone.
Can anyone hear me clearly? Okay, I will introduce myself. And my name is Matt. My major is related to water technology, reuse and management. So I was enrolled to this program not only to learn some knowledge about groundwater and technology, but also to meet the other people, the young generation like me, who have the strong emotion in order to protect the environment and also to learn the leadership about the sustainable. So that you can everyone, and I want to say thank you for all of you for the everyone about the program and the feeling attend for this program for 3 days in the online platform and 7 days offline platform. Thank you all, the Vietnam and Indonesia.
Someone wants to say hello to the Indonesian team. Can we let her say something? Hi. So I'm here. I just want to say hello to all of you, and specifically, I like to call out Cornell. Is he here? Like Cornell? Is he here? Hi, Cornell. Hi. I hope you make it to Cornell. I miss you. And so yeah, that's it. I wish you all a great night and also a great weekend ahead. Bye. Thank you. The Indonesian stage.
Maybe one more?
Okay, maybe one more participant.
You want one more? Okay, well let's shoot. Okay, the biggest man in our competition. Participant.
So, good evening, Indonesia team. So, can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hi.
Hello.
So here in the team, we are so glad and happy to join with you guys. And I especially want to say some good greeting to Daniel's team, because in this team and our team already have a good collaboration to do some project. And last but not least, hope the best, you guys, and have a nice weekend. Yeah,
All right, thank you very much, guys. That was a really great greeting from Vietnam. And maybe we can also hear from the judges from the Vietnam, perhaps Mrs. Lan and also Mrs. Fu. perhaps can say hello to all of us here. Is Mrs. Lan or Mrs. Fu still there? Okay, we would also like to hear from the judges. Perhaps Mrs. Lan or Mrs. Fu
Sorry,
can
Miss Lan.
give some greetings
Bagian.
and deliverables.
Hello, can you hear me? Miss Lan will be will have a closing speech
Can you
later
hear
on,
me?
so maybe not now. Yeah. Is there any judges from Vietnam that want to share the experience?
Thank you very much for
Okay, then we. Okay, lanjut.
Okay, then we'll just proceed to our next agenda. I know that you guys have been really waiting for this since when, guys? Like, when did you started feeling like probably anxious or excited or like, feeling everything about this announcement? Okay, without further ado, maybe we'll just proceed to the announcement, shall we? As we have previously mentioned, we have 3 winners, and the first winner that we're about to announce is for the Best Costume category. Drum roll, please. Okay, so for the Best Costume category, we'll only announce the winner from the Indonesia, because from the Vietnam, they have already announced the winner earlier yesterday. All right, so are you guys ready? So the best costume goes to Gapi Gapi. Okay, for the whole Gapi Gapi 2, from all Gapi Gapi team and also the mentor, you guys can come forward to the stage and we will give you some gift and we will also take the photos together. Show your dress and show your style, the Gapi Gapi pose. Oh, wait, guys, we have something for you.
Just a souvenir, a small token to complete your outfit.
Biar makin slay. Okay, once again, congratulations, guys. Come on, give a round of applause for Gapi Gapi. Next up, we have favorite team from Indonesia. So this favorite team is based on the most like that they got in Instagram, accumulated with the amount of the stickers that they got from the poster given by the Vietnamese team. And the highest score of the team get to be entitled as the favorite team from Indonesia. Okay, so the favorite team from Indonesia is the Alpha team. Give a round of applause for Alpha team. Okay, for all of the participants and all of the members from the Alpha team, please come forward. Also the mentors too. Congratulations guys once again. And congratulations guys. Okay, next up we also still have the favorite team, but it is for the Vietnamese team. So, the favorite team from Vietnam is the Rainforest team. Please give a round of applause for the Rainforest team. Congratulations. Congratulations you guys.
Nói lại đi. Okay. Can you hear me? Hello.
Hi, Karina.
Oh, congratulations Rainforest team.
Thank you.
Is there going to be a speech for the favorite team in Vietnam?
Perhaps the Rainforest team would like to give a speech.
In French.
So, thank you, the UNESCO of Jakarta and Vietnamese, Vietnam, and I will represent my team to say like we are so surprised that we have the favorite team watch and yeah, I'm speechless right now. So thank you very much.
Once again, congratulations for the Rainforest team. Next up, we have our final announcement. Alright, so I won't torture you guys much longer, so without further ado, the winner from the Indonesian team is the Alpha team! Congratulations, Alpha team! Alright, come on, Alpha team, please come forward to the stage. Kak Putu and Kak Marsha can also come forward, Kak, to the stage.
So we can see they're too shocked, too stunned to speak. Is it predictable for you to win this one? Okay. Too stunned to speak. So this is the reality after a consideration from the juries and also from a almost 1 hour discussion within the jury's member. They are proudly selecting you guys as the winning team from Indonesia. So congratulations. I am symbolically I will give you this yeah, small token.
We still have another gift for you guys.
So as promoted from the challenge, the winning team will also receive a 1,000 USD dollar, and this is symbolically. I will from Professor Purwanto to the team. So yeah. What will you do with the winning prize?
Congratulations once again for Alpha Team. Oh ya. Okay, we would like to hear from one of like the participant. Kosong ya, jangan kosong. Oh beneran ternyata ada isinya.
Be from Bu Ade. So as the one of the juries, maybe we want to hear from Bu Ade, or yeah, why is the Alpha team selected as the winning team?
Bahasa Indonesia. Okay, what is the question?
Why is the Alpha team selected to be the winner?
Why we choose the Alpha team as a winner of this competition is actually all of the 5 team is they have a good project, they have the good presentation, and what we call the difference between the what we call the score is could be just small, but we choose the Alpha team because their proposal is we consider as complete and give the what we call a realistic probability of achievement, and also what we call they have a kind of what we call kind of the continuous action from the what we call from the beginning to the end, and other actually also have that kind of, but also we consider the Vietnam jury, and they also have a similar what we call similar point of view about this Alpha team. Anyways, congratulations to Alpha team. but not only Alpha team, all the participants have a great achievement for this event. Thank you very much.
Okay, once again, congratulations for Alpha Team. What did I say, guys? The leader of the winner. That was itu kayak doa gitu ya, guys ya, terkabul gitu ya. The leader of the winner. Okay, congratulations, guys. So we would like to hear what do you guys how do you guys feel, you know, about like winning this competition, and perhaps like you guys would like to share your story or your experience during your whole journey in this past month. So please.
Oh ya, aku mau ngucapin, I would like to say thank you for all team, especially for our mentor who has give us so many insight and guide us to, so we can achieve what we get now. I don't know I don't know how to thank you for Mr. Putu and Kak Marsha, and I also learned many things in this event. Yeah, thank you all.
Okay, I would like to have an additional comment to that. I'm so grateful that I'm being here, and this location is full of full potential people who have their own dreams, and also it's a great opportunity for me to learn from these people, these great people. I learned a lot from you guys, and thank you so much from the mentors and also the participants who do their own best, and I could see your efforts through this program, just like those posters, and also I learned so much from you guys, and I hope I can see you guys later in the future when you guys are successful, and thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sebelumnya kami nggak nyangka, karena kami juga nggak berharap buat semua ini semua. Maaf pakai bahasa Indonesia, saya malah sangat berterima kasih kepada semua teman di sini udah mau mikirin Purwosari sama Jatimulyo, yang entah kita hanya kenal dalam 1 bulan ini, tapi teman-teman semua mau begadang, mau rela berpikir untuk kebaikan Purwosari sama Jatimulyo. Itu sangat berharga buat kami. Dan saya berharap dari semua ini, seperti tadi Mas Tegar, Mas Irfan, Mas Tio, Mbak Imel, semoga kita bisa mengambil pelajaran dari semua ini dan bisa menerapkan bareng-bareng di Purwosari sama Jatimulyo. Terima kasih kepada UNESCO, TWA, semuanya. Event ini sangat luar biasa bagi kami. Terima kasih.
Sekalian.
Ya, mungkin saya juga pakai bahasa Indonesia aja ya. Jadi saya juga mengucapkan sangat terima kasih. Sebenarnya juga saya tidak menyangka akan sampai sejauh ini, tapi saya sangat senang bisa mendapat kesempatan untuk bertemu teman-teman yang hebat di sini dengan berbagai background dan berbagai ide yang saya jujur sangat merasa banyak belajar selama sebulan di sini, terutama dengan teman-teman. Terima kasih juga untuk Kak Marsha dan Pak Putu. Kayak kami tidak apa-apa tanpa kalian berdua. Kami tidak bisa menjadi apa-apa tanpa kalian. Maaf, mohon maaf. Oke, ya itu. Kami bukan apa-apa tanpa Kak Marsha dan Pak Putu. Juga terima kasih kepada UNESCO dan TWA sudah membuat wadah bagi kami semua generasi muda untuk ikut berpartisipasi, terutama melalui event ini. Nah, sekali lagi terima kasih dan semoga kedepannya kita bisa bertemu kembali di waktu yang lebih baik.
Terakhir kami dari Alfa mungkin sebagai penutup mau mengucapkan terima kasih ke teman-teman semua yang ada di sini, selalu memberikan inspirasi maupun walaupun ya kita di sini sedang ya istilahnya berkompetisi, tapi ternyata alhamdulillah kan kita bisa menjalin hubungan baik dengan semuanya tanpa terkecuali. Ya mudah-mudahan besok di kesempatan lain kita bisa mengerjakan proyek yang serupa, mungkin dengan tema yang berbeda atau mungkin mirip tentang air juga. Mudah-mudahan ini juga bisa jadi pendorong buat perkembangan, selain perkembangan di Purwosari Jatimulyo juga teman-teman ke depannya dalam mengembangkan diri. Itu mungkin sebagai penutup dari kami.
All right, once again, congratulations for Alpha team. Also, congratulations for the mentors of the Alpha team, and thank you very much once again, and you may return to your seat. Oh yeah. Boleh, boleh banget.
I think all of you can join us actually, if you want to. So Alpha will lead the pack, and you guys can hold like oh 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 or any other thing that you guys want. So, okay, yeah, or you can also use these gestures. Okay, I think all of you guys have been ready, so we're going to count to 3. 3, 2, 1. Alpha, we lead the team. Okay, thank you so much, guys, for this opportunity.
All right, guys, that was the winner from the Indonesian team. And now we will move on to the winner of the Vietnam team. So how are you feeling? How are you feeling, guys? Must be super excited, right? Okay, so without further ado, let's just announce the winner from the Vietnam team. Okay, we will about to announce the winner of the Vietnam team. And the winner goes to Aquaman! Congratulations! Speech or deliverables? Congratulations, guys. All right, once again, congratulations. And we would like to hear from the Aquaman team. Perhaps you guys can share your experience or share your feelings to our friends here in Indonesia.
Cái camera bị lọt. Lọt.
Thank you so much. Okay, please take a drink. Yes. Actually, like when we start our journey, when we start our project, we were very confident with our ideas. We literally believe that we will win. Until today, one of the mentors, he said, your team's not gonna win. you know, they have like wonderful ideas, and we really like all of the ideas. But it's an honor that we win in this program. So thank you very much. It's my turn now that I already said enough. Thank you. I just want to say I regret that I wear slippers tonight because I thought I'm not going to win, especially when I saw all of those teams with these amazing projects. I was like, nah, I'm just gonna go home, change my shoes, change my clothes. Yeah, but so now I'm really like regretting my decision. Yeah. Oh, well, now I don't know how to say, but I'm very happy to be here because I can work with many young girls. They have a lot of energy. Wow, I can study a lot of things from them, and the other is into professionals. So I thank you so much for this program, and thank you all right here. They are so, how to say, how so wonderful, amazing, amazing. Thank you so much.
And needless to say, we are
The Aquaman! So before let me have this on the speech, we introduce Miss Langhoon to sharing some thought that why the jury board decided to make this team to be the winner. Yeah, hello, thank you, this is first of all, congratulations to our common team. For the charts and also for the mentor team that I also have, I were lucky yesterday that I can interact with all the five teams and see also the progress and development of all the five teams, yeah, after just one night. That is really, let's say, impressed for me about your capacity and enthusiasm and passion you developing for a proposal. Yeah, regarding to saying to why the trust choose regarding to the why the Aquaman is was selected for that. Of course, it's not like that. You have, I mean, your proposals have some, let's say, the feasible and also a bit of bringing the clearly between the biotourism and the groundwater issues, yeah, for the education purpose. Of course, I mean, there's still a lot of things we can take forward from here in order to further develop that proposal if you want to really implement that in the school. But the main force and the concept and the idea of that we had a trust board, both from Vietnam team and also the trust board, the Indonesian team as well. Really keen on your concept and your idea of that, and yeah, it's a congratulations and look forward to the further development of that. You can see, hope that you can see that and implement that someday in the future. It's like coming and reward. The biggest reward to the winner in this team. I would like to introduce this campaign and coming to stage. And this is the come to the stage and together giving your prize of the winning team in Vietnam. Yeah.
All right, once again, congratulations for the Aquaman team. Now, moving on our next agenda, we would like to invite Mrs. Tran Lan Huang as the National Professor Officer for Natural Sciences of UNESCO Vietnam to give a closing speech. For Mrs. Lan, the time is yours.
Of the waters, very challenges 2022 season biotourism. And it is really heartening to see many joining us for the event at the beginning. Because though all 25 more participants from Vietnam, we have also in the participants and pupils connected with us from Indonesia as well. That is really important to just talk about why we are here today. You know that UNESCO World Biosphere Reserve is the recognition of the global nature ecosystem, and the nine biosphere reserve also have already the significance value for the because mountain areas Vietnam with the biodiversity in the ecosystem services conservation and in the and also this supporting services for the environmental protection and conservation. That's important that we want to highlight the importance of the main environment of Vietnam and also in Malaysia as well with the Merapi biodiversity as the community network. We also know that waters play a very vital role in life in natural system and ecosystem. All of us know now about this. However, a lot of the related challenges in the way, so we can grow rapidly. Actually, groundwater seem to be easier. We know that the nature resources is not the renewable resource, and we do not have any plan B for the future. And if we do not have any action to know the level, this is the UNESCO and the challenges this one. Yeah, groundwater making the invisible visible. Part of our Japanese funding transport and good governance for the sustainable development goal and regulating waters environmental climate network for the 2030 nation to strengthen the capacity and the engagement for the groundwater management and associate sustainable water land management practice in order to contribute the achievement of the sustainable development goals. And is touching on the groundwater challenge in two selected biotourism biotourism in Vietnam in Merapi, Megapun in Red, biotourism in Indonesia. The UNESCO Water Pavilion challenges the announced in August 2020, and that's expecting to make it invisible with the focus on the education within the topic of groundwater and sustainable water use. And also challenge you all with to raise the awareness on groundwaters or propose the ground solution for the groundwaters as well in the selected biospheres and making it relevant to everyday life and activities. And as UNESCO, I'm very glad to see how far we have come in very short time, just a few months. Among the 190 registration totals, we have 25 European countries from the various universities with a different background, different city. With a lot of the different series of the knowledge exchange workshop, mentoring session, sessions and also the final workshop, as well as the on-site field trip yeah, during all the time in August and September. And I'm really, really delighted yeah, to see how far you come out from there. And two winners from Indonesia with the Alpha team from Indonesia and the Aquaman team from Vietnam. And this is really this is a fantastic example of how the creativity, the enthusiasm, and the resourcefulness of youth can be truly transformed for our society for the better. And for the remaining team, we know that all we here having the similar potential to move forward after today. It's not, I mean, it's just not, you not good enough. No, it's not this. It's just, I mean, not lucky enough today to be the winner in this category that we won. Yeah, so, but we believe that we know that there are a lot of things that we can look forward from here. I truly believe that, I mean, UNESCO, we truly believe that the young generations is the key changes for the future. And all of our activities is really part, I mean, really to support we are here in Vietnam and Indonesia and in other countries over the world to support the young generation in order to contribute to empowering, to contribute more for the peace, for the prosperity, for the environment, for the earth as well. And I believe that, I mean, that is the world that we want. We all know you all as a young generation in the change vision. We take over what we have learned over the last 2 months. We hope so in order to contribute more to the unique value of the life the unity that both in the countries and both in the communities and Vietnam as a unique value. Very few countries, not all countries have, I mean, the biophorism. And as a generation, we have proud of that. That's Vietnam, we have elephants, biophorism, we see, we have provided and have strong and important the unit value of the country for natural resources. And groundwater also. Yeah, so we hope that you can contribute join us together in order to leverage the unique value of the biofuel reserve to address environmental challenge in general, in groundwater specifically. And so we look forward to see you again in our upcoming activities. Specifically for Vietnam, that's UNESCO Vietnam, we are currently running the program that's called the Youth and Innovation for Ocean. That's all I mean, working on the plastic issue, the marine matter, for the biofuels. There will be a lot of opportunities here that you can enjoy those that we look forward and we hope that if some of you here today enjoy us on the other program of youth innovation and also for Vietnam, that's wonderful and from here and forward. And to closing, on behalf of UNESCO, I would like to thank you, the Dongai Biofuel Reserve and Therapy and the Government Dongai Biofuel Reserve for your constant cooperation with UNESCO as always, and the Water Agency for helping us to organize this work, successful activity both in Indonesia and in Vietnam. And I also would like to thank the mentor who provide the valuable technical support for your team. And especially, we would like to thank you all of the youth here in Vietnam and in Indonesia with us today. You all, I mean, our future chairman for your creative talents and the passion to the challenge, the waters very challenge. And I'm really, I mean, confident that our present initiative will have both Indonesia and Vietnam in the ultimately preserve the beauty of our nation's shadow. And together, I believe the success of joint efforts will be, I mean, work for the earth we need for the future we want. And we just want to send and all our regards and wish you all make success and taking forward from here another thing and look forward to seeing you in. Thank you very much.
Karena sama
Yeah, thank you, and we give you space for your last word.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ian, for the remarks. And once again, we would like to say congratulations for all of the winners in the 3 categories from the Vietnamese team. Next up, we would also like to invite Mrs. Karina to the stage from the Water Agency to give a closing speech. For Miss Karina, please come forward.
Hi everyone, I know we are all quite hungry already, so I'll be quick. What a day, it's past 7 now, you're still looking a bit fresh. I'm not saying that you all look fresh, but give pats to your teammates for a very great job that you have been doing for the past 4 weeks. I know that everyone has given their best. I hope that you're satisfied with the result, whatever that is. I hope that you had all the fun. Please, my advice is for you to keep in touch with your teammates, with your friends, and your new friends in Vietnam and also in Indonesia. You're now part of the 15 new young leaders, alumni of the UNESCO Challenge, the second. So you are a big network. Please stay in touch with your friends. We don't know what will happen in the future, but you are a strong network and we believe that you can bring things further. So I also want to say thanks to everyone here, the mentors, the judges, and also the experts for your guidance and inspiration for the teams, and also thanks for traveling all the way here to be with the teams in Indonesia and also in Vietnam, to also inspire the next generation in how they shape their mind, in how they shape their solutions, and how they can contribute to the local community as well. It is very much needed for this young generation to exchange their knowledge, to be learning from you, to discuss about what they had in mind with you, and for you to mentor them. It's a very honorable thing of you to do for them, and also for you to challenge them in playing to their strength, in bringing the best out of everyone. So really thanks the judges, the mentors, and the experts for that. Thanks also for UNESCO Jakarta and Hanoi for inviting the youth to raise their voice on international stages, to make also the youth invisible. So not only the groundwater, but also the youth be invisible to the professional community. Hugs and high five for my team in here and there, Indonesia and Vietnam. It has been a wonderful experience, joining forces, exchanging ideas. Like everyone here, we also sometimes do not get along. Sometimes we had arguments, sometimes we don't see eye to eye. But I hope that everyone learned something from doing this thing for the youth and for the everyone here. To the participants, very proud of how 50 people with very different personalities, backgrounds, a mission. You're here together. You're doing things together. So I'm very happy to have been to have made your acquaintance. I hope that you have fun. Good luck out there, and I'll see you leading your generation to a better, a more sustainable future. So thanks, everyone.
All right, thank you very much, Mrs. Karina, for the closing remarks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the announcement and the closing speech from both Vietnam and Indonesia marks the end of our session today. All of the team has been delivering their presentation exquisitely, answering and responding to the question and feedbacks given by all the judges, and keep the spirit until the very end of the event. All of the judges have also been very kind and generous in giving the input for the teams, and of course, all of the mentors who have been patiently accompanying all the participants since the very beginning until the peak of the competition. I hope that all the team will find what's next in the future, because you already got so many insights from the UNESCO Water Resilience Challenge 2022. I would also like to thank the UNESCO and the Water Agency as the host of this event. Thank you for the jury for your time, and thank you for the mentors and experts and all the beloved participants who are very enthusiastic to accomplish this challenge very well. Lastly, I am very, very honored to be the master ceremony of the final presentation and witnessing all of your journey throughout this final presentation. I've said it before, guys, but I will say it once again. You guys have the most brilliant minds out there of all the youngsters in Indonesia. Please keep learning, keep growing, and keep a good relationship with your new friends that you got from this competition. I hope that we could have a cross path in the near future, and see you on top, young water leaders. Goodbye, and lastly, thank you very much. Oh, also we would like to have another photo session to mark our end of the event. So for all of the participants, the honorable guests, and all the judges and the mentors, we would like to invite you to come forward to the stage, and also along with all of the committees, the water agency, the UNESCO,